Chapter 333. Immortal Xueqi. The closed doors of this pavilion deterred others from approaching. People would not even dare to take half a step closer. The wind would become slow as it blew near this place. The flying birds would not dare to sing their songs as if they were afraid of disturbing the person sleeping within. Countless divine mountains and giant peaks surrounded this area with many old halls and treasure monasteries. But this pavilion caused this space to be tranquil as if it was a quiet night. The elders of the academy did not dare to come near, and the disciples were not eligible to access this area in the first place. They were afraid of disturbing the sleeping existence inside this pavilion. It was an extremely important location to the academy, and it could even be its biggest hope in the future. Xueqi stood there in a daze while he looked at the old pavilion. He was too familiar with it, and it had not changed after so many years. A long time ago, Xueqi had lived in this old pavilion as his occasional resting place. Later on, this old pavilion was transferred to the Heavenly Tao Academy. From that point on, he rarely returned to the Eastern 100 cities. And even if he did, he would stay in a different location for a brief moment before leaving in a hurry. Seeing Xueqi gazing at the old pavilion for a long time, old Taoist Peng started to speak. This is the place where our everlasting courtyard's matriarch sleeps. We call it the Everlasting Pavilion. The truth was that the Everlasting branch didn't previously exist at the academy. Only after Magu came did it become a branch. Although the Everlasting Courtyard had just a single inheritor each generation, it was still one of the strongest branches in the academy, and its matriarch still lives to this day. Xueqi finally sighed with a tinge of emotion in his heart and asked, "How is Magu?" Old Taoist Peng gently shook his head and answered, "The truth is, I also don't know. I met the matriarch once when I was very young, and it was when I joined the Everlasting Courtyard. At that time, my master took me to pay respects to the matriarch. From my memories, that was the only time she was awake. Very few people in the academy have seen the great ancestor in an awakened state. Even the older people, like the 7 ancestors, very rarely see her. Someone told my master that unless someone destroys the academy and advances all the way to this area, it would be very hard to wake up the ancestor." Very few people knew about the matriarch of the Everlasting Courtyard, Immortal Xueqi. Even the few that did were most likely dead by now. Since a long time ago, many people sealed themselves to survive from an ancient generation to the present, and they used blood stones to bury themselves. This was no different than dying, but there would be a day when they would be awakened, or come into being as the world would call it. Immortal Xueqi was someone who didn't seal herself, yet managed to live to this day. The only thing she needed to do was to enter long periods of hibernation in order to not use the blood stone to withstand the withering of time, because she cultivated the eternal physique, the most difficult, the most time-consuming, and the most willpower-dependent physique out of all the immortal physiques. In fact, many elders of the academy understood very little about the everlasting matriarch, and some didn't even know Magu's Taoist title. The upper echelons simply knew that there was an extremely powerful ancestor sleeping in this place. Among them, some considered Immortal Xueqi and the Realm God to be the 2 gods of the academy, but no one knew who was stronger. "Do you want to see the matriarch?" In the end, old Taoist Peng couldn't help but pry further. He found it strange that an outsider would know not just the matriarch's title, but also her real name. In fact, Xueqi seemed to know of her in great detail. And this only further piqued the old Taoist's interest in Xueqi's origin. Xueqi finally withdrew his gaze and gently shook his head before saying, "No need." To him, it was better to not see her. Magu finally found her own path. She was no longer the young girl of that year, and she no longer needed her teacher's guidance. She could go on her own path, thus his responsibility was finished. Xueqi eventually asked, "To what level has your matriarch cultivated the eternal physique to?" Xueqi had always researched this physique and had attempted to train someone to reach grand completion, but all of it was to no avail. Magu perhaps was the exception. To be more accurate, Magu was not someone chosen by Xueqi. It was a case of inadvertently planting a willow tree that eventually became a forest. After millions of years, many determined people had tried, and they ultimately failed. It was understandable that the old Taoist couldn't persevere either. They eventually stepped into the deepest territory of the academy where the Realm God was located. It was not strange for the world to not know of Immortal Xueqi, but the fame of the Realm God was spread throughout the 9 heavens. The mortal emperor world once had 2 great gods: the Calamity God from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, and the Realm God of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Although the two were not given the title through a formal investiture, the world had accepted the two as gods. They were true gods, not false gods claiming to be gods. The realm god had accompanied the academy through many trials and tribulations as its protector. Future generations even said that the realm god had the chance to accept the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor, but it couldn't bear to leave the academy. It chose to stay behind as the academy's protector, so it could not soar out into the world and become an immortal emperor. Before reaching the realm god's place, Xueqi saw more than 10 old men with pure white hair, controlling a gigantic Tao platform that created a grand formation. This dozen old men were busily chanting true words and immortal scriptures, causing the grand formation to send down sweet drops of dew. As the sweet dew descended, immortal sounds emanated from the inside of the grand formation, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Even a butcher would be forced to put down his knife and have the vicious thoughts in his heart washed away. Since the realm god was uneasy and was on the verge of going crazy, the elders tried their best to calm it down. They intended to wash away the evil in the realm god's heart, but the results were not clear. Old Taoist Peng went to these elders first, then he spoke to Xueqi. "You and I will go to see the realm god, but I'm afraid we won't be able to communicate with it." "No, I will go in myself," Xueqi said with a serious tone. Old Taoist Peng discussed this with the elders before nodding his head and replying, "But you have to be careful. With the realm god's current state like this, I cannot guarantee anything. Make sure to immediately leave once something bad happens." The realm god's dwelling was more than 1,000 miles wide. This place had not been so vast prior to it entering this problematic state. Because of its maddened rage, the academy had to vacate this area and seal the realm god in order to contain and minimize the damage caused by it. This was an extremely delicate situation for the academy. With something at the realm god's level, one sweep of the hand could destroy the heaven and earth. The academy managing to persevere for so long was not only due to the realm god trying its best to not descend into depravity, but also because of the academy's indispensable efforts. Many sealed elders came out and built this great formation, and they used a supreme heart-calming technique to chase away the madness so that the realm god could calm down. A stream of hot air immediately smashed into his face the moment Xueqi stepped into this place. A burning atmosphere filled the entire sky. Keep in mind that the deepest area of the academy was an ancestral ground filled with the essence of this world. It was an extremely rare and sacred ancestral ground. However, the scene before Xueqi's eyes did not resemble a sacred ancestral ground at all. He could only see a barrenness that spanned for 1,000 miles with cracked earth and a lack of lush vegetation. The land before Xueqi was dead without the slightest signs of life. Chapter 334. Realm God Xueqi took a deep breath. He clearly understood that this was not what this heaven and earth was initially. This should have been a vibrant place filled with life. There was no doubt that this world of death was caused by the realm god. Burning the sky and boiling the ocean was not a difficult matter once one reached the realm god's level. If it truly went mad, then it would absolutely destroy the entire academy. Treading on this barren land, it became hotter and hotter as the earth became even more damaged. Once Xueqi reached a certain place, the entire surroundings were fragmented as if a powerful force was tearing the earth apart. Xueqi saw the realm god, one of the two gods of the mortal emperor world, and something comparable to the calamity god. Both of them were more than powerful enough to be venerated by future generations. However, if you thought that the realm god was an invincible expert that looked down on this world and reigned over the six Tao, then you were completely wrong. The realm god was a pine tree, not a human. It was an extremely old and sacred pine tree. Legends say that this tree grew up in the Void Gate, and an ancestor of the academy later took it to the outside world. No outsiders knew whether this was the truth or not because the world also thought that the Void Gate did not exist and that it was only a baseless assertion. This was not Xueqi's first time meeting with the realm god. As the dark crow traveling everywhere, he had met the realm god several times. One could say that at that moment, the realm god's aura was peerless. Even when it maintained a regular pine tree form, everyone would know that it was a pine tree enlightened in the Tao. However, its appearance had changed from before by this meeting between the two. As a pine tree growing on this scorched earth, it was withered and was without any leaves on its broken and cracked branches. Xueqi carefully looked at the realm god and became startled the moment he saw its wound. The withering body was not important. The key was that there was half a branch that was burnt as if it was struck by lightning. This was a calamity brought down by the heavens. Xueqi could tell, with a single glance, whether or not it was damage caused by a tribulation. He meticulously looked at the location of the scorched wound on the pine tree. The area of this wound seemed to have lost all of its vitality as if it was cut off by the lightning strike. This was a fatal injury. Even an existence like the realm god would have a difficult time healing such a wound. After looking at the wound over and over again, he finally pulled out a black needle from the wound. There was a scintillating blackness as if it was devouring time, instilling fear straight into the hearts of others. It was more accurate to call it a black shimmer rather than a black needle. Time-space chaos glint. Seeing this black shimmer in his hand, Lichia murmured in surprise. Little Autumn had once brought this black shimmer back, so Lichia had seen it before and understood its significance. Is the world tree really about to appear? Lichia uttered while looking at this black light in his hand. This blackness was involved in things unknown to man, but Lichia knew that it had something to do with the realm god's origin. After a while he put away the black light and quietly called out to the pine tree. Realm god, can you feel it? Can you feel yourself being devoured? However, despite his calls, the realm god did not respond as if it had lost its vitality. It was like an ancient pine tree that was struck by a heavenly tribulation, awaiting death. Realm god. Lichia called out once again, but he was met with no response. However, Lichia did not give up and continued to gently call out to the realm god. He knew that the realm god purposely suppressed itself into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, during Lichia's trip to the depths of the academy, brilliant immortal light suddenly covered the sky right outside of the 5 great halls. The encompassing radiance gave the academy the appearance of a land of immortals. The light floated around for a while before it eventually fell down and turned into an extremely ancient portal in the 5 great halls territory. The immortal lights then continuously created many great, shifting visuals. One could see a plethora of sceneries right through the portal, including majestic mountains towering to the sky along with deep valleys and run-down ancient temples. The timeless portal is opening. This astonishing piece of news spread throughout the academy and all of the Eastern 100 cities in just a single day. An uproar from the excited multitude of cultivators emanated after the news propagated. People quickly rushed towards the academy since this was the reason why they traveled here from all 4 directions. Clank, clank, clank. Right when everyone was rushing towards the academy closed its door to block everyone off. Before, nearly everyone escaped from the academy while only the students remained, especially those from the Grand Era and Idle Era halls. The great powers withdrawing from the academy was understandable. The academy set up a trap and captured the alliance, so many great powers felt a chill in their hearts. The academy's method was too vicious, so those who were part of the scheme became even more frightened and quickly left the academy. They stood right outside just in case the academy became angry and decided to kill everyone. If it actually came down to that, then who would they cry to for help? What is the Heavenly Tao Academy trying to do? Many cultivators were discontent after the academy closed its doors to everyone. The timeless portal has opened. An academy elder with a bright appearance announced to everyone in a deep tone. Outside of a few great powers that are on a ban list, others can enter the portal to find their own fortune. As long as one's age is below 300 years, all are eligible to enter without any distinction regarding one's origin nor sect. Why are only less than 300-year-old cultivators allowed? Many older cultivators were immediately dissatisfied after hearing this announcement. The academy elder explained, to leave the opportunities to the youth. If predecessors also went in, then how could the younger generation, especially those who are vagrant cultivators, compete against them? I agree. If the experts of the previous generation also go in, then we won't even have soup to eat. Many cultivators of the younger generation supported the academy's decision. Needless to say, older cultivators were more powerful and had more resources. The younger generation was at a complete disadvantage. Your academy is going back on your words. A dissatisfied cultivator spoke up. Before, your academy announced that everyone could enter the portal, but now you went back on your promise. The older generation can send their disciples in. The academy elder calmly dealt with the unhappy older crowd. Fairness is intrinsic to our academy's actions. I feel that the academy's choice is correct. Old people like us running rampant inside is no different from bullying the young. Many older cultivators from the small sects agreed. The academy's decision was very beneficial to the smaller sects and vagabonds. The older cultivators from the great powers were too powerful. At that time, not mentioning heavenly kings, but even some old undyings might come out. How could the weaker sects then compete for fortune against these great powers? The younger generation was different since their cultivation gap was not as great. Geniuses were indeed amazing, but they were only the minority. This decision from the academy was great for those of the younger generation with ordinary talents. Since they had direct gains from this, the group of minor sects and vagrant cultivators agreed with the academy's decision. Disciples from this list of great powers are not allowed to enter. The academy elder read a long list before he eventually redeclared this rule. The list was very long and included great powers and immortal emperor lineages. Even the brilliance and azure mysterious ancient kingdoms were no exceptions. Why are we not allowed to enter? Experts that were listed strongly protested by loudly clamoring. We can accept not allowing older cultivators so that there will be opportunities for the younger generation, but now, even our younger generation cannot enter? If your academy goes back on your words, just what do you think will happen to your reputation? The reputation and honor of our academy is only for our friends, allies, and even neutral powers. It's definitely not for our enemies. We're already being extremely merciful since our academy didn't use our victorious momentum to kill to the last man. Yet you still want to enter our portal? In your dreams. The academy elder firmly spoke. Don't accuse us of such things. An expert from a great power loudly protested. Against such a retort, the academy elder calmly replied. Since you have such confidence in your sect and can boldly pat your chest to say that it didn't attack the academy, then you can come inside the academy and identify the bodies to see if they belong to your sect or not. The elder's words greatly shocked the screaming experts from the great powers. Chapter 335. Keep in mind that the alliance was completely captured in the battle 2 days prior. All the men dressed in black were trapped in the god-punishing formation before being killed. Not even one managed to escape. Without a doubt, it was no secret to the academy regarding those who participated in this alliance. The bodies in the academy's possession were irrefutable evidence. So even if the academy decided to maneuver against these sects, righteousness was still on their side. Now, since the evidence was in the hands of the academy, it would be strange if it allowed these sects to enter the portal. The fact that they didn't outright attack their enemies was already kind enough. To any sect that has any objections about this list, our academy welcomes you to speak up. The academy elder's attitude was extremely tough. The academy decided to change its policy and no longer chose to compromise. The disciples of the blacklisted powers were present, but they didn't dare to say a word at this moment. The Heavenly Tao Academy had the power to destroy the Alliance's plot, and it also had the ability to slaughter all of them at this moment. At this time, who would dare to touch the Academy's inverted scale? Or, let the Realm God return to the timeless portal. Who can move the Realm God? Outside of the Realm God itself, no one can move it. Plus, we have no way of communicating with it at the moment. An old man couldn't help but say with a wry smile. An existence as great as the Realm God had rooted itself inside the Academy's ancestral ground, so even an invincible character in this world would have difficulty moving it. It might be possible if there was someone strong enough to uproot both the ancestral vein and the Realm God, but such a powerful being most likely did not exist in this world. There is another way. Li Qie leisurely spoke. My little ancestor, please, just tell us. If you keep on scaring us like this, our old bones will not be able to handle it. An old man started to beg after seeing Li Qie's confident attitude. It's very easy, we just have to harmonize the two forces. I have a prescription. Li Qie smilingly continued. However, these two things are very rare. Myriad star water and a young leaf from the world tree. 1 leaf, and 1 drop of water. Myriad star water? Old Taoist Peng pitifully smiled. Impossible. We cannot find myriad star water in this world. Yes, I heard that since the beginning of time, whenever any myriad star water appeared, immortal emperors would personally take action. This is something that even immortal emperors lust for. The elders shook their heads in lamentation. Well, I have 1 drop of myriad star water. Li Qie said with a wide smile. After hearing such words, the elders and the old Taoist became spirited once more. The old Taoist immediately asked, Little ancestor, what do you want in exchange for the myriad star water? Please, do not be too cruel, or else our academy will be completely robbed by you. I can provide a drop of myriad star water, and I will not need anything from your academy. However, I want a promise from the Realm God. I can save it, But I need a promise from it. Xueqi calmly spoke. The elders were caught off guard, but having thought about it more carefully, this demand was not too unreasonable. In the end, although myriad star water was a priceless treasure, the realm god was also an existence that could dominate the heavens above and hell below. A drop of myriad star water for a promise was not unfair. The old Taoist and the rest of the elders talked it over. It could be said that all of the most powerful old men from the academy were here. After their discussion, old Taoist Peng agreed. Our academy can accept your condition on behalf of the realm god. This is for the best. Xueqi smiled and said, one thing for sure is that the world tree will appear inside the portal in this generation. Plucking a young leaf from it is harder than reaching the heavens, but your academy has something that can accomplish such a task. I want this thing from the academy. What thing? Old Taoist Peng and the elders glanced at each other and asked. Old man, don't play dumb with me. Regarding the amount of hair the academy has, I'm definitely more knowledgeable than you. Don't tell me that immortal Emperor How High didn't take this thing back from the world tree that year. Don't tell me that your academy didn't make a deal with immortal Emperor How High that year. Without this thing that was brought back by him, it would be impossible to pluck a young leaf from the world tree. Xueqi looked at the old Taoist with one eye and said. Chapter 336. Oh. There seems to be such a thing. Old Taoist Peng forced out an awkward laugh. Why did the 1,000 Emperors Gate have 4 emperors? How did they manage to have 4 emperors in a row? Your academy dares to say that you do not know? Xueqi said with a smile. In the past, immortal Emperor How High once promised that as long as the 1,000 Emperors Gate existed, then it would continue to open a path for the academy. There is no need for me to tell you guys about this transaction, correct? The old Taoist could only awkwardly smile while the other elders started to sigh. Immortal Emperor How High graduated from the academy and created a miracle that would be difficult to surpass even for many eons. Unfortunately, the 1,000 Emperors Gate eventually met Empress Hong Tian. We'll give in to your demand. Finally, the elders reached an unprecedented consensus and said, as long as the realm god can be cured, we will do whatever it takes. Then we shall go and prepare. Xueqi nodded his head. The timeless portal of the academy had always been around, and rumor has it that it was already there even before the academy's inception. The academy couldn't tell when the portal would open, but each time, it would surely bring about a storm that carried great opportunities. Numerous wise sages from the academy researched the thing that was known as the portal for millions of years, but they couldn't come up with a definite answer. People who had the chance to enter the portal would meet different fortunes. Some would get an ancient scroll or a divine stone while others would obtain immortal items. Of course, there were those who returned empty-handed, and this was the case for the majority. The specific circumstances were attributed to one's insight and luck. Each time the portal opened, everyone would be met by different things, but there would always be great adventures with rich rewards. Of course, the one who obtained the biggest fortune would be the biggest winner. Since time immemorial, those who obtained the greatest fortune inside the portal all became famous in the future, and the most famous person was immortal Emperor How High. Legends say that he was a student at the academy at that time, and he obtained something great from the portal, but no one knew the exact details. To sum it up, his treasure or adventure must have been extremely amazing. What happened after this event was known to all. Immortal Emperor How High accepted the heaven's will and became the ruler of the world. This was not the most illustrious deed. What was even more exceptional, above all else, was the creation of the 1,000 Emperors Gate, one sect with 4 continuous immortal emperors. This was a never-seen-before achievement and perhaps, it would never be repeated again. Regarding the 1,000 Emperors Gate's miracle, many people formulated many different hypotheses. Some said that immortal Emperor How High was so great that, with his supreme wisdom as deep as the sea, he erected an eternal foundation for the gate. Regardless of what others speculated, in short, each time the portal was opened, others would salivate from greed. This time, the academy relaxed its requirements. Outside of the great powers involved in the alliance, young disciples from any sect were allowed to enter the timeless portal. This piece of news caused countless cultivators and sects to become excited. All the young people carried a dream to enter the portal, and they all had a desire to become the second immortal Emperor How High. And naturally, the sects wished that their disciples could become the second How High. No matter if they had peerless talents or pitiful aptitudes, as long as they were young and on time, these sects would let them enter the portal instantly. To them, the more people, the better, since this would mean that they would have a better chance at gaining riches. After squeezing so many disciples into the portal, one or two of them must be able to get something good. Once these young disciples entered the portal, they started to stare in awe at the scene before them. The only things that met these yearning eyes were ruins. These ruins were extremely vast as they covered hundreds of thousands of miles. Despite their age of countless years, they still continued to exist with many collapsed walls and broken tiles. Although these ruins were tattered beyond words, one could still see that this place was once a gigantic citadel, or rather, it was a divine city. Seeing these broken walls that towered to the clouds and surrounded the vast vicinity, it was apparent how huge this ancient city used to be. Some people were able to tell that these destroyed walls had been made from a black and extremely precious treasure metal. After so many years had passed, this black treasure metal had turned into scrap metal. The divinity was no longer present. Even so, the metal still instilled fear in the hearts of others. Who was it that spent so many resources to build such a gigantic city? Could this be a legendary city of gods? The young cultivators were shocked by the scene after they stepped inside. It took them all a long time before they were able to calm down. Great fortunes, here we come. A youth with his boiling blood shouted as others quickly rushed into these vast ruins. As they calmed down, they began to spread out. Some went south while others flew to the north. Some stayed behind in these ruins to meticulously explore to see if there were any treasures that remained. In just a minute, young ones from all over the world scattered to the four directions like the tide. They all had great expectations as they explored this mysterious world. Once they reached the deeper parts of the ruins, they discovered that this world was much larger than their imagination. There was no end to this endless place. There were divine mountains that pierced the horizon. They were too high for one's sight to enjoy. Some were entrenched horizontally in the earth like a coiling dragon, and there were mighty rivers flowing non-stop for 1 billion miles. Judging from the degree of destruction, they became ruins due to the chaos of war. These young cultivators could not stay calm after they saw this earth. Many of them had huge questions in their hearts. What is this place? What happened here? No one had an answer, but they were sure that there was an apocalyptic war that took place here. I found the first portal. Efforts were always rewarded, and eventually, someone found a portal. After hearing this news, many people quickly flocked to the location. An ancient Dao platform stood there. Although the Dao platform was destroyed, the Dao portal remained intact. Its color was faint, but it was still able to take someone to a different dimension. Seeing this broken portal, the group of young cultivators that were the first to find it glanced at each other since they weren't sure where this would take them. Screw it. How can we obtain a great fortune without taking risks? A person didn't care and shouted before they rushed into the portal. With someone taking the lead, those left behind were unwilling to linger for long, so they all soared into the portal as well. A Dao platform was excavated from the first ruins. However, the people at the entrance also found something. They engraved refined jades into the Dao platform and immediately rushed into the portal without any hesitation. Very suddenly, many Dao platforms were found. They all had unknown destinations, but this didn't deter the young ones from rushing inside in order to not miss out on any opportunities. One after another, Dao platforms were found. Those who didn't find any began to frantically dig around, hoping that they could find treasures or a Dao platform that led to different secret dimensions. This place became very rowdy with people digging holes everywhere. These youths were extremely enthusiastic and were anxious to flip over this land. While these young ones were happily digging in full swing, Xueqi took his time entering with his group. He didn't bring too many people. There were only Xueqi, Little Autumn, and Qi Xiaodai. The truth was that Qi Xiaodao also wanted to go with Xueqi. However, Xueqi did not return at that time and Qi Xiaodai didn't want to decide for Xueqi. So in the end, Qi Xiaodao and the Lion's Roar disciples went into the portal with the Academy's Lu Yi and some other disciples. Those who went along with Xueqi were also amazed by the vast ruins before them. What is this place? Xueqi looked at the scene ahead and couldn't help but murmur. Qi Xiaodai was completely dumbstruck. This scene was completely different from what they expected. Chapter 337. Amongst them, only Xueqi remained calm. Not even Little Autumn was able to contain his excitement. Oh grandmother, I finally made it here. It still had enough self-control to not say, I finally returned here. It actually was not sure whether it originated from inside the portal or not because it was in its infancy stage when the myriad images true God took care of it. After taking in a deep breath, Xikong Taotian turned and asked Li Qia, "Just what is this place?" "I'm afraid this has always been a mystery. It could be a place for gods or a city for immortals." Li Qia shook his head and continued on. "No one can answer this question. Let's go. Great fortune, here we come." Finally, Little Autumn excitedly shouted, "Lead the way." Li Qia commanded and Little Autumn immediately went to the front, sniffing and smelling every direction as if it was searching for something. The rest of the group followed right behind it. Despite hiking for quite a while, Li Qia still didn't show any signs that indicated he was going to dig anywhere around here. This perplexed Qi Xiaodai. "Are we not digging for treasures? I heard that someone dug out a portal that led to a secret dimension yesterday." "We will dig up a huge treasure," Li Qia calmly answered. Of course he wanted treasures, but ordinary treasures couldn't get into his horizon. Only two things would interest him: the Void Gate and the World Tree. Li Qia wasn't sure whether the Void Gate would appear or not, but he was confident that the World Tree would appear since its secret was hidden in this realm. No one was more suitable to find the secret than Little Autumn since it came from this place and was very sensitive to the changes of these portals. It would surely find the most valuable portal. Little Autumn continued to lead the group forward. Qi Xiaodai and Xikong Taotian were similarly shocked by the very same war-ravaged scenery that was witnessed by the students earlier. They could imagine the terrifying scale of the battles that had occurred in this place. Battles of the god level. While they were astonished, Little Autumn stopped at a nondescript mountain and said, "Right here." There were so many small mountains similar to this one in this realm. Treasure seekers would not put such a mountain in their eyes, let alone dig it up. Little Autumn circled around it and dug beneath the surface. After a while, it climbed back out and told Li Qia, "Yes, it is right here." Li Qia smilingly nodded and said, "Okay, we shall wait. Once everyone is here, we will start immediately." Finished speaking, he sat down and quietly waited. Without asking anything, Xikong Taotian also found a place to sit down. He only knew one fact, the fact that he would never be at a disadvantage as long as he followed Li Qia. However, despite the passage of time, no one had arrived. Qi Xiaodai, sitting next to Li Qia, couldn't help but ask, "Are we waiting for young Master Bing Yuxia?" Bing Yuxia had said that she wanted to join Li Qia inside the portal, but she still had not appeared. Qi Xiaodai believed that she was the one Li Qia was waiting for. "That tomboy." Li Qia shook his head and answered with a smile. "The opportunity is within her grasp. Whether or not she wants to let it go, that will be her business. I will not wait." However, right when Li Qia denied that he was waiting for her, two figures came by from afar and landed on the small mountain in just the blink of an eye. "It seems that I'm not too late." It was Bing Yuxia, still dressed like a man with her supreme presence. She folded her fan in the most gallant and carefree manner. Li Qia looked at her with one eye and said, "If you were late, then it could only be said that you wasted the best opportunity possible." Bing Yuxia ignored Li Qia's attitude and smiled. "Hey, don't speak such harsh words, I was only late because of you." She then pointed at the girl by her side and continued with an introduction. "I brought along a beauty for you. Look, this is the inheritor of the Pure Lotus School, Princess Yi." This girl was around the same age as Bing Yuxia, but she was a lot more mature and calm compared to the carefree tomboy. Her appearance alone would brighten the eyes of others. Her light green dress indicated that she came from a country south of the riverside as her entire body was filled with the spirit of nature. She was modest and elegant. A single glance was enough to tell that she hailed from noble birth. However, she was not arrogant, nor was she snobbish with an oppressive aura. Instead, she was polite and had great manners befitting of a lady. There was no room for criticism. With soft brows and charming almond eyes, she had gentle features. She was tender and as soft as water, the definition of an alluring beauty. If Qi Xiaodai was a golden canary, then this girl was a yellow oriole. The beauty of this girl was only more, not less than Qi Xiaodai. "The Pure Lotus Inheritor," Qi Xiaodai exclaimed with surprise. The Pure Lotus School was a great sect from the southern barren earth, and its power was no less than the furious immortal saint country. Rumor has it that this school had great ties to immortal Emperor Yen Wu. It was not considered the orthodox lineage of immortal Emperor Yen Wu, but everyone knew that they had something to do with each other. Li Qia also smiled and replied, It is indeed a joyful occasion to meet such a lovely lady. Yo, you guys are already in full swing after having just met. If you stay together any longer, then wouldn't it be a flame igniting on firewood, a romantic affair? Bing Yuxia burst out in laughter and declared. She then hugged Yi Chuyun's shoulders and said, "Sister, you got something new and instantly abandoned me. It really makes my heart ache." Yi Chuyun was very embarrassed from Bing Yuxia's teasing and her face became quite red. She glared at Bing Yuxia, but despite her anger, her protesting whispers were still very soft and pleasant to the ears. Bing Yuxia noticed that Li Chia was still sitting there, so she urged, "Can we start now? At this moment, many people have already dug out a lot of treasures. If we keep on lingering here, we will only be able to pick up the scraps left by the others. Don't worry, we will begin once the others arrive. Who would dare to rob our things?" Li Chia declared with nonchalance, yet it still sounded very domineering. "Don't tell me you are waiting for your mistresses?" Bing Yuxia looked at Li Chia and continued, "Little demon, you have Miss Qi next to you, yet your eyes still hover towards Sister Yi, and now you are waiting for your mistresses. Eating from the bowl but still looking at the pot. You are too greedy, this will not do. I ask this world, who is the most unloyal lover? It is someone who loves too many." Bing Yuxia and Li Chia were already quite close, so she bore no scruples and freely teased him. However, Qi Xiaodai and Yi Chuyun were not as unrestrained as Bing Yuxia, so they became quite embarrassed and awkward from her words. Li Chia slowly glanced at Bing Yuxia and said, "Little girl, stop playing around like a young master all the time. Watch it or I'll strip off your male clothing one day." "You dare?" Although Bing Yuxia was fearless, her beautiful face still blushed as she glared at him. Li Chia comfortably retorted, "There are not many things that I do not dare to do in this world, and taking off your clothes is definitely not one of them. Little demon, one day, I will teach you a lesson." In the end, Bing Yuxia exasperatedly said, for she didn't know how to deal with Li Chia. While Li Chia's group was waiting at this insignificant mountain, many pieces of news spread inside this realm. Like Bing Yuxia said, the number of treasures found was increasing. A disciple from the Willow River School found a portal to a mysterious realm and obtained a divine river stone. The first message came from somewhere near the timeless portal's entrance. Sacred child Bao Xin from the Zenith Era Hall found an ancient fruit in a valley. Inside, one can find the essence of a thunder tribulation. It is a fruit of an ancient thunder god. Chapter 338. Chapter 338. Gathering of Geniuses. 3 Grand Era disciples entered some ruins and found a damaged immortal throne. After this throne was excavated, it actually emanated a hymn from an immortal scripture. The 3 disciples became much more profound after listening to this immortal scripture. In just a short 1 or 2 days, many young cultivators who went inside this space had obtained great harvests. Some were geniuses and some were just ordinary students. Having heard this news, those who had not gotten anything became even more spirited and carefully explored more and more. They all hoped that a big fortune would belong to them. Li Chia and company continued to wait on this small mountain. Bing Yuxia and Yi Chuyun's presence also caused many passing-by cultivators to take another look. At this moment, one could say that Li Chia was a famous person, someone who was known by everyone in the Eastern 100 cities. People became quite curious when they saw Li Chia's group sitting on this mountain. They weren't digging nor searching for treasures. People found it strange and wondered if this tiny mountain actually contained a great treasure or something. Before, someone would tease Li Chia for picking this trivial mountain, but no one dared to provoke him now. Many secretly took note of Li Chia since they felt that Li Chia wouldn't be staying there without a reason. Nevertheless, no one dared to step forward to ask him. Slaying Ba Xia and Hu Yu, ending Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, working together with the Academy to kill countless experts from the Alliance, including 11 old Undyings. In the eyes of many people, Li Chia was a vicious man who kills without batting an eyelid. Who would mess with such a character? Those who Li Chia was waiting for still hadn't arrived. Instead, a different group came in their place. A woman flew by treading on a moon without being stained by the flaws of the mortal world. She was as ethereal and ephemeral as a goddess, causing the hearts of others to beat faster when she arrived. Goddess Mei Suyao, the descendant of the Eternal River School and their current representative. She was completely renowned in this world, and she caused many young men to throw everything they had away in order to court her. Many followers were right behind her. In fact, there were far too many. Some were from the great powers, some were from a few minor powers, and there were even ordinary vagabonds. The reason she had so many followers was not just because of her charming beauty, but also because of her great wisdom. They aspired to contribute to her greatness. She came into this world in order to teach the Tao scripture to many people, especially in the Eastern 100 cities. Countless people were taught by her. Both gifted and ordinary disciples all gained great benefits after listening to her lectures. Slowly, Mei Suyao had gathered a force to be reckoned with. It was an organization erected by her followers from all over the world. Some were in love with her while others were there for her vision. There were also those who were willing to be her followers in order to hear her lectures and understandings regarding the Grand Tao. Some even considered her followers to be part of a separate Taoist practice, Suyao's own doctrine. This time, her trip to the timeless portal was filled with adventures in many grounds and secret realms. Mei Suyao only took a couple of things while the rest of the great treasures all fell into the hands of her followers. Because of this, her group became bigger and bigger. Even though she did not organize these people, it did not matter. Regardless of their reasons, they went wherever she went as if they were part of her shadow. Amongst them, Saint Child Qian Yu was the most determined. He was the one who had followed her the longest. He had even pledged his loyalty, but he was ultimately rejected by her. Mei Suyao stopped by the small mountain occupied by Li Qia. She observed this mountain and read the Grand Tao before she eventually spoke to Li Qia. Brother Li, Suyao is here for a great opportunity. If Brother Li and other Tao friends are willing to depart, Suyao will open this mountain. Her words caused those who had been paying attention to Li Qia to become shocked. Her followers were also surprised and excited at the same time. Every time she did something like this, she had always opened a secret realm with treasures. She never took everything and only collected 1 or 2 items. So many people enjoyed following her. Outside of her pious followers, there were also those who found that following her was not a bad thing, for there would always be a big harvest. Li Qia glanced at her and smilingly shook his head. Unfortunately, I do not intend to move. I found this place first, and it will be up to me to decide whether or not to excavate this land. If you want to probe into the mysteries inside, then wait on the side. Humph. This realm belongs to everyone. Do you want it all for yourself? A person declared in indignation after hearing Li Qia's response. Some became incensed, especially Mei Suyao's followers. They felt that Mei Suyao was number 1 amongst the contemporary younger generation, so Li Qia was out of line. So what if I want it all for myself? If you are not convinced, then come and bite me. Li Qia was too lazy to stare at the discontent crowd as he continued on. I found this place first. What I do with it is up to me to decide. However, I welcome all of those who disagree to step forward. This lazy tone was filled with an incomparable ferocity and contained an aura that looked down on the rest of the world with disdain. These domineering words from Li Qia forced many to halt their breath as they glanced at each other in anger, but no one dared to step forward. Who didn't know about Li Qia's viciousness? He dared to kill the descendants from 2 ancient kingdoms, and he even stole their immortal emperor life treasures. Was there anything he didn't dare to do? No matter how tough one's neck was, it would still not be enough to prevent this vicious man from chopping it in half. While many were silently enraged, a person descended from the sky. These words are too overbearing. Suddenly, an aura of a solitary tyrant filled the heaven and earth. His appearance was accompanied by myriad laws. One step created one world as the moon and sun became faint while the mountains and rivers shook. His visit caused the Grand Tao to sing as if a god had descended from the heavens. Deity Jikong Wudi. Seeing the descent of this man, Mei Suyao's followers and those who were watching Li Qia were shocked to see him in person. Thunderous noises also arrived along with his entrance. Chariots and divine ships that were dragged by fierce animals carried many young geniuses who were following Jikong Wudi. Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi could be said to be the apex existences amongst the younger generation. No one dared to stand beside them. They instead followed these 2. Compared to Jikong Wudi, Mei Suyao's followers were a lot more complex and had a great variety as they came from all 4 directions in this world. They also had different goals. Some were in love with her, some were loyal to her, some wanted to help her preach to the world, and for some others, it might have been a combination of everything. Mei Suyao personally did not want to have this formidable force. Her trips around the world to preach the Tao was only for her own Tao heart. It was not to attract the talents of this world. Jikong Wudi's followers were completely different. The majority were geniuses from the great powers, and many were experts of the previous generations. The reason for them to follow deity was very simple. They thought highly of him and believed that he would shoulder the heaven's will to become an immortal emperor this generation. To his followers, the moment he becomes an immortal emperor, they would also become divine generals with illustrious achievements. Jikong Wudi, himself, directly or indirectly controlled this powerful force. It had to be said that this force also had great potential in the future. His arrival took many breaths away. Mei Suyao's followers were no exceptions. Jikong Wudi had triple saint talents and came from the space trample mountain. In this generation, countless people greatly valued him. They were sure that he would become an immortal emperor to follow the footsteps of his ancestor, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. No matter how talented one was, they all felt inferior in Jikong Wudi's presence. Deity is the only person who was accepted into the Emperor Era Hall in this generation. During this academy's recruitment period, his reputation was great because he became the only student of the Emperor Era Hall. Rumor has it that this hall was very different from the other four. It hid big secrets and had great opportunities. It had been speculated that he obtained something extremely amazing to calm his mind and learn the Tao during his stay at the Emperor Era Hall. They believed that this was enough to pave his future path towards becoming an immortal emperor. Mei Suyao remained calm and at ease despite Jikong Wudi's arrival. As fellow apex geniuses of this generation, Mei Suyao was very quiet and indifferent. Despite the fact that she came into the cultivation world from her reclusive sect, it seemed that she never wanted to compete for anything. Chapter 339. Li Qie only gave him a languid glance. He had no interest in replying. Li Qie's arrogant and overbearing attitude caused everyone's hearts to beat faster as they took in cold breaths. Someone who dared to reject Mei Suyao in person and didn't care for Jikong Wudi had appeared. This was the birth of an existence comparable to Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi within the younger generation. After careful thought, many people felt that his arrogance was not unfounded. Killing all of those geniuses and attacking the divine altar of the 11 old undyings. Such a battle record was enough to flaunt to anyone from the younger generation and shock even those from the previous generations. Deity Jikong Wudi's eyes narrowed. A glimmer of starlight flashed across them. Although he didn't physically retaliate, his invincible aura was still as apparent as ever. Many geniuses who followed Jikong Wudi were quite annoyed with Li Qie, especially those who had a good relationship with Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. One of them looked at Li Qie just sitting there on top of the small mountain and couldn't help but sneer. Such an arrogant person. What, you want to pick a fight? Li Qie remained motionless and didn't speak. Instead, Bing Yuxia retorted in her free and elegant manner while swaying her fan. Little Li is protected by this young noble. If you are not convinced, then step forward. Bing Yuxia's words were arrogant enough to cause this genius to become speechless. Everyone knew her strength. No matter how great one's talent was, they couldn't dare to bluster in front of her. 9 Palaces ancient saint. A supreme saint. Having 9 palaces was extremely venerable, and having 10 palaces would be a perfect circle. Bing Yuxia's cultivation was enough to trump over everyone since no one had heard of someone with 9 fate palaces in the younger generation. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet as Li Qie proudly sat on top of the mountain. Even the powerful army before him could not shake him. Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi were also unable to do anything, so they had to stand to the side. Even those who didn't like Li Qie had to respect his domineering attitude. Eventually, the people who Li Qie had been waiting for finally arrived. With a loud explosion, many young cultivators rapidly approached. A glance was enough to tell that these were young cultivators from some sect. These cultivators only had average cultivations, but the 2 women leading the pack were extraordinary. One was as cold as ice while the other exuded an unparalleled charm. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived at the small mountain. These disciples were extremely excited to see Li Qie, and one of them even shouted, "First brother." Li Qie revealed a smile after seeing this group. The 2 women went in front of Li Qie and cupped their fists together. "Young noble." The 2 women greeted him at the same time, one with a cold and melodious tone while the other used a gentle and alluring tone. The 2 beauties' respectful attitude towards Li Qie surprised many people. Just in time. Li Qie nodded his head and gave a smile from the bottom of his heart. The 2 then stood right behind Li Qie. One carried a long sword while the other had a divine saber. 2 supreme beauties. One had an emotionless arrogance while the other was like a blooming peony in spring, very pleasing to the eyes. Who else could they be besides Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan? With the appearance of the world tree, how could Li Qie let his most trusted followers miss out on such a great opportunity? Many were envious of Li Qie's domineering air while having two peerless beauties as his maids. A young cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory recognized these two women and emotionally said, "That's the descendant of the 9-Saint Demon Gate. She was once one of the most promising Heaven's proud daughters in the Grand Middle Territory. The other lady is the princess of the Jade Valley country, someone who could be described as brilliantly amorous. They were once the focus of many young geniuses' admiration and love. If the young male cultivators were jealous, then the female cultivators would find themselves with a sudden absence of thought, especially the female students from the Heavenly Tao Academy. Who could compare to Li Qie's style by having such supreme maids?" Li Qie looked at the cleansing incense and 9 saint disciples who ran day and night to get here in time. Once the portal opened, Li Qie sent a message to the cleansing incense ancient sect to bring all of their disciples here. Of course, the cleansing incense ancient sect, with its current strength, was not able to teleport so many disciples to the eastern 100 cities. They needed help from the Academy and the 9 Saint Demon Gate to make this trip possible. The chance is right in front of you, but whether or not you can grasp it will depend on your own skills and luck. Li Qie looked at these disciples and continued, "In this space, you will be able to find hidden fortunes beyond your imagination. Do your best." When he was finished, all the disciples let out a roar in excitement. Luo Fenghua and Chu Daili divided the disciples from both sects into many groups to head for different locations. At this moment, many people were already exploring this place, so time was money. No one was willing to waste even a single second. Amongst them, only Nan Huairan remained. He was the only one thick-skinned enough to smile and speak to Li Qie. "Young noble, I want to go with you." Li Qie glanced at him and nodded his head in approval. Li Qie was quite generous to Nan Huairan since he was the first to join him. Nan Huairan was also very self-aware of his own capabilities. He considered himself Li Qie's henchman and was willing to do whatever tasks Li Qie wanted him to do. As a talkative person, it was not long before he started to chat with Xikong Taotian. These two were specialized in socializing, so it could be said that they were birds of a feather. Qi Xiaodai was quite surprised due to the arrival of Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. She now understood why Li Qie would only accept her as a maid. Even Bing Yuxia was no exception. Both Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan were extremely brilliant in the current generation. If women as great as them were willing to stay by Li Qie's side as maids, then other people would not even be worth mentioning. She felt sadness in her heart. She realized that she was quite conceited in the past, and in this regard, she had completely lost to Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. "Oh, both of you big sisters are quite beautiful." Seeing Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan, Bing Yuxia closed her fan and displayed her young master mode once again by smilingly saying, "Your beauty is at the top of this world. You're causing my heart to beat faster by just staring." Pop! Before she could finish, Li Qie had already smacked her buttocks as he laughed. "Little tomboy, don't aim for the women around me or else I will take off your clothes." Li Qie's obscene and bold action shocked everyone present. This was the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace, a supreme saint. No one dared to tease Bing Yuxia like this in the current times. "Little demon, touch me one more time and I will cut off your hands." While blushing, Bing Yuxia jumped up and glared at him as her chest rose up and down from anger. Chen Baojiao, who was standing right behind Li Qie, chuckled and said, "Opposing young noble will only result in a miserable end." Her beauty was at such a supreme level that it could incite calamities. When she smiled in such a flirtatious and charming manner, all existences were swayed. Their souls escaped their bodies as they could only intensely stare at her. She stopped smiling after she saw so many gazes focused on her. However, her unique charm did not diminish one bit. Li Qie ignored the angry Bing Yuxia. He stood up and looked towards Goddess Mei Suyao and deity Jikong Wudi to calmly speak. "Since you two came to this place, do you know what this place is? A great opportunity lies here." Deity Jikong Wudi spoke in a deep tone. His words were accompanied by the resonance of the Grand Tao. It was as if his response was an awe-inspiring decree from the heavens itself. Goddess Mei Suyao's pair of pure eyes looked straight at Li Qie as she said, "My guess is probably the same as Brother Li's. If I am not mistaken, then it is the World Tree. The Eternal River School is truly impressive. Extraordinary." Li Qie couldn't help but praise Mei Suyao. Very few people knew what the world tree was, but deity Jikong Wudi's eyes narrowed and became more focused when he heard these words. Boom! Suddenly, Li Qie stomped down and the small mountain instantly shattered. With a buzzing sound, a huge ball of light abruptly appeared before everyone from the destroyed small mountain. Everyone could see a huge tree residing inside this ball of light. This tree stood tall and strong, and stars and other celestial bodies could be found orbiting it. Although this ball of light was not of an outrageous size, everyone felt that this was the largest tree in this world. They felt that this tree was capable of blotting out the sun and covering the earth. The world tree. Mei Suyao emotionally murmured when she saw this tree. Legend has it that immortal Emperor How Hai once climbed the world tree. Deity Jikong Wudi also exclaimed with a great change in expression. Rumble! Many eyes brightened from excitement after hearing deity's words. At this time, a person suddenly rushed forward and heavily slammed into the ball of light, but they were bounced back. Chapter 340. After they heard that immortal Emperor How Hai climbed the world tree, a person quickly reacted in order to grab the great fortune, but how could it be so easy to climb the world tree? They were immediately repelled by the ball of light. This is only a projection of the entrance. Goddess Mei Suyao explained, the true entrance is located where there is both a change in space and time. One would also be able to find an aggregation of incomparable power at this place. Without a secret treasure, one would not be able to enter this space and time. A person did not believe these words and shouted, Open! He attacked with a virtuous paragon weapon. Boom! This person was immediately blown away after he let out a miserable scream. Open for me. In a short period of time, many impatient people took action in order to open the ball of light. But needless to say, they were all deterred. In contrast to these people, Li Qie, Mei Suyao, and Jikong Wudi were not in a rush. They only quietly stared at the world tree inside the ball of light. After attempting many times to no avail, the rest of the cultivators were quite alarmed while the geniuses from the great powers immediately left. They did not leave due to giving up. Instead, it was because they wanted to borrow ancestral weapons. After witnessing so many failed attempts, they understood that this ball of light could not be opened by force. It was just as Mei Suyao said, it needed a secret treasure in order to open this spatial area. No one was willing to miss out on the world tree no matter who they were or what their background was. Thus everyone went to bring out their great treasures. To many great powers, unless it was a time of distress, they would not easily take out their defining treasures. However, no matter would be of grave importance in front of the world tree. Everyone knew what happened after immortal Emperor How Hai climbed the world tree. Who didn't hope for their sect to become like the Thousand Emperors Gate, a miracle throughout the ages. Even for those without ancestral weapons, they immediately went to find allies to see if they could work together. Girl, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I will bring the two of you to climb the world tree, but it is now the time for you to perform. Li Qie calmly stood there and glanced at Bing Yuxia. The world tree was such a great opportunity that no one was willing to share it with others. Li Qie actually had the ability to open this door, but he brought along Bing Yuxia not because she carried the Ice Feather Palace's defining treasure with her, but because he liked her. Every time he saw her, it reminded him of immortal Emperor Bingyu in the past. The always carefree Bing Yuxia became serious and took a deep breath. She slowly took out an item and threw it at the warping space entrance below and uttered with a serious tone, Open! This item was not an old gate, and it was also not large, only the size of one's palm. The moment this gate came into contact with the shifting space, Bing Yuxia's vast amount of blood energy and her 9 palaces appeared. Countless Dao runes descended like an ocean that encompassed the tiny gate. Heaven-cutting gate. The Ice Feather Palace's defining treasure. Mei Suyao saw this gate and emotionally exclaimed, The heaven-cutting gate. Deity Jikong Wudi also uttered with a profound gaze. Those who didn't know what it was found the whole thing to be strange. The defining treasure of the Ice Feather Palace should be immortal Emperor Bing Yu's true fate treasure. So why was it this unknown heaven-cutting gate? However, this was indeed the case. The heaven-cutting gate's origin was extremely mysterious, and even the palace's elders couldn't clearly explain it. Its future generations only knew that immortal Emperor Bingyu brought the heaven-cutting gate back from a foreign realm. As for how she did it, this was an unknown mystery to the world. Her numerous Dao runes turned into laws as the lock on the gate slowly opened. An entrance the size of an ordinary door appeared by the ball of light. At this point, Bing Yuxia turned pale. Opening this portal had expended a lot of her blood energy. Even a 9 palaces supreme saint like her couldn't withstand such a toll. Let us go. Li Qie swung his sleeve and entered with his group. Then, the entrance disappeared. Others couldn't follow them even if they wanted to. After stepping inside, they could feel an endless amount of life. It was as if they were bathing in a sea of life back in their nascent stage. They found that they were standing right below a cliff, and there was nothing else in sight. However, once they lifted their heads to observe with their heavenly gazes, they found that this was not a cliff at all. Instead, it was a huge tree of immeasurable size. Above the horizon, one could find countless sections of giant mountains crossing together. Each of them were millions and millions of miles long. These are tree branches, Li Qie slowly said while all the others were in a daze. Right now, standing at the base of the world tree. It was like a dream. In a generation from long ago, it had appeared once before. Unfortunately, due to Li Qie's hasty arrival, he could not climb to the top and missed a good opportunity. At this time, the group of Qi Shaodai understood why this was called the World Tree. There was no other tree comparable to its incalculable majesty. This tree was shouldering a world by itself. It could be said that it was able to prop up the 3,000 grand worlds. It towered at an unimaginable height. If there were the 9 heavens, then this tree was taller than the 9 heavens. The tree trunk was of an unbelievable size, and each of its branches was a separate world while each of its leaves was a continent. What was even more shocking was that the leaves of this tree were supporting the stars and giving birth to many things. These leaves could become their own country or world with galaxies and celestial bodies between the gaps. Bing Yuxia, Li Shuangyan, Qi Shaodai, and Chen Baojiao were stunned. They were unable to even speak for a very long time. How long does it take to fly up there? Xikong Taotian, who had seen many wonders, still murmured in astonishment. You can give it a try. Li Qie replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Xikong Taotian then shouted and turned into a beam of light to rush up at an incredibly fast speed. Amazing! No one could resist praising his flying technique, and Nan Huiran even exclaimed. However, while Xikong Taotian was soaring above, thunderous noises started to emerge around him. With his speed, he could travel 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye, but at this time, he was flying countless times slower because he felt an unbearable force suppressing him from above. This made him feel as if there were numerous divine mountains bearing down upon him. Compared to the unreachable height of the world tree, Xikong Taotian's speed was slower than a snail crawling. It would require countless years for him to reach the nearest branch. He gave up and landed to say, I won't reach it even after flying for 1,000 years. Flying to the top? Even a virtuous paragon would not be able to do it. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. This requires the help of treasures. If you want to use your own strength to fly up, then only virtuous paragons are qualified to do such a task since they can handle the suppressive force from above. However, as for how high they can go, it would be hard to say. Where are the fortunes and treasures? Nan Huiran greedily asked. Each branch and each leaf is a fortune. The greatness of these treasures depends on how high one can fly. The higher ones are usually better, but this is not always the case. In order to obtain the greatest fortune, one must have sharp insight along with enough luck. If you apply these two things correctly, then even if you can't fly high enough, you can still reach a mysterious place and obtain a great fortune. Each branch and each leaf is a fortune. Even the dignified Yi Chuyun emotionally murmured. Each of them is a separate world. There is fortune everywhere, but it is up to you to find it. Li Qie smiled and said, Ha ha ha, I will surely find the greatest fortune. Immortal Emperor, how high is nothing. My fortune will greatly exceed his. At this time, the never-quiet little Autumn was ecstatic and declared with arrogance. At around this time, Mei Suyao also arrived. However, the treasure she used to come in was not known. A moment later, deity Jikong Wudi also came in. As the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain, he definitely did not lack treasures. One of them was surely capable of opening the gate. They couldn't escape from being astonished when they directed their gazes up to the horizon. I'm going. In the end, Jikong Wudi was the first to take action. In just a blink of an eye, he flew up into the sky and disappeared amongst the leaves the size of continents. This kid really has a lot of treasures. His first move is not ordinary at all. Sikong Toqian's mouth became watery after watching Jikong Wudi. He wanted to steal his stuff. "Brother Li, shall we go together?" At this point, the peerless Mei Suyao smiled at Li Chia and asked. Chapter 341. Climbing the world tree. When Li Chia heard her request, he took a glance at her and lazily spoke with a smile. "People walking on different Dao will not tread on the same path. Little girl, don't tempt me. You are still inexperienced regarding schemes. Don't use your little methods against me, lest I become angry and carry you back naked." The group of Qi Shaodai was silent, but they all started to blush. This was Goddess Mei Suyao. Who would ever dare to speak like this towards her? "I agree, little demon. I like doing stuff like this the most." Bing Yuxia smilingly added. A goddess in the contemporary times being stripped naked. How amusing. She put on a lustful appearance. Those who didn't know her would actually think that she was a perverted womanizer. Pop. Li Chia patted her fragrant butt again and lightly said, "You are a fake man, so this matter has no room for you." "You!" Bing Yuxia jumped up in anger and glared at him, but Li Chia met her eyes without a care in the world. Li Chia's attitude really shocked the others because of how great Mei Suyao was. As the representative of the Eternal River School, as well as being in existence standing at the peak of the younger generation, even an expert of a great power would be apprehensive towards her. However, Li Chia acted as if teasing her was something natural. Mei Suyao did not become flustered. She kept her pure appearance as she answered, "I won't force it if Brother Li doesn't want to. We're going." Li Chia smiled and said. He then called for the Tetrawar bronze chariot to take the group of Li Shuangyan up. The chariot crushed space itself and flew into the sky at an incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. It emitted so many explosions as it flew. The world tree was bigger than one's imagination, so as the chariot was climbing its trunk, there appeared to be an endless amount of land. Even a piece of cracked old bark could be considered an entire continent. The chariot, with its fast speed, resembled an insignificant speck of dust. If one were to spectate the world tree from a distance, they would find a pitifully small chariot with a man on top, like a drop of water in the ocean. A corner of the world tree was even larger than the entire mortal emperor world. Rumble! Explosions kept on ringing as the chariot crazily rushed forward. The 4 bronze stallions became 4 running streams as they left behind only golden glitter and hoofprints. It was as if these marks were engraved onto the tree trunk. The suppression from the world tree did not slow down the chariot despite having the weight of myriad mountains. Each hoof stomp was able to crush the earth. The world tree's bark was countless times tougher than even divine steel. It was near the point of being impervious. However, the stallions still left their marks, which was indicative of how powerful the overhead suppression was. Seeing the prints left behind by the chariot along with the explosive noises, all of the passengers were quite alarmed. If it was them being suppressed like this, then they would not be able to maintain such a fast speed, so this bronze chariot was absolutely a rare divine treasure in this world. The chariot had been running for an unknown amount of time and the suppressive force became increasingly stronger. As they traveled further up, many strange phenomena and images began to appear, but the chariot managed to break through the void. It tore through the stars to overcome this suppressive force. In just a second, a countless amount of debris from the stars was scattered in the sky. As the chariot managed to overcome all these obstacles, unrelenting sounds of thunder emerged as lightning started to gather above, as if the heavens was about to unleash its retribution by destroy the 4 stallions. However, the 4 stallions were heaven-defying to an unbelievable level. Their radiant bodies were the most invincible things in this world. Despite the thunderous lightning, they kept on pushing forward and even shattered the lightning bolts themselves. Qi Xiaojie's group was completely amazed. This was going against the world tree suppression along with a punishment from the heavens. They would not have the strength to accomplish such a task. Even heavenly kings would not be able to do this, yet the 4 stallions had done it. Tetrawar bronze chariot, a legendary existence. Bing Yuxia's mind was lost as she murmured. She then thought about a legend that was written down in the Ice Feather Palace. This was a secret recorded by her patriarch, Immortal Emperor Bing Yu, a secret of the palace that only the descendants of each generation were allowed to read. The chariot's speed kept on increasing as an unknown amount of time flew by. The pressure from the heavens became even stronger, and eventually, the 4 stallions were no longer able to bear it as their speed slowed down. Go! At this time, Li Chia shouted. He spewed out a true mantra and formed a seal with his hands, and then he stamped it onto the chariot. Boom! With an explosive blast, the chariot ignited with an invincible power like the awakening of a god. The true dragon soared above, the white tiger pounced at an extreme speed, the phoenix flew beautifully, the qilin stomped on the heavens. At this moment, the 4 divine beasts that were carved on the chariot appeared and tore apart the pressure from the heavens. With the help of the 4 divine beasts, the 4 stallions became spirited once more and quickened their hooves, resulting in regaining their initially fast speed. Rumble! The heaven and earth roared out in protest as all laws broke loose. However, even the maximum pressure from the heavens was unable to stop the chariot's penetrating advance. Not to mention Qi Shaodai, even the ones that were usually more calm, like Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, were shocked. They felt the awakening of the divine beasts as the chariot exuded a power on par with immortal emperor true weapons. Qi Shaodai had seen it before, but she didn't think that this bronze chariot would be so powerful. When the 4 divine beasts unleashed their power, it was as if nothing in the 9 heavens and 10 worlds could stop them. With this treasure, there would be no need to fear immortal emperor life treasures. Xikong Taotian quietly muttered in amazement. Little Autumn loudly laughed and said, "Life treasures are nothing. Young noble's carriage is number 1 in this world." Back in those days, when the bronze chariot appeared, before Little Autumn could finish, Li Qie knocked on its head so it immediately shut its mouth. "Little demon, with such a great treasure, why did you have to go through so much trouble that day? Against great child Yao Guang and the others, you could have just used this chariot to kill all of them in one go." Even unobservant people would be aware of this chariot's power. "They're not qualified for me to use this chariot. After all, it has its own life. This time, climbing the world tree is taking a huge toll on it. In the 9 heavens and 6 Tao, one would be hard-pressed to find more than 3 items that could take one to the peak of the world tree." Li Qie caressed the bronze chariot and then glanced at Bing Yuxia. "Little sister, despite the fact that you have a lot of treasures, your chance of reaching the top is very slim. Me taking you to the top is already showing enough love to the Ice Feather Palace." Without a doubt, Li Qie's bronze chariot was absolutely invincible. In the past, it carried him to fight all over the world. During the darkest era, Li Qie arrogantly rampaged and in the end, swept away all the darkness. Amidst all of these events, this divine chariot deserved a lot of credit. If it wasn't for an old general who contributed many great merits across numerous battles and eventually died in the final confrontation, Li Qie wouldn't have given this chariot to his daughter out of consideration for his arduous deeds. The chariot was not a treasure and was more of a living being. This was why Li Qie didn't freely use it, since exerting its most powerful strength placed a great burden on its life force. Haha, which is why, in order to show my gratitude, I introduced Sister Chuyun to you," Bing Yuxia said with a grin. Yi Chuyun's face became hot from these words. She didn't say anything, and she still had a shy and dignified expression despite her displeasure, still as charming as ever. Pop! Li Qie slapped Bing Yuxia's sweet buttocks and said, "Little sister, don't act like this with me all day, or else I will make you warm my bed." "Little demon!" The indignant Bing Yuxia stepped on Li Qie and angrily said, "If you molest me one more time, I won't leave you alone." "Are you not a man? Why is this considered molestation all of a sudden?" Li Qie glanced at her and retorted. Bing Yuxia was too angry to say anything and could only glare at Li Qie. Even the cold Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were smiling. Qi Shaodai also wanted to laugh, but she managed to refrain from doing so. Xikong Taotian, Nan Huiran, and Little Autumn crowded together and acted as if there was nothing to see. Rumble! A long while later, the bronze chariot leaped up high like a fish jumping out of the water. At this moment, as it could do as it pleased, it was like fishes swimming the vast ocean and birds flying in the free sky. After traveling even more for an unknown period of time, the chariot finally reached the top of the world tree. At this point, the 4 sweat-stained stallions and 4 divine beasts were extremely fatigued. Their brilliance became faintly dimmer. Seeing this scene, Bing Yuxia's group realized that Li Qie had spoken the truth. The chariot was indeed in existence with its own life essence. When Li Qie heard her request, he took a glance at her and lazily spoke with a smile. "Wait for Bao to release the next chapter to know the answer." Chapter 342. Choices above the world tree. Li Qie dripped 4 drops of myriad star water on the chariot and said, "This is your reward." The 4 droplets were immediately sucked in by the stallions. Nay! The 4 stallions jumped up high as their fatigue immediately disappeared. Instead, It was replaced by a bronze beam that resembled starlight. The 4 divine beasts also roared and flew around. In just a moment, the chariot became extremely bright as its life essence absorbed the myriad star water. The one who was most informed was Bing Yuxia. She was completely awestruck and couldn't believe the scene unfolding before her eyes. This is myriad star water. A while later, she regained her composure and shouted at Li Qie in a very exaggerated manner. You are insane. This is myriad star water. 1 drop is enough to tempt even immortal emperors, yet you fed 4 drops to a horse carriage. So what? Li Qie nonchalantly answered as he stroked the chariot. This is my baby. At this time, the others became shocked. Even though there were ones who didn't know what myriad star water was, they knew the priceless value of something craved by even immortal emperors. Motherfucker, you are a wastrel. Bing Yuxia couldn't help but curse even though she was a girl. Pop. Li Qie slapped her but again and angrily scolded. Little girl, don't swear or else I will have to teach you a lesson. However, Bing Yuxia forgot to become angry. She wanted to bang her head against a wall. This was something that could make everyone salivate with greed, not to mention that old undyings, legendary experts, eternal existences, timeless untouchables, and unbeatable beings all wanted it as well. Yi Chu-yun of the Pure Lotus School was also about to go, but before that, she bowed towards Li Qie and said in an elegant manner, Thank you, Brother Li, for leading the way. Goodbye for now. We'll meet again should the opportunity arise. Li Qie quite liked Yi Chu-yun, so he gently nodded his head and smiled. Yi Chu-yun chose a leaf filled with lightning and jumped inside. The lightning surrounded her body as she disappeared all of a sudden. I feel that this girl isn't bad. Why don't you take her in? Chen Baojiao alluringly smiled and asked. Everything is up to fate. If it is destined, then we will meet again. Li Qie laughed and then coolly said, I'll go this way. No, I'll go over there. Nah, I'll still go this way. Little Autumn was the most troublesome. It kept on circling around not knowing what to pick. Little Autumn. Li Qie signaled for it to come over. Little Autumn excitedly jumped around and smiled. Will young noble choose for me? You are right. Finished speaking, he threw Little Autumn really far away. Whoosh! Li Qie threw it onto a green leaf with a dazzling time space. In just a second, it was immediately enveloped by this time space. Young noble, you cannot treat me like this. Little Autumn bellowed out before disappearing inside time itself. Is this okay? Chen Baojiao said with her mouth wide open. It didn't look too happy. It was afraid. Li Shuangyan was a meticulous person, and she answered with a cold voice. Earlier when we reached the top, it kept looking over there. It obviously wanted to go, but it didn't have the courage. Little Shuang is truly the most observant. That little guy was once tricked, so it was not willing to face its destiny, but time-space is definitely its most suitable choice. Li Qie grabbed Li Shuangyan by the waist and smilingly said, Who is your little Shuang? I'm older than you. The blushing Li Shuangyan patted his hand away and snappily said. Li Qie didn't mind. He only shrugged his shoulder with a smirk on his face. The remaining Qi Shaodai gently lamented in her heart with a sigh. Then she softly said, I will pick this branch ah. She chose a faint golden branch. You can stay behind with Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Li Qie shook his head and said. These words suddenly froze Qi Shaodai. Once her thoughts returned, an indescribable feeling filled her heart. There were sweet and happy feelings as if she was floating in the clouds. At this moment, she felt as if there couldn't be anything in the world that could make her happier than this. After being in a daze for a long time, she recovered and noticed that Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao were smiling at her. She blushed and quickly hid her head before she happily stood behind Li Qie. The quite embarrassed Qi Shaodai couldn't help but to look up a bit later to see Li Qie staring into the far distance. He didn't seem to notice her feelings, but she didn't seem to mind for her heart was quite satisfied. Credit to Salanti on the WW Discord for tonight's teaser. Chapter 343. Karmic Flame Scissors. A bit later, Li Qie withdrew his gaze and asked, Why didn't the sect master come? This time, he intended to focus on training the group of Li Shuangyan, including even his master, Su Yonghuang. She was afraid she wouldn't make it in time. Prior to this, she took a trip to the Heaven's Edge and she still hasn't come back yet. Li Shuangyan explained. Going back to the Heaven's Edge Su clan? Li Qie was a bit surprised, but he didn't inquire any further. Su Yonghuang was the descendant of the Su clan, so after leaving for a long time, it was understandable that she had to return for a visit. At this time, Li Qie suddenly became serious and directed his gaze downward. The group of Li Shuangyan also followed suit. Li Shuangyan's heavenly gaze was extremely formidable, so she quickly said, "Someone is coming. This girl is indeed not bad." Li Qie gently nodded his head and said, "It is time to pluck the young leaves." Finished speaking, he took out a box and opened it as a wave of heat rushed onto his face. There laid a pair of scissors not crafted from divine steel nor treasure metals, but from two divine flames created by universal laws. These divine law flames were not the unbearable and dazzling type. Instead, it was more of a tranquil flame, as if it had successfully undergone 3,000 great tribulations. Next thing they knew, she was already standing to the side without being tainted by the flaws of the mundane world, as wonderful as ever. Li Qie's shout was like a divine bell. It immediately woke up the three who were affected by Mei Suyao. The three of them were startled and surprised at the earlier occurrence, for they almost fell to Mei Suyao's Dao. "Little girl, your Alea heavenly fragrant Dao is only an insignificant skill to me." Li Qie squinted his eyes at her and said, "Don't think that your minor art can become a Dao. You better play nice. Otherwise, don't blame me for stripping you naked and destroying your eternal river school." How fierce and bold was this declaration! Mei Suyao was a heaven's proud daughter who stood at the top of the current younger generation. She was known as a goddess by others, so who had ever dared to talk to her like this? As for the Eternal River School, it was even more unnecessary to explain. The school was one of the strongest heritages in the contemporary times. One sect, 3 emperors. Who would dare to say that they would destroy the Eternal River School? Mei Suyao was not angry. She maintained her transcendent aura like a goddess. "No need to be angry, Brother Li. I only wanted to test your willpower." Li Qie appeared at Mei Suyao like a wild beast. At this moment, it was as if he was an entirely different person. He seemed to be an eternal evil exuding a terrifying aura that refused to disperse. "Test me." Li Qie narrowed his eyes and looked at Mei Suyao, then he slowly said, "Girl, do you think that I won't just eat you right now? When I take you in for my personal use, don't blame me for not being considerate towards your patriarch." At this moment, Li Qie was like a ferocious wolf staring at Mei Suyao, a naked, vulnerable lamb. Her heart started to beat faster from his gaze. She felt a dangerous sensation for the first time ever. As the representative of the Eternal River School, she had gone on many adventures and met many characters. But at this moment, Li Qie gave her an inexplicable dread, as if a fierce monster from the ancient past was staring straight at her. Coming from the Eternal River School and having an immortal bone, she was usually filled with confidence. However, she felt that she was but an insignificant lamb in Li Qie's sight. "Please calm your anger, Brother Li. Goodbye for now." Mei Suyao gave a smile with an unspeakable charm that was capable of toppling all existences. The very next second, she disappeared into a branch filled with auspicious purple clouds. "What a demoness!" After Mei Suyao left, Chen Baojiao angrily said, "She seemed to be all pure and holy, but that was only a means to bewitch people." Li Qie then replied with a smile, "Who can be more of a demoness than you? You are the most charming, pretty, and flirtatious in this world. Your misty eyes are the most enchanting things." "I'm nothing like that. Why are you defending that demoness?" Chen Baojiao coquettishly spoke. This expression was indeed charming to the bones, causing others to lose their minds and souls. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but smile, then she said, "Mei Suyao's technique is indeed extraordinary. We all inadvertently fell into her Dao. If she wanted to gather all the heroes in this world, very few would be able to escape her grasp. Alea heavenly fragrant Dao. This girl is applying it for the wrong things." Li Qie calmly said, "Although this Dao has a great origin, in the end, it was because you were careless. Your void imperfection physique is very amazing. It is untouchable by all universal laws and impregnable by all demons. What in this world could compare to its defensive capabilities? The 12 immortal physiques are not famous for nothing. If you were a bit more careful, then the Alea heavenly fragrant Dao would not have been able to do anything to you." Li Shuangyan silently nodded and memorized Li Qie's words. Meanwhile, Qi Shaodai was quite surprised. Void imperfection physique. One of the 12 immortal physiques. Although she had not seen its power, she had seen the might of the hell-suppressing godly physique, so she could imagine just how strong the void imperfection physique was. Li Qie analyzed the area around them. Eventually, he selected a location and called the other three over. He grabbed Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan with both of his hands while Chen Baojiao grabbed Qi Xiaodai. This is embarrassing, but I made a mistake with the teaser. Are both Jian in pinyin and Han Viet, so I thought it was an arrow. It should be a scissors instead. Chapter 344. Above the top, Li Qie spoke to the girls in a very serious manner. Wait a bit. Then, we will jump down from here. Remember, when I say jump, you guys must use all of your strength to jump. The higher the better. We will repeat this 3 times, got it? Li Qie showed a solemn expression that was never before seen, taking the 3 by surprise. They finally managed to climb to the top of the world tree. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. But now they were asked to jump down. This was too hard to believe. Why do we have to jump down? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Jump! However, Li Qie didn't answer her and immediately jumped down. The girls were also dragged along. In just a split second, a blinding darkness encompassed their vision. Hush! There was only the sound of wind assaulting their ears as they rapidly fell down at an incredible speed. Ah! The 3 girls couldn't help but scream. Even though cultivators were not afraid of heights, they were jumping down from the top of the world tree. This was a height even greater than descending from the 9 heavens, so how could they refrain from screaming in fear? They were falling down at an extremely fast pace, but there was only darkness in front of their eyes. There was no world tree nor was there an endless horizon, only pure pitch-black nothingness was present. They kept on falling as if there was no end. The girls' hearts were high-strung from anxiety. Theoretically, with their cultivations, there would be no fear of falling to death even if they were to fall from a very high point. However, the world tree was of an unimaginable height. No one could say for certain whether they could survive a jump from the top of the world tree. Their descent kept on going and going as if there was no final destination. The initial screaming eventually turned into surprise, then amazement, before turning into complete silence. They fell for what seemed like an eternity before the group felt their feet meet something. At this moment, they didn't even have the time to feel relieved. Just a second later, an amazing force from the ground below propelled them upward. The sound of wind came again as the 4 of them bounced up at an extreme speed. After an unknown amount of time, their surroundings suddenly became bright as the world tree appeared before them. Jump! Amidst all this chaos, Li Qie loudly roared. In this moment, he didn't hold back as his blood energy soared in the form of a jumping Kuan Peng. He borrowed this momentum to leap upward. The 3 girls also channeled all of their energy into their most powerful jump. Bang, bang, bang! At the time when they jumped, explosions continuously rang out. Strange images emerged as 3,000 worlds appeared right on top of them. At this moment, these worlds created a suppressing force and rendered them breathless. Nevertheless, their jumps propelled them to a height dozens of feet higher than the peak of the world tree. However, they were suppressed by the 3,000 worlds above, so they fell down at a rapid speed. The group repeatedly jumped 3 times. Each successive jump would bring them a few dozen feet higher. On the 3rd jump, Li Qie shouted, "One last time. The opportunity is within your grasp." Having said this, his yin-yang sea of blood erupted as a blood energy drowned out everything. The girls also used their most heaven-defying means to jump higher. If they were outside, then these jumps would reach millions of feet high, but at this moment they could only manage to leap dozens of feet up. Li Qie jumped the highest and he suddenly disappeared. Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan also disappeared. Qi Xiaodai was the weakest in the group, so her jump was 10 feet lower than Li Shuangyan's. At that time, Chen Baojiao couldn't continue pulling her any further. The powerful suppression from above pulled on Qi Xiaodai, so Chen Baojiao had to let go. At that instant, Qi Xiaodai couldn't advance any further as her body started to fall down. She was quite aghast because she knew she had let go of the greatest opportunity in this world. Up you go! In this delicate moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed her and pulled her up to escape from the suppression of the 3,000 worlds. The moment their feet touched the ground, everyone, including Li Qie, were weak in the knees. They all sat down with their butts on the ground. Qi Xiaodai was still in a panicked state when she also sat right down. After a while, They managed to calm down and found themselves standing on a sparkly surface that looked like floating scintillating jade. Before them, there was no world tree, no space, and no galaxy. There was only an ancient temple made of bronze. Its size was quite modest, but its magnificent aura was as high as the 9 heavens. It was the ruler of all things, the tyrant of the 9 worlds. It commanded respect and fear from all. It was casted entirely from bronze of an unknown era and had an azure glow with a complex ancient architecture. The 3 girls were frozen in place since they didn't expect a bronze temple to be on top of the world tree. Keep in mind that just a few moments earlier, they were already standing at the peak. To the inhabitants of this world, climbing to the top of the world tree was an extremely arduous and difficult matter. Even the descendants of immortal emperor lineages would not necessarily be able to complete this feat. The 3 of them wouldn't even dare to dream about it without Li Qia's tetrawar bronze chariot. While standing on top of the world tree, anyone would think that it was already the highest location, a place with no higher destination. The truth was that when they looked up, there was nothing but emptiness. They didn't expect to exceed the top of the world tree after jumping several times with a temple appearing before their very eyes. What is this place? Qi Xiaodai asked in astonishment. Reaching the peak of the world tree was a dream to her. If it wasn't for Li Qia, then she wouldn't have been able to even come close to the tree, let alone reach the top. However, today, she not only reached the top, but she arrived at an even higher place as she stood before this unknown temple. This is what Mei Suyao mentioned before. The greatest fortune was not the world tree itself. Li Shuangyan emotionally said. Her meticulous and shrewd mind recalled Mei Suyao's words. While looking at the bronze temple, Li Qia couldn't help but emotionally say, "World Temple," just like what the legend stated. No one had seen it before since the start of time, but the World Temple truly exists. Is this place an even greater fortune than the World Tree? Qi Xiaodai looked at this bronze temple and asked in surprise. Well, not necessarily. Li Qia answered, "This is up to each person's luck. In theory, those who climb the World Tree can meet different fortunes. How great these fortunes are depends on the person. However, some do come back empty-handed. The higher one climbs, the lower the chance of not meeting any fortune. Nevertheless, the magnitude of the fortune still depends on one's own fate." And as for the World Temple, Li Qia looked at the temple before him and smiled. As long as one reaches the World Temple, this would already be an opportunity, a complete blessing. Once again, the magnitude depends on the person. Maybe you will obtain the greatest fortune in this world, but it might also be a fortune not as great as one you could have gotten back at the World Tree. For example, the 3 young leaves at the top of the World Tree are one of its greatest fortunes. How do you know so much? Mei Suyao wasn't sure of the temple's existence. So how do you know? Moreover, how did you know that such a method could take us to the World Temple? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but ask. Qi Xiaodai also wanted to know the answer to this question. Mei Suyao came from the Eternal River School. Very few people could match her vast knowledge. This is the consequence of not reading often enough. Li Qia tapped Chen Baojiao's head and said, "A lazy reader will amount to nothing. One must read more to know more." Chen Baojiao, who was tapped on the head, indignantly retorted, "I have never seen you read before." On the other hand, Li Shuangyan simply smiled. She had heard these words too many times. Of course, she didn't believe that reading would make one omniscient, but if Li Qia didn't want to reveal the truth, then she wouldn't pry any further. Li Qia had studied and researched the World Tree for more than just one generation. He had missed an opportunity before, so he had spent even more time later on to understand the World Tree even further. It could be said that no one in the contemporary times has a better grasp on the World Tree than him. Even back then, when immortal Emperor Hao Hai was still in this world that year, he did not know more about the World Tree than Li Qia. It was out of sheer luck that he was able to obtain such a supreme fortune. To Li Qia, as long as the World Tree appeared once more, he would absolutely not miss this opportunity again. Chapter 345. Fortunes in the World Temple enter. The opportunity is right there, but it is up to you to determine how great it is. I can only help you so much. Li Qia smiled and said while the other 3 were still in a daze. He took the lead to enter the temple while the other 3 excitedly followed behind him. To them, this perhaps could be their greatest opportunity in their lifetime. No one in the world knew about this temple's existence, but they managed to reach it. This was the most tempting and mysterious fortune. Once they got inside, they discovered that this ancient temple cast from bronze was completely empty. The entire place gave an impression that no one had entered for tens of millions of years. They also found that the temple's dome was open like a patio. They looked above only to find a vast and indiscernible nothingness. Beneath the dome was a bronze crane that was exceedingly vibrant. It was as if this bronze crane existed all alone by itself, modeled by the ravaging of time just like the rest of the temple. Besides this bronze crane, nothing else could be found inside. The three girls were quite stunned because they didn't expect to only find this crane at this place. Where are the fortunes? Chen Baojiao couldn't help but look around and say, "Is there only this bronze crane? I thought that there would be countless immortal treasures and divine weapons stacked on top of each other like a mountain. This bronze crane alone is not enough to be shared among the four of us. Immortal treasures and divine weapons. These things are too common." Li Qie smiled and shook his head. "To us, immortal treasures and divine weapons are only external things. We came here to ask for a chance of self-improvement, a new fortune. We do not need to come to this place for immortal treasures and divine weapons. After all, this world is extremely vast and has so many places that we can rob these items from. How do we ask for a new creation?" Qi Xiaodai couldn't contain her curiosity. However, entering did not mean that they could climb the tree, and climbing the tree did not mean that there was a sure chance at obtaining a fortune. Sure enough, some disciples with ancestral weapons were able to open the way into the time-space. But these ancestral weapons did not help them climb up the world tree. They could only muster their own strength to ascend. Unfortunately, many people did not make it very far before the suppression forced them back down. Of course, these disciples were not discouraged. It was quite difficult just to enter, so how could they give up? They kept on climbing and falling. In the end, a few of them barely managed to reach the nearest branch from the ground. Those who had no methods of climbing racked their brains. Some of them decided to cut down the world tree. They thought that even if they couldn't climb any higher, they could chop off a piece of bark or two and take it back. This would still be a great merit. However, the world tree's toughness was far beyond their imaginations. They had ancestral weapons with them, but even after using every last bit of strength, they couldn't cut off a big piece of bark. One or two of them, with extremely powerful ancestral weapons, were able to scrape down a piece of bark the size of a fingernail after using all of their blood energy. It goes without saying that the great fortunes of the world tree were not so easily obtainable. Even a successful climber would not necessarily be able to meet any fortunes. The first unlucky person was the descendant from a great power in the western desolate wasteland. He made it to the first branch and stepped inside its world, but he was kicked out not too long after and was without any benefits. After being sent outside, he was no longer allowed to enter. After learning the lesson from such a hapless fella, many experts realized that the chance for a fortune increased with how high they ascended, so they risked their lives to reach greater heights. Can anyone make it to the top of the world tree? While many were eager to climb, there were also countless people who were excited from anticipation as they waited. Since so many great powers sent their disciples here using the fastest means without caring about the waste of refined jades, spectators were discussing this matter with great interest. "I'm afraid to do so would be very hard," someone replied. Rumor has it that even Immortal Emperor How Hai did not reach the top during his climb. Although Immortal Emperor How Hai did not reach the top, he obtained the greatest creation. A few ancient predecessors said that reaching the top was not a prerequisite to obtaining the greatest creations. An older expert said. The first to enter were Jikong Wudi, Mei Su Yao, and Li Qie. Perhaps those three have already taken the greatest creation. A person said with admiration. I heard that Li Qie even brought many people along with him. This brat is too heaven-defying. Deity and goddess only went by themselves, but Li Qie actually brought others with him. This person is devilish beyond all heavenly laws. As time passed, more and more people wanted to enter this changing time-space in order to climb the world tree. Many descendants from the great powers gave up on investigating within the timeless portal and focused solely on the world tree. Chapter 346. Worldly Prime Liquid. As a result, many young cultivators that came from weaker sects enjoyed a lot of benefits since a lot of the strong competitors were no longer present. For those who hailed from weaker sects or were vagabonds, they didn't have the ability to climb the world tree, so they chose to look for fortunes inside the timeless portal instead. Those with these reasonable thoughts actually managed to obtain quite a harvest. As time went on, More and more sects from all over the world arrived while bringing along most of their disciples. Crossing over domains required a large amount of refined jades to use the Tao gateways. Normally, sects would not accept such a loss, but at this time, they were willing to spend even more than they did to send their capable young disciples over. The Heavenly Tao Academy stayed true to its words. Regardless of whether these sects were early or late, as long as they were not part of the list, their young disciples would be allowed entry. Since older experts could not enter, many great sects chose to employ the tactic of strength in numbers and brought many teenagers inside. One extra person was another sliver of hope. Meanwhile, as the news traveled, even more sects arrived, including a few ancient hidden lineages. In just 6 months, many formidable characters arrived, and one of them was particularly famous. The Heaven Protector Goddess has arrived. A message shot across the eastern 100 cities. Heaven Protector Goddess. Many hearts dropped with a thump as the younger generation turned pale. The northern Grand Sea was extremely far from the eastern 100 cities. Matters at the eastern region rarely made it to the northern Grand Sea and vice versa. However, there were some people in places that always garnered a lot of attention and interest, and the Heaven Protector City was one of them. As the descendant of the palace, the Heaven Protector Goddess had always been watched over by many heritages, especially those who intended to obtain the current heaven's will. Regarding discussions about the last 3 generations, no one could refrain from talking about the Black Dragon King and his Heaven Protector City. 3 generations of prestige alongside immortal emperors without having to halt his blood force or enter hibernation. The Black Dragon King was an unbeatable existence, someone who was absolutely part of the greatest individuals throughout the Sea of Time. This was now the 4th generation. Although the Black Dragon King was no longer alive, the Heaven Protector City still warranted dread from others. No other heritage, including immortal emperor lineages, would dare to underestimate the palace. As the current descendant of the palace, rumor has it that the Heaven Protector Goddess inherited the essential arts of the Black Dragon King. She was accepted by the elders and obtained the qualifications to carry the heaven's will. If the eastern 100 cities had goddess Mei Suyao, then the northern Grand Sea had goddess Xueqi. Her fame was no less than Mei Suyao's. There is a rumor that the Heaven Protector Goddess was the successor personally chosen by the Black Dragon King. When he was still alive, he already divined her appearance, so, on that very day, he made a decree to declare her as a successor even though it was still a few generations early. Older cultivators were alarmed at the arrival of Xueqi, who would not be in awe when they listened to the stories of the Black Dragon King, who was prosperous for 3 generations even with the existence of 3 immortal emperors. Even they had to take the long way to avoid his path. No immortal emperor lineages were willing to challenge the Heaven Protector City when the Black Dragon King was there. Even though he did not become an immortal emperor, he still soared over the 9 worlds and was worshipped by its inhabitants. Later on, he fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong and tore apart the heaven's will, sending the world into the difficult Tao era. Since that day, the world no longer saw the Black Dragon King nor immortal Emperor Ta Kong. What kind of terrifying existence could cause the disappearance of an immortal emperor? In this world, no one even dared to imagine the great power of an existence capable of such a feat. Deity will finally meet his match. Many young geniuses were gloating after they heard of Xueqi's arrival. Deity Jikong Wudi could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation, overshadowing all other devilish geniuses. To the younger generation, they would never be in the limelight as long as Jikong Wudi existed. Today, Goddess Xueqi had arrived, and even characters like Jikong Wudi would not dare to underestimate her. The Heaven Protector City and Space Trample Mountain were old enemies. Today, when their descendants meet, a great battle would be inevitable. After arriving, Xueqi immediately entered the area of altering time-space and climbed the World Tree. No one knew how far she managed to climb. The World Tree possessed an incomparable amount of allure that ignited countless people's desire to swarm to its location. In a mysterious location, Lichia sat cross-legged by the empty pool that was now without a single drop of worldly prime liquid. A long time had passed and the pool that used to be filled with liquid has now been completely absorbed and refined by Lichia. Worldly prime liquid and myriad star water. Ultimately, their value would depend on the individual. Myriad star water was indeed rare and incomparable, but such a thing was not usable by just anyone. It was too powerful, and even heavenly kings would not necessarily be able to enjoy it. Lichia had a peerless formula to dilute the myriad star water, but he himself did not dare to use it because it was too overpowering. Think about it. Just a diluted drop of myriad star water was enough to unlock the seal of immortal emperor life treasures. From this alone, one could already imagine its terrifying power. To immortal emperors and eternal existences worthy of being deified, the value of the myriad star water was much greater than the worldly prime liquid, especially for immortal emperors. At their level, they no longer needed the worldly prime liquid and instead desired more myriad star water. To weaker cultivators, the value of the liquid was much greater than the myriad star water. It was capable of turning something rotten into something magical, changing oneself completely. The current situation was very appropriate for Li Qie. This time, the fortune of the worldly prime liquid had changed Li Qie a lot. At the very least, his future path became even smoother. At this time, Li Qie was wrapped in an extremely dense primordial chaos just like the time before the formation of the heaven and earth. Anyone with great insight and the capability to see through all things would be startled if they knew Li Qie's situation. His entire body was dazzlingly transparent. Its supreme image, without any blemishes, was like a body from the heavens. Li Qie's bones and muscles were priceless treasures that could be utilized with its endless potential for the rest of his life. What was even more terrifying was that Li Qie's main palace had become very mysterious. Filled with the breath from the primordial chaos, his main palace became something that was crafted by divine jade, giving off an extremely sacred atmosphere. The true fate that presided inside the main palace exuded an immortal breath. It felt as if this breath would last an eternity from now till the end of the world. The Tao foundation erected by the Kuan Peng's 6 variants became crystal clear without any defects. This was an impeccable Tao foundation close to the Grand Tao. Li Qie's Tao foundation was the Tao of the heaven and earth, the Tao of the heaven's will. When this Tao foundation turned into a Kuan Peng, there was a heaven-shattering transformation as if the great beast was no longer a divine Kuan Peng, but something even greater. Inside the Fate Palaces, even the 4 images underwent an earth-shattering change. The tree of life pierced the sky with its verdant freshness. The water surged through the spring of life. No one could stare straight into the ignited flame inside the cauldron of life. The pillar of life created endless Grand Tao as if it was about to turn into a heavenly Grand Tao. At this moment, the 4 images created a startling scene as if they were about to give birth to a new world as a result of deriving the last profound mystery of myriad Tao. One could faintly make out divine items floating inside the 4 images, and they all transformed into something entirely different. Clank, clack, clack. Noises of something breaking suddenly appeared as if something was about to break out of its shell. Pa! A fate palace flew out from Li Qie's meridian via his forehead and floated above his head. Boom! At this time, the cauldron of life started to burn and the spring of life's water flooded this new fate palace. If anyone saw him at this moment, they would be extremely aghast. 6 fate palaces were floating above Li Qie's head. 1 main palace and 5 vice palaces. The 5 vice palaces floated around the main palace to form a seamless, perfect unit. Having 6 fate palaces would be the limit of the royal noble realm. They would be a royal noble standing at the summit. In this period of time, Li Qie opened his 6th fate palace to become a supreme noble. Once a royal noble opens their 4th palace, their level inside this realm was no longer important. The reason was very simple. Once they reached the mysterious fate realm, or became a royal noble, this would be their life's limit if they couldn't surpass their fate calamity. Some of you guys are reading too much into the teaser. Stop it. Chapter 347. Supreme Noble. The royal noble realm was divided into these 4 levels in ascending order. Palace opening, beseech the heavens, rebel against the heavens, and decapitate the calamity. The respective names for these levels are New Noble, King Noble, Rebelling Noble, and Fate-Destroying Noble. This realm was extremely important to cultivators. What they achieved in this realm would affect them for the rest of their lives because they would face their grand fate calamity at this point. Once one reached the 4th level, the first calamity would descend. No one could avoid the fate calamity if they want to break through this realm. There were even some cultivators who couldn't reach the royal noble realm, but the fate calamity would still come once they reached an old age. It was an inevitable disaster to all cultivators. Those who did not reach royal noble were simply delaying this calamity. If one died early, then this could be considered somewhat lucky because they managed to avoid their fate calamity. If one sealed themselves and lived a borrowed life in this world, one day, they would still have to face their fate calamity. The more powerful the genius, the more powerful the fate calamity would be at the peak of the royal noble realm. However, If one was able to open the fourth Fate Palace, it would be much easier when they eventually faced the calamity. The royal noble realm was the second time cultivators were given the chance to open new Fate Palaces. This realm only required opening the third one, and the stronger cultivators could open a fourth. Opening the third Fate Palace inside this realm was not difficult, but opening the fourth was harder than reaching the heavens. The reason was that outside of the third palace opening, any further openings would be opposing the original intention, an action that rebelled against the heavens. To open the fourth, fifth, and sixth palaces within this realm. Besides having an exceedingly high aptitude, the most important things would be to have great wisdom and willpower. Without these two qualities, no matter how great one's talent was, they would not even be able to open the fourth palace, let alone the sixth. Royal nobles with 4 Fate Palaces had an easier time dealing with the Fate calamity. They could easily suppress other royal nobles with fewer palaces. Having more palaces meant that one became more powerful. 4 palaces formed a domain, and 8 palaces formed a kingdom. 6 was the ultimate limit for the royal noble realm. A supreme noble. Just the word supreme by itself was enough to represent this level. A supreme noble could very easily deal with their fate calamity. At this time, Li Qie had 6 Fate Palaces, something that would be considered a miracle to others. However, Li Qie was extremely confident in himself, in his wisdom, and in his willpower. He had always known that he would open a 6th palace to reach the epitome of the royal noble realm. It was only a matter of time. However, there was an unexpected change that allowed for him to open a 6th palace in such a short amount of time. Even Li Qie couldn't help but emotionally sigh. This was truly a miracle. The worldly prime liquid had changed everything. After a complete refinement, Li Qie now possessed a primordial body instead of his previous mortal fate and mortal physique. At this moment, in Li Qie's eyes, a saint fate, a saint physique, and a saint life did not matter. All of them were inadequate. The primordial chaos was the original source, so it was the most precious of all. Li Qie slowly absorbed all the primordial air around him with a deep breath. He was very satisfied and couldn't help but murmur. The worldly prime liquid is indeed amazing. Unfortunately, I couldn't find some of this for little Blackie in the past. Otherwise, his single body would not have just 2 physiques. Li Qie felt a deep sense of regret after uttering these words. That year, he tried to find this liquid for the Black Dragon King to no avail despite his best efforts. If the Black Dragon King obtained this liquid at a young age, then everything would have been different. Immortal emperors would have been nothing. Li Qie calmed himself and intended to stay longer. Although the liquid had been completely absorbed, this place was still a treasure earth that was very suitable for cultivation. 1 year went by in a flash. Those who obtained treasures and fortunes did not linger behind as they quickly departed. Even those who climbed the world tree and won their prizes were eventually sent out by the tree. Those who were sent out by the tree quickly left with the protection of their sex so that others wouldn't know what kind of prizes they obtained. And then there were the types who were not in a rush to leave. They happily showed off their fortunes. Of course, the majority of these people were the ones who obtained a new creation instead of treasures. Although these creations were coveted by others with bad intentions, they couldn't forcefully seize these creations. For example, a great power's descendant from the western desolate wasteland obtained a decent creation that turned his eyes into a yin-yang gaze. He quickly showed it off after being kicked out by the world tree. Yin-yang gaze. It is able to see all the small things in this world. Many were quite shocked after seeing the eyes of this descendant. Such a creation was even more powerful than a natural pair of yin-yang eyes. A few jealous ones lamented the fact that they couldn't instantly dig out his eyes. These creations were only for those who obtained them. It was meaningless for others to dig out his eyes. Those who obtained personal creations were not in a hurry to leave. The ones who left quickly were the ones who got treasures, since these things could be robbed. Of course, there were also those who didn't obtain any creations nor treasures and were simply kicked out by the world tree. These type of people had no choice but to give up. They remained inside the timeless portal to excavate the land, hoping that they could find a different stroke of luck. But alas, at this moment, the timeless portal had already been unearthed by so many people. All of the good locations had already been dug before. This caused those who failed to gain anything from the world tree to feel regret to no end. If they knew that this was the case, then they wouldn't have expended so much time and effort on the world tree. In the past year, those who found treasures departed, but many latecomers were still pouring in to join those who didn't get anything from start to finish. They had to continue to stay without giving up. During this short period of time, regardless of whether it was inside or outside of the timeless portal, both true and fake news was flying all over the place about who got which treasure and who lost a great opportunity. Nevertheless, the rumor about Jikong Wudi was the most astonishing. No one knew who started the rumor that Jikong Wudi followed the footsteps of immortal Emperor Hao Hai, but this shocked both the younger generation and all the great powers waiting outside. Could it be that Jikong Wudi also met a fortune on par with what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found? Even the experts of the previous generation were jealous of him. In present times, he was already extremely formidable. As someone nearing the point of invincibility amongst the younger generation, if he actually obtained something like what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found, then it would be too terrifying. Don't tell me that Jikong Wudi will become the immortal emperor of this generation and turn the Space Trample Mountain into the second Thousand Emperor's Gate. After this piece of news traveled to the outside, countless experts from the great powers were jealous to the extreme. Sigh, my son once found immortal Emperor Hao Hai's footsteps, but he lost sight of it in the end. A grand sect master from the southern barren earth lamented with incomparable remorse. People had heard that a few young geniuses with heaven-frightening origins were capable of finding the marks left behind by immortal Emperor Hao Hai on the world tree, but alas, they were not able to follow them like Jikong Wudi. I wonder what goddess Mei Su Yao, who also went with him, encountered. One couldn't help but bring up Mei Su Yao after having talked about Jikong Wudi. A person who tried to find out more information replied, I heard that goddess Mei Su Yao aimed for the top of the world tree. The top of the world tree? Having heard this, even heavenly kings took cold breaths while one of them said, too difficult. I heard that due to the world tree's suppression, even virtuous paragons cannot reach the top. However, a lord who had some understanding of the Eternal River School emotionally said, I'm afraid she really can do it. The Eternal River School's power is very great. They have a few immortal Emperor true treasures, and they might have even given her something that could help her reach the peak. Chapter 348. The Void Gate, what kind of fortune could be found at the top of the world tree? A person became absent-minded as they murmured about this matter. Maybe the fortune at the top will not be any less than immortal Emperor Hao Hai's fortune? This year, the Eastern Hundred Cities was extremely lively, allowing many people to see the prosperity of a grand era. After the battle between the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Ta Kong that resulted in the destruction of the Heaven's Will, the Nine Worlds' connections were severed. The world was sent into a deep silence since the 5 domains were far away from each other while all the experts lived in seclusion. The difficult Tao era had ended more than 10 years ago. Now, the 5 domains were boiling with excitement, allowing spectators to see the coming of a new age of prosperity. Prodigies will come into being and geniuses will traverse the heavens. This will become a brilliant era. There were both happy and sad folks in this one year. There were those who were flushed with success and others who were downtrodden with bad luck. All of this was due to the opening of the timeless portal, allowing a chance for great fortunes to fall into the hands of all the disciples and geniuses. At this moment, in a mysterious place, Li Qie's body was emitting Tao hymns like an exalted god sitting in a meditative pose. Although he was only a royal noble, his breath was extremely frightening, especially the inner physique by his chest. Its air was capable of trampling the heavens and killing gods and devils. A bright light shot out from his body as his true fate suddenly became bright. During this split second, an evil energy hovered around as if his true fate had fallen into an evil state. However, this only lasted for a brief moment. This sudden emergence of evil energy was immediately destroyed by the true fate. Under the bright light of the true fate, this evil energy was like an insignificant candle, not enough to reach the apex. After all the trouble, Li Qie's mind returned from a seemingly immortal state. He stroked his chin and then smilingly murmured, The fate calamity has finally come. How should I cross this? To the current Li Qie who had 6 palaces, surpassing his fate calamity was not difficult at all. The challenge lied with how to go about it in the most perfect manner in order to avoid any imperfections or evil remnants in his true fate. Even those who cultivated saint and immortal physiques couldn't avoid their fate calamity and life reduction. The fate calamity was a demon of the heart, and the life reduction was the withering from the heavens. These were the 2 great disasters that troubled cultivators. To many geniuses, surpassing the fate calamity was not an issue, but it was an ambitious challenge to not leave behind any heart demons. Throughout the ages, countless heroes and wise sages defeated their fate calamities, but their heart demons still reappeared many years later. These heart demons were a nightmare to cultivators. These demons were things that could haunt them for life. The life reduction was perhaps even worse. Many prodigies were helpless in the face of their life reduction. Li Qie had very high personal standards. The day he severed his fate calamity would be the day he completely obliterates his inner demon, not leaving behind any potential troubles. A heart with an inner demon was not a good thing for cultivators. In fact, he could sever the calamity right at this moment, but he still used his true fate and powerful Tao foundation to suppress it instead. He was waiting for a chance to slay the inner demon in its entirety. A trembling sound appeared while Li Qie was contemplating. The spatial area was shaken and a surprising scene occurred. Not only was Li Qie caught off guard, but everyone else in the timeless portal were struck with astonishment by the unfolding scene. At this time, anyone who was inside this realm, no matter if they were digging underground or somewhere on the world tree, could see this amazing scene unravel before them. With a flashing light, a gate appeared inside the timeless portal. This gate was faint to the point of being non-existent, creating a vague and unclear image for the spectators. When many people saw the subtle sheen of this gate, their first reaction was to rub their eyes. Someone asked the people around him, "Do you see it?" "I see it," the person standing next to him answered. Now, the questioner knew that it was not just him imagining it. The subtle light was very mysterious since anyone inside the timeless portal could see it no matter where they were. The gate was in front of them, but when they wanted to touch it, nothing would be there. In fact, it was never in front of anyone at all. The sudden appearance of this mysterious and fleeting gate perplexed many people since they didn't know where it was actually located. At this point, people stood frozen in place as they stared at this mysterious gate. This gate. How do we go inside? However, no one could provide an answer to this question. This mysterious gate was before their very eyes and well within their reach, but once they tried to touch it, the portal would simply not be there. Many people quickly began to try different methods. One person attempted to store the portal in their treasure pouch, someone else used a supreme method to try to enter, and others wanted to see through this gate. Alas, despite their methods, they could not get close to this mysterious gate that was right before them. The Void Gate. Li Qie immediately stood up and exclaimed after seeing this gate that exuded a faint light. He, who always managed to stay calm and composed, couldn't contain his surging emotions. The Void Gate. One of the 9 grand heavenly treasures recorded in the eternal legends. Many have attempted to find them, but they were ultimately unsuccessful. Eventually, the world no longer believed in the authenticity of their legends. For millions of years, people assumed that the 9 grand heavenly treasures were just rumors and that they did not exist. Later on, many people didn't even know what they were. However, Li Qie was more certain than anyone regarding their existences since he had seen a few of them more than once. It could be said that in the contemporary times, he was the supreme authority when it came to these mythical treasures. The Void Gate was an existence that Li Qie had searched for over many years throughout the ages. Today, the dream-like gate had appeared right before him. This was the reason for his uncontrollable excitement. He put on a serious expression to gaze at it. The 9 treasures had always been mysterious, and some people didn't know what they were nor what they were called. The Void Gate was just as enigmatic as the other treasures despite the numerous legends surrounding it. Some said that the Void Gate would lead to eternal life. Others believed that it would lead to a world outside of the 9 worlds. Another theory was that it was a path to the past or the future. Its destination and secrets remained unknown as there weren't any credible findings. At a certain spot on the world tree, Goddess Mei Suyao stood up in astonishment. Even her holy and unblemished face showed signs of emotions. The legend was real. As someone who came from the Eternal River School, she knew more about the 9 treasures than many others. The school had always been searching for the 9 treasures. The school's 3 immortal emperors searched for them and all 3 came back empty-handed. They never even saw these fabled existences. Generations of wise sages and 3 immortal emperors suspected that the Void Gate was inside the timeless portal of the Academy. Some Eternal River immortal emperors had went in, but they still couldn't find it. This was the reason why Mei Suyao couldn't contain her excitement after seeing its sudden appearance. This is the true big fortune. Somewhere on the world tree, Jikong Wudi gazed at the gate before him as his expression constantly changed. He couldn't help but to recall a certain legend. The Void Gate truly exists? Lu Yi, who was also on the world tree, took a deep breath and murmured. The Academy had written down tales regarding this gate, but it was described as a mere legend. In fact, for millions of years, Their ancestors could not enter the Void Gate, so it was only baseless speculations. In a short period of time, countless people became stunned, especially those from immortal emperor lineages or ancient clans. They became nervous due to the gate before their eyes. Chapter 349. Contesting for the Void Gate. Xueqi took a deep breath. While looking at the Void Gate before him, he held up a talisman in his palm. This was an inconspicuous piece of yellow paper. Who in this world would know that this yellow piece of paper was an extremely rare immortal writ, one of the only 3 left in existence? At this time, he dripped a drop of longevity blood onto the talisman while chanting a true mantra. Use my soul to build a bridge, unblockable by even the gods and devils, to myriad domains. The talisman immediately sucked the blood dry. The moment the chant concluded, the talisman burst out in flames. Before its ashes hit the ground, clanking noises suddenly appeared. A divine lotus law and supreme immortal orders combined together to build a bridge that pierced the sky as it headed towards the Void Gate. In this very moment, all became insignificant before this immortal bridge. Whether it was billions of miles or millions of years, nothing would matter before this bridge. Once it pierced the spatial sky, the Void Gate actually appeared as the bridge carried Xueqi towards it. As Xueqi was walking on the time-space bridge towards the Void Gate, another person appeared. With extreme speed, she also headed towards the Void Gate and the two of them met. Little girl, I want this thing. Xueqi turned around to find Mei Suyao, who also relied on a supreme treasure to come here. Brother Li's words are too unreasonable. This is an item without an owner. It should belong to whoever it is meant for. Mei Suyao replied in her sacred and transcendent tone. The Fateful One will take it? Xueqi narrowed his eyes and then slowly spoke. That depends on what the item is. I do not compete for ordinary things, but for this. Even if immortal monarchs arrive or the heaven's wrath descends, they will still not be able to compete with me. If they decide to hinder me, I will slay the monarchs and destroy the heavens. At this moment, Xueqi's aura towered. His terrifying glare gave the impression of an extremely ancient existence who had just been reborn. Slay the monarchs and destroy the heavens. Such big words. Even an immortal emperor would not dare to bluster like this. In just an instant, Xueqi also arrived with a brilliance surrounding his body along with a mysterious and powerful force. Anyone could tell that he was carrying something terrifying. Everyone inside the timeless portal saw this scene. Countless people wanted to fly towards the gate ahead, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't reach this location of altering time-space, let alone the mysterious gate. Nevertheless, they were still able to see the event unfold. They became quite startled when they saw Xueqi, Mei Suyao, and Xueqi. Xueqi used a supreme treasure to come to this place. With the air of a deity from the heavens, he exuded a presence as if he was the sole ruler of this world. Xueqi glanced at him and coldly said, The Emperor-era ancient talisman is just a little toy, it's no big deal. Xueqi's expression sank. As Xueqi was studying the Tao in the Emperor-era hall, he obtained the Emperor-era ancient talisman, a supreme item. This ancient talisman caused countless people to drool with desire. So even the ancient talisman is not worthy of being in your sight. It seems that Tao friend really thinks that you are unbeatable in this world. Deity Xueqi's eyes shot out a divine glimmer as he spoke. Xueqi was too lazy to take another look at him as he answered. If I went into the Emperor-era hall, then I would have taken everything from it, not just an ordinary ancient talisman. Right now I want to take this thing. Be smart and scram, lest I personally kill both of you. Having said this, his eyes fell upon Mei Suyao. He bore no weight in killing Xueqi, but Mei Suyao was another matter. However, if she didn't know any better, then he would no longer be considerate towards immortal Emperor Xueqi. Anyone who stood in his way shall be slain without mercy. In that case, Miss Mei, we should take care of him first and then collaborate to get inside. Deity Xueqi told Mei Suyao. He wanted to work with her to kill Xueqi before taking the Void Gate. You want to kill him? With a meager strength like your own? At this time, a beautiful voice appeared. A woman rode a wave in the air. The wave fluttered back and forth beneath her feet like a true dragon. This woman was like a sea goddess, the master of the oceans. The heaven protector goddess. Seeing this woman, many people in the portal were alarmed. Heaven protector goddess Xueqi also used a supreme treasure to come here. Mei Suyao became quite surprised. Miss Z also came? Although others referred to her as a goddess and despite her natural immortal bone, she didn't dare to underestimate Xueqi. Rumor has it that Xueqi was the successor chosen by the Black Dragon King himself. No one would dare to treat her lightly. When the Black Dragon King was alive, even immortal emperors kept their distance. Despite the fact that the invincible Black Dragon King was no longer here, as his chosen inheritor, Xueqi carried considerable prestige. Jikong Wudi became more serious after he saw Xueqi's arrival. His eyes squinted as he focused his thoughts to unleash a terrifying aura as if a god had possessed his body. After witnessing this awe-inspiring scene with these four gathered at one place, someone quietly whispered, "Brutal Li Qia, Goddess Mei Suyao, Deity Jikong Wudi, and Heavenly Protector Goddess Xueqi." All four of the top geniuses in this generation finally came together. Jikong Wudi and the Heaven Protector Goddess are irreconcilable enemies. There will surely be a fight to the death. A prince couldn't help but murmur. Everyone in the 9 worlds knew about the story between immortal Emperor Ta Kong and the Black Dragon King. After that battle, both of them disappeared along with the Torn Heaven's will, and the two sects swore that they would never coexist in harmony. Jikong Wudi was the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain, while the goddess was the descendant of the Heaven Protector City. As the saying goes, one's gaze would be especially reddened from the meeting of one's enemies. Jikong Wudi and Xueqi, they would surely fight to the bitter end. While riding her majestic wave and wielding the Black Dragon Spear, she pointed straight at Jikong Wudi and Mei Suyao and declared, "The both of you can come together." Such domineering words intimidated countless spectators. This was Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi. Yet Xueqi wanted to take on both of them at the same time. She had such a supercilious aura that allowed for one to sweep through the world. "I am not interested in fighting." The pure Mei Suyao spoke. Chapter 350. Profound Mysteries of the Void Gate. At this point, Mei Suyao looked back and revealed a kingdom-toppling smile as she asked, "Does Brotherly want to examine this rune with me? If we were to research this rune together, it will benefit both of us." "Is that so?" Li Qie smilingly answered, but before he could finish, a bright brilliance shot out from Mei Suyao's forehead. The moment it hit Li Qie's body, he became frozen in place. At this time, Li Qie was frozen as if he had been petrified. Mei Suyao then said as she revealed a transcending and uniquely beautiful smile that would cause the hearts of others to flutter, "Brotherly, I do not want to hurt you, but I must bring this rune with me. I must inconvenience you for a moment. Wait a bit and you will naturally recover." After sealing Li Qie, Mei Suyao focused her attention on the rune before her. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Collect." Finished speaking, her 10 fingers unleashed a net capable of encompassing the entire world. As the Eternal River School's representative, naturally, she was extremely capable. This action of hers immediately devoured the heaven and earth. Her long and slender fingers could take the mountains and rivers into her palms. But no matter what, her myriad laws and strongest techniques couldn't move this rune. She did not give up and quietly uttered once more. Suddenly, the air of an immortal emperor appeared as Mei Suyao wielded a weapon to suppress this rune. It was as if an immortal emperor actually appeared. She carried an immortal emperor true treasure that made the gods and mortals bow down in worship. Once this weapon appeared, only she would be invincible across the ages. Boom! However, something incredible happened. Even her true treasure could not suppress this rune and was bounced back. Her face greatly changed as she caught the true treasure, but a whisper as soft as the wind appeared by her ear. "Being so direct isn't the correct method." Li Qie had been standing next to Mei Suyao for who knew how long. He was smilingly observing her. The always pure Mei Suyao suddenly became frightened and her forehead shot out another immortal light. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Li Qie's finger reached out. This was a finger capable of exceeding eternality. Even the immortal light could not catch up with it. Mei Suyao's immortal light was a supreme law, but Li Qie's finger easily evaded the immortal light and then touched the most vulnerable spot of her immortal bone. Bang! Mei Suyao was blown away and crashed into a wall. Her face became pale as blood dripped down from her forehead. While being completely out of breath, she struggled to stand up. Li Qie had sealed away her entire cultivation. Eventually, she managed to breathe again. Her always transcendent self at this time had become frightened as she exclaimed, "How is this possible?" She was born with the best immortal bone in the world, and it was located inside her forehead. She was very confident in it, and even heavenly kings were powerless against her petrifying immortal light. She had clearly subdued him earlier, but now, he was moving just fine. What shocked her, even more, was that Li Qia's finger struck the weakest part of her immortal bone. Keep in mind that her immortal bone was the hardest of them all, but she was heavily wounded after just one strike from his finger, rendering her breathless as if she was on the verge of death. What is not possible about it? Li Qia leisurely smiled and said, being locked by the immortal light? I was just playing with you, little girl. In my eyes, the immortal bone on your forehead isn't much. Have you ever heard about a certain someone during the dark ancient Ming era? There was someone from the ancient Ming tribe that was much more amazing than you. The legendary invincible bones. Mei Suyao emotionally exclaimed. Li Qia's words reminded her of a legend, a once invincible person with immortal bones. Li Qia calmly continued. That is correct. That year, the person with immortal bones was a lot stronger than you. He had a natural immortal skeleton. Do you know what his ultimate fate was? Each of his immortal bones was broken and pulled out from his body. Mei Suyao was startled by this revelation since she had once heard of this invincible being with immortal bones. He was famed as a person who was capable of reaching immortal Emperor Tian Tu's level, but he went missing instead. During the darkest times, there were two immortal emperors who served as the bringers of dawn. One was immortal Emperor Buzhan, and the other was immortal Emperor Xueqi. During this era, Li Qia was the pillar that upheld the overall situation. He spent a countless amount of effort along with the mysterious bamboo mountain to groom immortal Emperor Xueqi. With his grand scheme, the human race's light was in sight. Unfortunately, at that time, a person with natural-born immortal bones came into being within the ancient Ming race, and he swept through the 9 heavens. Wherever he trod, countless geniuses of the 9 worlds would be killed, including many young human geniuses despite having amazing creations. With his immortal bones, the genius was invincible from birth. Countless ancient Ming dynasties placed a huge amount of hope on him. They thought that he could become the second immortal Emperor Tian Tu, so they became his Tao protectors. This genius with immortal bones swept through the 9 worlds, leaving miserable screams in his wake as countless humans were killed by him. This enraged the Dark Crow, Li Qia. As a result, he mustered all of his might, resulting in him killing countless dynasties and shaking the heavens. After losing many generals and defeating many ancient Ming dynasties, Li Qia finally captured this person with immortal bones alive. You have a natural immortal bone on your forehead. Li Qia smilingly spoke as he gazed at Mei Suyao. Even though a Dao bone is indeed the rarest and most precious type of immortal bone, to me, it is nothing. If I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't matter even if you possessed an immortal skeleton, I would still break through it. After capturing the invincible person with immortal bones that year, he thoroughly studied the immortal bones. It was needless to expand on the process since one could already imagine it. Li Qia ignored Mei Suyao and instead looked at the ancient rune while slowly walking around it. While Li Qia was doing so, Mei Suyao calmed down to regain her usual posture and charm. Do you know what this is? Mei Suyao asked. Oh. You still want me to reveal it despite being under my control? Li Qia smilingly answered. If that is what brotherly thinks, then there is nothing I can do about it. Mei Suyao continued on. I am willing to divulge everything I know regarding the Void Gate. This rune is the key to opening the Void Gate, and only the master of this rune would be able to become the master of the gate. Li Qia laughed and shook his head. Little girl, you don't know much. Your understanding regarding the Void Gate is still too shallow. Mei Suyao was speechless. She was clearly older than Li Qia, but he kept calling her little girl, making further deliberation difficult. Li Qia did a lap around the rune. He kept on looking at the old rune while stroking his chin. This rune is one with the gate, so trying to seize it is harder than reaching the heavens. How about we work together? I have an immortal Emperor true treasure along with a supreme technique. Only through our joint efforts would it be possible to take it down. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have to go back empty-handed. Mei Suyao spoke to Li Qia. Little girl, sometimes immortal Emperor true treasures are not omnipotent. Look carefully at how I will take it down. Li Qia turned around to face Mei Suyao as he smilingly responded. With that, Li Qia put a stone egg in his hand as he gazed upon the ancient rune. His gaze became fixated on it as he shouted. Open! He then used his mightiest force to throw the stone egg directly towards it. Bang! After a deafening explosion, the stone egg heavily smashed into this ancient rune. Suddenly, the entire gate shook as the light extinguished. The unbelievable happened. This ancient rune was blown away by the stone egg. Come! Li Qie shouted again as his 6 palaces appeared and turned into a domain that immediately encompassed this rune. Within this split second, his main palace devoured this rune, disappearing inside. This scene stunned Mei Suyao. She tried to use a true treasure to suppress this ancient rune, but it did not move one bit and even repelled her weapon. However, Li Qie actually used a stone egg to blow away this ancient rune. Just what was the origin of this stone egg? Unfortunately, her immortal bone was sealed by Li Qie. Otherwise, the technique given to her by the Dao bone would have allowed her to see through the mysteries of the stone egg. At this time, Li Qie's main palace exploded with a boom as his pillar of life rose up high. It sucked in the ancient rune, and strange images appeared alongside noises. The ancient rune then hovered above the pillar of life, resonating in a way that lit up all of the pillar's runes. Countless runes rushed into the ancient rune as if they had their own consciousness. Chapter 351. Teasing the Goddess Boom. With a deafening noise, the ancient rune immediately became stretched as the runes on the Pillar of Life entered it in order to solve the profound mysteries contained within. This scene resembled that of the opening of an ancient treasure. With this, the pillar became even brighter, and it even underwent an incredible change. Not long later, due to being channeled by the pillar, the rune became a profound truth and disappeared inside the pillar as all of its mystical meanings were absorbed. After the successful absorption, Li Qie's body suddenly vibrated as he felt an inexpressibly wonderful feeling. Eventually, he took a deep breath and smiled. This feeling was great since he understood the Void Gate even more at this moment. Mei Suyao watched as Li Qie sucked the ancient rune into his fate palace. She could only gently sigh. One wrong move lost her the entire match. However, Mei Suyao was still a peerless individual, so she smiled and congratulated Li Qie. Congratulations, Brother Li. You are the first to obtain the 3 young leaves from the World Tree, and you even obtained the ancient rune from the Void Gate. This time, you have gotten creations far beyond that of what immortal Emperor Hao Hai found. Li Qie laughed and then stared at Mei Suyao in an imposing manner. Now, how should I deal with you? Ruthlessly pluck the flower? At this point, his eyes narrowed as he said in a serious manner. But to you, dying is not the worst fate. How about I strip off your clothes? Or maybe I should eat you, then imprison your true fate and confine your body? Maybe this would be the most terrible thing for you. Mei Suyao's expression slightly changed, but her sacred and noble grace remained. An immortal light encompassed Mei Suyao as if she was a transcendent goddess from the heavens. No one would dare to taint her. She then slowly said, Brother Li is a hero of the contemporary times, the exemplar of our generation. I'm sure you would be opposed to doing something so vulgar? The calm voice carried a mysterious rhythm. Although she was confined by Li Qie at this moment, her aura prevented others from having dirty and disrespectful thoughts towards her. Only thoughts of reverence would remain. Little girl, you really don't know life from death. Li Qie focused his gaze as it became extremely frightening. In the blink of an eye, Li Qie's true fate floated up and down as if it was about to open an ancient portal that would extend to everlastingness. He had completely changed. He now showed a pair of eyes that gave the impression that he would devour the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Before his eyes, all in this world became trivial. The heaven and earth was meaningless and all existences were mere dogs. Before his eyes, everything changed. There was no longer a distinction between beautiful and ugly nor rich and poor. What was considered sacred and pure all became smoke dissipating in the sky. Mei Suyao was horrified. She was not only smart but also someone amazing in this generation. In this instant, she understood what was considered to be real danger, ferocity, arrogance, and cruelty. All the prodigies, geniuses, brutes, all were trivial before Li Qie's sudden change of persona. She felt that she was stripped naked to her bare jade-like body. And it was not just her body, she even felt that her true fate and soul were laid bare before his eyes. Right now, a goddess, a heaven's proud daughter like Mei Suyao became a lamb that was helpless in the face of slaughter. And Li Qie was the most terrifying butcher this world had seen across the ages. His gaze could devour all things in this domain. Right now he was the heavens. He indifferently and emotionlessly said, "Girl, you are still so naive. You still want to use the Alaya Dao to influence me at this moment? You want to become sacred so that others would not dare to taint you, but you cannot affect me. Instead, you are simply asking for trouble. Today, I'll let you have a taste of fear." Li Qie spoke like a ruler from the heavens above as his hands reached into her dress. "Don't," Mei Suyao shouted out in shock. Despite all of her peerless qualities, she was unable to stop Li Qie's approach. Li Qie's large hands grabbed her twin peaks and carefully played with them as Mei Suyao quivered. She closed off her mind and tried to retain her firm heart, but Li Qie's devilish eyes seemed to be imprisoning her soul and mind. Under the caress of his untiring hands, the beautiful pair of breasts felt as supreme as Mei Suyao's appearance. A bit more was too large, but a bit less was too small. The breasts that were being caressed by Li Qie's hands were the most perfect masterpiece in this world. They would garner countless gasps of admiration. At this moment, Mei Suyao was frightened with a strange feeling. As a venerated goddess, no one had dared to even come close to her, let alone touch her in such a licentious manner. As the representative of the Eternal River School, her Tao heart was as firm as a stone. Worldly feelings, such as the 7 emotions and 6 desires, could not affect Mei Suyao. The mundane world was like a river flowing by a talc stone. Her heart would not be tainted in the slightest. But at this time, her heart was filled with turbulent waves. Her true fate was imprisoned and her heart had fallen. In this moment, the 7 emotions and 6 desires were affecting her Tao heart. After playing with them carefully, Li Qie's hands slid further down, which made Mei Suyao's heart quiver with ripples. A strange and numbing feeling caused her mind to flutter. "No!" Mei Suyao screamed in a panic. This was the biggest crisis she had ever faced in her life. Death was nothing to her. Instead, having her Tao heart struck down by Li Qie would be the worst possible outcome. The always sacred and transcending Mei Suyao, at this moment, appeared to be quite delicate and pitifully lovable. While she was lost in horror, Li Qie withdrew his hands. He then patted his hands together with a disinterested expression. Then, he fixed Mei Suyao's dress together for her and casually released her from the imprisonment. The horrified Mei Suyao suddenly became lost in a daze for a long time. Li Qie imprisoned her true fate, so if he kept on attacking, her Tao heart would not be able to hold out as she descended into debauchery. However, Li Qie's sudden retreat left her confused, for she couldn't see through him. "Don't stand there in a trance. I am not someone who shows mercy to women, especially enemies." Li Qie casually spoke. "I'm not taking you because I was just bored of the dry task. If I wanted women, then even if they were the fairies of the 9 heavens, I could still make them submit and hurl their bodies into my embrace. Even though I don't mind forcefully taking someone, but you." Chapter 352. Saving the Realm God. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what was going on, so they could only stand still. The moment they regained their minds, they were already standing inside the Heavenly Tao Academy. Many of them had been digging in full swing while others were in other dimensions to study the mysterious Grand Tao on the World Tree, yet they were suddenly ejected from their respective locations inside the timeless portal. No one was exempt from this sudden and confusing ejection. What happened? Many people looked at each other and couldn't help but ask. However, no one could give a definite answer. At this point, many people turned crazy from indignation. Just a moment ago, they were excitedly digging to see if they could find a supreme treasure, so how could they not become enraged from this sudden eviction? However, whether it was anger and craziness, it was meaningless at this time because the timeless portal had already collapsed. Sudden roars and unwilling howls resounded inside the academy. One student angrily shouted, "Oh heaven, give me back my jade pond. I only saw it and didn't get to bathe in it. Motherfucker, my heavenly compass. I only got to dig halfway and didn't get it out in time." Another crazily screamed, "Good heavens! Are you messing with me? I finally managed to get in and had only just started to climb the world tree, yet you already kicked me out? I'm going to die from anger." A descendant from a great power blurted out his unwillingness. In just a short moment, countless cries that were capable of garnering sympathy resounded in the academy. Some were in tears, and a few people were truly too pitiful. Li Qie and Mei Suyao landed at the top of a peak since they were also ejected. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and spoke without any surprise. "Void Gate, I shall await the day when you open again. Mei Suyao simply stood to the side without saying anything. Although she was still outside of the mundane boundary with her holiness, she now wore a tint of unnaturalness. Cultivate more diligently. Li Chia glanced at her and said, "Don't waste your time with these kinds of things all day. Although your starting point is not wrong, being a saintess is not suitable for you, and it is especially not suitable for the Alaya heavenly fragrant Tao." Immortal Emperor Xueqi didn't leave behind this divine technique so that her descendants could run around to be saintesses. If you don't change your ways, you will one day find that you have already ruined your chance at reaching the apex. Mei Suyao looked back at him. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something, but at this time, a thunderous explosion suddenly emerged as the Heavenly Tao Academy shook while the earth began to crack. Not good. Li Chia became serious and said. He ignored Mei Suyao and disappeared into the depths of the academy. Mei Suyao could only silently gaze at Li Chia's back as he departed. Eventually, she sighed softly and floated away. Rumble. The academy quaked here and there with cracks appearing all over the earth. The mountains were collapsing, the rivers began to dry. Not only did those who were expelled from the portal become alarmed, many experts of the great powers outside were also startled. Could it be that the collapse of the timeless portal destabilized the academy? A person jumped from being frightened and immediately fled from the academy. What if the academy also broke down like the timeless portal? Then all of them would have to die a miserable death here. However, some great characters also thought about a different matter. Could it be that the divine protector of the academy can no longer hold on? One of them spoke as a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Before this, there was a rumor that the divine protector of the academy had succumbed to its inner demon and was about to destroy the academy. This news created huge waves, resulting in many people scheming against the academy. What happened afterward was known to everyone. The academy destroyed the alliance's plan and killed all of their troops. Along with the loss of 3 immortal emperor life treasures, 11 old undyings died inside the academy. The plotting alliance suffered heavy losses from this battle. They gave away a bride and also lost their army on top of it. If we can't make it, then I'm afraid the billions of miles of our academy will turn into ruins. Old Taoist Peng bitterly said. Li Chia calmly said, frankly speaking, your academy brought this upon itself. You should have made a choice earlier. Either find the right time for the realm god to die or let it go back. Unfortunately, your academy used all of its heavenly treasures and immortal essence to prolong its life. The realm god has been rooted in your ancestral vein, but one day, it will no longer be able to bear it. If it cannot maintain control of itself, then the result would be an explosion. All of you can imagine the consequences at that time. Old Taoist Peng could only awkwardly smile at Li Chia's scolding. The academy understood this very well. The realm god shouldn't have lived until now. Because of the academy's efforts in prolonging its lifespan, it caused the realm god to be embedded within the academy's vein. The realm god once said that it will be problematic in the future if it was rooted in the vein, but how could the academy let its invincible divine protector die from old age? With its protection, it meant that no one could touch the academy. Even a living immortal emperor would find it difficult. The realm god, in its pine tree form, was dying when Li Chia arrived to its rooted location. Its condition was much more serious than what it had been during their last meeting. Its entire body was now burnt to a black crisp as if it was struck by thunder. The flames were still blazing. Begin. Li Chia took a deep breath and said. Old Taoist Peng didn't dare to be careless as he quickly took out a treasure bowl. Li Chia poured the already prepared medicine into the bowl, and carefully took out a box to take out a young leaf from the world tree. The moment he took it out, a majestic and endless vitality appeared. This leaf was filled with youth that would cause others to feel as if they were 1,000 years younger just by breathing in this fresh scent. A young leaf from the world tree. Legends state that only 3 of them would come into being every time the world tree appears. It is a priceless and unique treasure. Li Chia carefully placed this young leaf into the medicine bowl. Then, he took out a drop of myriad star water from inside a bottle. In the past, Li Chia turned an immortal writ into a cup capable of storing the myriad star water. Later on, he went to the war god temple to take away an actual bottle capable of storing the water. Myriad star water. Old Taoist Peng became breathless after seeing this drop of water. Even one drop would be craved by immortal emperors. It was something rarely seen in this world. He wanted to see just how much Li Chia had, but unfortunately, Li Chia already put it away before he had the chance to find out. Chapter 353. Realm God's Recovery. Once the myriad star droplet fell onto the world tree's young leaf, the leaf began to slowly melt into medicine. Rumble! At this time, the old Taoist raised the treasure bowl up high as it spewed out immortal water, like a spring, onto the pine tree body of the realm god. At this time, the blackened pine tree emitted sounds that resonated with the Tao. The initially dead branches began to send down orderly divine chains, like little waterfalls, that began to siphon the medicine very quickly. As this siphoning process continued, the blackened layer of bark began to slowly change. It was peeling like a snake shedding its skin. The pine tree drank more and more medicine, and the changes became even greater. Eventually, all of its blackened bark fell down as new leaves appeared while the old branches emitted a renewed vitality. Finally, all of the medicine was absorbed by the realm god. Now, a lush, verdant pine tree appeared before Xueqi and the old Taoist. No one would ever think that this old pine tree was the invincible realm god. Boom! With a blast, the pine tree shot out endless green lights into the sky. The green lights were filled with life, just like the ocean, as it encompassed the entire academy. Many people were amazed at the green brilliance up in the sky. They were enveloped in this feeling as if they were just a drop of water amidst the vast sea. Outside of the academy, even amongst the vast territories of the Eastern 100 cities, countless people felt this boundless vitality at this moment. Underground, countless pairs of eyes opened as sealed old undyings awakened from their slumbers. In this moment, many powerful existences felt this endless vitality that was capable of covering the entire domain emanate from the academy. The realm god. At this moment, numerous people were shaken with fear. They all had shocked expressions no matter how strong they were. The invincible realm god. These were not just empty words. The realm god and the calamity god were the two great gods of the mortal emperor world. They did not need to be bestowed titles because they deserved the titles of true gods. Is this a ritual to renew one's vitality? An old undying who was buried underground murmured as he felt the inexhaustible vitality. If the realm god obtained a renewed life, then who in this world could touch the academy? Even immortal emperors would not be successful. Rumble! At this time, a heaven-changing development occurred at the academy as the cracked earth began to come together. The broken rivers began to flow again, and the collapsed mountains rose once more. It was as if the earth itself was being rebuilt. Such an invincible power horrified others, and experts felt their legs giving out before this unraveling scene. Destroying mountains and rivers was not difficult for great characters. However, changing the earth or rebuilding the world was something only god kings, true gods, and the legendary immortal emperors were capable of. The realm god's dwelling changed its appearance completely. The scorched earth that spanned thousands of miles had now been rebuilt along with the other geographical features and vegetation. Seeing this scene, Xueqi stated with some feelings, "This is not only due to the great power of the realm god. The peerless ancestral vein found underground also played a huge role. This ancestral vein is the origin of a huge amount of heavenly essences. Who would not want such a vein?" It was not just mere words when people said that the realm god could defend the academy against immortal emperors. However, it was not due to just its own power. The magicalness of the ancestral vein greatly contributed to this. As long the realm god's real body did not leave the ancestral vein, even immortal emperors personally taking action wouldn't be enough to destroy the academy. This was the reason why so many different people since time immemorial lusted after the academy's ancestral vein. It was because this vein accumulated so much heavenly essence in the mortal emperor world. Anyone who established their sect above this vein would allow for future generations to enjoy this benefit for countless generations. Okay, we shall leave so that the realm god can rest. After seeing the satisfactory end of his business, Xueqi told the old Taoist, He, maybe it is time for you to return the karmic flame scissors to our academy? The old Taoist rubbed his hands together and gleefully smiled. Xueqi looked at him with one eye and nonchalantly said, "Oh? Why are you so alarmed? One can say that this time, your academy has greatly benefited. The realm god absorbed so much vitality from the world tree. If the realm god cannot personally absorb all of it, then it will be channeled back to the ancestral vein. Not to mention, the realm god was also saved." Old Taoist Peng rubbed his hands as he smilingly said, Of course. Our academy is very grateful towards young noble Li." Then he awkwardly continued on, "But that is a different matter, right?" This old Taoist had patted my chest confidently before my brothers and guaranteed that. After seeing the old Taoist's appearance, Li Qie laughed and threw the treasure box that contained the karmic flame scissors to him. Take it, I was just joking with you. If I wanted the Academy's treasures, I would not have picked the scissors. To me, if I wanted to take something, then it has to be something on the level of the Chaos Cauldron or something from the Emperor Era Hall. In fact, I would take all of them. Such an ordinary pair of karmic flame scissors is not worth it for me to act unreasonably. That would be an affront to my character. Having said that, Li Qie rubbed his chin while revealing a contemplative look. This remark froze the old Taoist's expression. Eventually, he responded with a mirthless smile. Ha ha ha. Young noble's jokes are too funny. My academy is only a small place, so how could we get into the sight of young noble? Li Qie glanced at the old Taoist and said in a relaxed manner. Not necessarily. Maybe when the void gate opens again, I will have to borrow a few secret weapons of the academy to use. This made the old Taoist's scalp tingle. Although the academy was indeed powerful, Li Qie gave him a strange feeling as if the academy could not suppress him. Don't worry, if I borrow your treasures, then I will return them in a timely manner so that it wouldn't be difficult to borrow more in the future. Li Qie said with a laugh. The old Taoist busily smiled back to meet Li Qie's banter. Yes, yes, giving them back after borrowing them will make future transactions easier. My academy will definitely try our best to help you. Young noble Li, since the void gate was brought up, I have a question that I have been wanting to ask you. I hope you will dispel my confusion. Qi Shaodai obtained a Grand Tao inside the World Tree after she was transported to a place where an immortal voice was preaching the Grand Tao. After listening, a scripture formed within her mind. After coming back, she quickly copied it down and consulted with Li Qie so that he could help her. Compared to Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, she clearly lacked self-confidence. She was not to blame since she was extremely confident before in both her beauty and talents. But after following Li Qie and broadening her horizons, she found that the world was vast and unimaginable. This mysterious place had left her in marvel. Before, she was only a royal canary in the lion's roar gate. Despite having been subjected to this realization, she did not become discouraged and yearned for change. She put in even more effort to study the Tao in order to follow Li Qie's footsteps. Her aspiration was to catch up to Li Qie one day. Even if she could not walk with him shoulder to shoulder, she didn't hope that she would stay in the same place as he trod further forward. This is not an ordinary Tao, it is a divine Tao. You have found a great creation. As long as you push on forward, you will one day be bestowed the title of God King just like your ancestor, someone comparable to true gods. When that day comes, your achievement will be much greater than those fake gods. Li Qie perused Qi Xiaodai's copy of her Grand Tao and praised. Qi Xiaodai was extremely excited after hearing his praise. To her, nothing was comparable to praises from Li Qie. Finally, he corrected a thing or two for her along with explaining a few mysticisms, resulting in great benefits for her. A divine Tao as wonderful as this was nothing to Li Qie. Throughout the ages, Li Qie had seen too many Grand Tao. Whether it was Tao of immortal emperors, Tao of the true gods, or even mysterious Grand Tao from the legendary era, all had been read by him. However, Qi Xiaodai's visible effort and progress earned Li Qie's favor. If she still acted as a golden canary like before, then Li Qie would not waste so much effort to teach her. One tried her best to progress while the other happily taught her in hopes that she could reach the peak just like her ancestor, the 100 Battles God King. Eventually, Xueqi also visited and met Li Qie in a room with just the two of them. She took a deep breath and solemnly took out a box. This box was locked up with a black dragon that occupied the space above. Xueqi knew that this box was personally sealed by her ancestor, the Black Dragon King. Logically speaking, in this world, only her ancestor could unseal this box. Li Qie accepted the box and opened his fate palace to reveal his true fate. Within his sea of memories, a ripple suddenly appeared. His eyes shot out two immortal lights onto the box. After this, the black dragon on the box suddenly came to life and coiled around Li Qie's arm. Zhang zhang zhang. The black dragon turned into mantras, and all of the mantras wove together into a page of immortal scripture. Suddenly, this page entered Li Qie's sea of memories. An immortal scripture emerged in his sea of memories, and a previously erased memory surfaced in its entirety. Next, this scripture entered the depths of his mind. After absorbing this completed memory, Li Qie's mind held an incomparable tinge of emotion, causing him to softly sigh. The past was too heavy and Lichia didn't want to remember it, thus he didn't like keeping the spear by his side. Xueqi put away the spear and silently left. However, before she departed, Lichia asked, "How was your battle with Jikong Wudi? He is indeed worthy of being immortal Emperor Ta Kong's descendant." Xueqi answered, "It was a shame that before the victor could be determined, we were expelled from the space. He had already left when I landed outside. If we fight again, I will surely defeat him." "That is a matter of course." Lichia smiled and said, "Your immortal's blood spear can even pierce the throat of an immortal emperor, so a mere descendant is nothing. Next time, use the immortal's blood spear instead of the black dragon spear." Xueqi nodded her head and left. However, she was still staying at the Heavenly Tao Academy. When it came to attracting attention, she was right behind Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi. And after the two of them left the academy, Xueqi became the center of the limelight. However, contrary to Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi, Xueqi was a person who trod on a solitary path with a terrorizing aura, so no one dared to go near her. Mei Suyao came into this world to cultivate and preach the Tao. It could be said that wherever she went, such places became lively. Jikong Wudi had the will to rule this world, so he purposefully recruited many followers. His path always had the presence of a great force. However, Xueqi trod alone. Anyone who wanted to get close would become breathless from her aura. Her title suited her very well. Outside of meeting with Lichia, she rarely showed herself during her stay at the academy. Although she was arrogant, no one dared to mess with her. Not to mention the younger generation. Even the great lineages wouldn't want to mess with the Heaven Protector City. After Xueqi left, Lichia stayed in his room to meditate. His 6 palaces appeared to form a domain led by the Master Palace. His true fate inside the Master Palace was like the tyrant of this domain, noble and unreachable as it encompassed these 9 heavens. It could be said that within his domain, this true fate was the pinnacle of all existences, and its one thought was capable of deciding life and death. The Tao Foundation built by the Xuanpeng's 6 variants was majestic and boundless. Sometimes, it would turn into an immortal citadel, a divine palace, or a gigantic Xuanpeng. It flew around and protected the true fate. This was different from the previous Tao Foundation. Universal laws became divine orders that were able to create a divine world and channel the ultimate profundity of myriad Tao. The more shocking matter was that this Tao Foundation was filled with primordial energy, as if it was created before the formation of the heaven and earth. This Tao Foundation was much more perfect and mystical. It showed the signs of becoming one. It was as if Lichia's Grand Tao was also turning into one solitary truth that was without any flaws or defects. This Tao Foundation did not look like it was created after the heavens, but more like it was naturally formed. Anyone would be shocked after seeing such a Tao Foundation. No matter how great a genius was, they would have certain flaws when cultivating on the path to the Grand Tao. In the end, the Grand Tao was long and arduous, and no one could guarantee that a problem would not occur. The teaser tonight is the title along with one phrase. Lichia remained silent for a moment before answering, "I've grown weary." Chapter 356. One body, 2 physiques. However, Lichia's Tao Foundation strived for perfection. No one was more experienced than him regarding cultivation since he had trained numerous invincible characters, including immortal emperors. Right from the beginning, he aimed for a defect-free Tao Foundation. After basking in the worldly prime liquid, his Tao Foundation was refined even further, causing it to head towards a natural Tao Foundation that was formed by the world itself. Without this liquid, his Tao Foundation would still have blemishes despite being near perfect. Maybe one day, it would become one with the Grand Tao through a natural process. Not to mention that it was also filled with a primordial chaos that only existed before the creation of the heaven and earth. This primordial force tore apart all things to create a new 6 Tao and 3,000 worlds. The Xuanpeng that was formed by this Tao Foundation was flying around as the primordial force cascaded downward like a waterfall. The endless primordial chaos was like an ocean that drowned the true fate. This was no longer the Xuanpeng's 6 variants since the Xuanpeng had undergone a qualitative change. It should be called a primordial Xuanpeng, something much stronger than what it was previously. An immortal scripture appeared in his sea of memories. This was the one thought creating myriad physiques created by him, the embodiment of all of his past efforts. At this moment, The immortal scripture turned into mantras that hovered around the dazzling true fate that was swallowing an endless amount of worldly energy. The life wheel also appeared and started to rotate as longevity blood in the shape of dragons began to flow. All of these things combined into one as the true fate began to communicate with the four images within the palace. At this very second, the four images resonated together in a response. The tree of life fluttered as countless leaves that were filled with vitality radiated green lights that eventually entered the longevity blood and the worldly energy in order to give it the power of life. The spring of life shot out a stream of water more than 3,000 miles long that flooded the longevity blood and worldly energy, as if it was nourishing a new source of life. Grand Tao runes appeared on top of the pillar of life. Countless runes soared forward to embed the meaning of the heavens and myriad signs of life into this new source of life in order to form a new universal law. Finally, the cauldron of life poured down fire endowed with vitality. It was not meant to burn, it was meant to grow. At this moment, the combination of the longevity blood and worldly energy came together like a newly crafted piece of ceramic with the help of the fire solidifying it. Clank, clank, clank. During this whole refining process, Xueqi's inner physique by his chest emitted a brilliance that was created by universal laws. These universal laws locked the new creation together and connected it to his inner physique. In just a brief moment, these laws allowed for the inner physique, the true fate, and the body to link together to become one. At this moment, Xueqi's body emitted a blinding light that illuminated the whole room. One could see that his bones, muscles, and even his blood were all engraved with complex and enormous heavenly Tao runes. It was as if these runes were the true origin of his flesh. Clank! The endless light came crashing down as the inner physique, the true fate, and the body became one. The longevity blood and the worldly energy condensed into one as it devoured the endless lights. These lights that carried the mark of his body were swallowed and engraved into this new essence. After a long time, this new essence escaped from his fate palace and was also pulled by the universal laws into Xueqi's chest. Xueqi's hell-suppressing inner physique was no longer situated in his entire chest. Instead, it moved to the side to make some room. Next, an unbelievable thing happened. The newly crafted essence began to take the form of a new inner physique. It and the hell-suppressing inner physique were both placed in Xueqi's chest. This process was very long, but Xueqi patiently waited and nurtured the new inner physique. He could only sigh in relief after this new inner physique was formed. One body with two inner physiques. This was something the world could not imagine. However, Xueqi's ambition far exceeded this. Since the beginning of time, the Fate Palace's four images were a mystery to cultivators. Many tried to reveal their true profundities and discover their true use. In this regard, Xueqi had traveled very far. After so much research, he eventually founded the foundation for him to create an invincible existence like the Black Dragon King with two immortal physiques. Other cultivators only had one inner physique, but Xueqi could create another. After researching the truths of the four images and spending countless years to create his immortal scripture, he was finally able to create the one thought creating myriad physiques. It used the four images to craft a second inner physique, maybe even a third. Longevity blood and worldly energy from the true fate would be the base. Then, use the tree of life to give it life. Following that, utilize the spring of life to nurture it before letting the pillar of life provide laws for it. Then, he would use his original inner physique to combine the body, the true fate, and the original engravings onto this new creation. After countless refinements and thorough nurturing, it would result in a new inner physique. This process was extremely difficult and required the support from a great life energy. This meant that in order to create a new inner physique, there was a strict requirement regarding the physique and the four images of one's fate palace. Before this, Xueqi had a mortal physique and mortal fate. Although he was confident that he could craft a second inner physique, he knew that with his original body and talents, it would need a very long time alongside painful training. However, he absolutely believed that he could endure this arduous process. Now, after obtaining a creation in the form of the worldly prime liquid, it was no longer difficult for him to create a new inner physique. However, his aspiration did not stop here. In the past, the Black Dragon King's talents were quite amazing at a young age. Later on, Xueqi used countless heavenly treasures to change the Black Dragon King, but he couldn't find the worldly prime liquid. Despite this, the Black Dragon King was still able to create a second inner physique. Now, with this liquid, it caused Xueqi to not want to stop at a second inner physique. He wanted to craft a third one in order to, one day, surpass the Black Dragon King's miracle. Chapter 357. Meeting the realm god. A few days later, old Taoist Pang wanted to meet Li Qie, so Qi Shaodai went to inform Li Qie. The atmosphere inside the room was peaceful. Chen Baojiao was sitting on a chair that was meant for imperial consorts. Although she was charming and seductive, her appearance at this moment also carried an air of divine nobility. This air, combined with her alluring face, painted quite an enticing picture. Li Qie was resting his head upon Chen Baojiao's thighs while she gently caressed his head. Her plump breasts were almost covering his face. Li Xueqi, who was standing to the side, was holding a scripture. She was chanting true mantras and slowly reading the profound words from it. Her voice was clear with a hint of coldness. As she was reading, flowers of ice were born alongside blooming snow lotuses. Chen Baojiao's entire body was misty like a flowing spring. A dense divine breath filled the room as if Chen Baojiao was a surging sweet drop of dew, nourishing the resting Li Qie. Primordial chaos was surrounding Li Qie's body and it completely hid his face. In this world, the essence of a primordial breath was the richest in vitality, so anyone who felt Li Qie's primordial breath would feel their own blood energy brimming with life. Qi Shaodai, who was standing at the door, was very envious of this scene. Such tranquility caused her heart to flutter at this indescribable mood. It was as if an immortal monarch was explaining the mysteries of this world. After Li Xueqi finished reading a section from the immortal scripture, Qi Shaodai quietly spoke. Senior Pang from the academy wants to see young noble. If it wasn't for old Taoist Pang wanting to meet Li Qie, Qi Shaodai wouldn't have broken this wonderful and peaceful atmosphere. Eventually, Li Qie opened his eyes and absorbed all the primordial chaos back into his body as he sat up. He then smiled and said, Baojiao's tyrannical immortal spring physique is indeed extraordinary. Very helpful. Chen Baojiao's lips pursed as she replied, I am also affected by young noble's primordial energy, so I am the one who benefited. Her sultry grace left others breathless. Li Xueqi put away the immortal scripture and revealed a rare smile. There are 3 tribulations for a physique, so being exposed to young noble's primordial energy along with the worldly prime liquid's essence will be very helpful for the future tribulations. The truth is that there are really only 2 tribulations, but between the minor tribulation and the grand tribulation, the road is so long that some people cannot hold on. They would eventually succumb to their inner demons from impatience. As long as one's Tao heart is firm, how could one lose to the inner demon? Li Qie smiled and said, although Baojiao's tyrannical immortal spring physique is not an immortal physique, its future potential is limitless. Of course, Xueqi's void imperfection physique is also the same. You two are cultivating the best physique laws in this world, so reaching grand completion in the future is already a matter of fact. Although it will take a long time, those who cultivate the Tao will all have to experience it. There is no need to be impatient. You two need to have more confidence in yourselves as well as myself. Then, you will reach grand completion in the future. There is no need to rush for success. The level of immortal emperor cannot be reached in one day, and neither would god kings be bestowed their titles in one night. Li Xueqi and Chen Baojiao nodded their heads. Qi Shaodai, who was standing nearby, also carved his words into her heart. Following Li Qie would benefit her for the rest of her life. Li Qie turned around and left. Okay, I will go see the old Taoist. In another room, Li Qie met the old Taoist. He was still dirty like before, but there was a lively smile alongside his cheerful demeanor. He took a deep breath and then sent a chilling gaze towards the old Taoist as he asked, Is it Magu? Yes. Old Taoist Pang rubbed his palms together and said, The matriarch wants to meet you. You told her? Li Qie glared at him and spoke. The old Taoist's heart shivered as if a fierce beast was stalking him. After becoming an ancestor, he had not felt the sensation for a very long time. Of course not. How could I dare to do so against your wishes? The truth is that I didn't meet the matriarch, but today, a message suddenly flew out from the everlasting courtyard and said that she wanted to meet young noble. In my opinion, the matriarch saw you when you saved the realm god. Li Qie paused for a moment. Magu. The passage of time has eroded many matters. There were so many memories that should have just faded into the dust. If you refuse to go, it would be very awkward for me seeing as how I'm her grand disciple. Old Taoist Pang awkwardly smiled. Heh, even if you go and meet her reverence, you won't lose anything. Just go and meet her. Our academy's disciples would dream for a meeting, but we are not allowed. Li Qie softly sighed and said, "Fine, I shall meet her. Inevitable matters couldn't be avoided." Good. Excellent. Old Taoist Peng happily exclaimed. "Then I will show you the way and finish my mission." "No, we will go meet the realm god first." Li Qie spoke. "I will speak with the realm god, then meet Magu later." "That is fine too." Old Taoist Peng would agree with anything Li Qie said as long as he was willing to meet Magu. The smiling old Taoist stood up and quickly led the way in case Li Qie suddenly changed his mind. Deep in the academy, Li Qie met the realm god once more. Today, it was very vigorous and vibrant. Although the pine tree was not very tall, it seemed to be able to pierce the heavens. The realm god towered like a monstrous giant, causing others to look up at him. The realm god could assume a human form, but since it took root in the academy, it preferred to maintain its original form and spoke with its divine will. An ancient voice appeared. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. You dealt with my calamity and saved the Heavenly Tao Academy in exchange for a single favor. This is too advantageous for the academy." Li Qie smiled and said, "It was just the natural order of things since both sides benefited. There was no reason for me not to do it." The pine tree seemingly nodded as if it was a person and said, "I can fulfill the promise whenever you wish." "The day will come," Li Qie smilingly replied. "But first, I have a small matter that requires your assistance." "Go ahead." "If it is within my capability, I shall lend you a hand." This was the realm god, an unrivaled existence in the current world. It was surely capable of many things. Things deemed impossible by others could easily be dealt with by it. "I want to visit the sacred nether world." Li Qie spoke. "Realm god can reach myriad domains, so I'm sure this matter will not be difficult." "To the sacred nether world?" The realm god answered with surprise. "It is possible to take you to the sacred nether world, but I cannot guarantee the specific location of arrival." Chapter 358. A difficult meeting. At this point, the realm god paused for a bit before continuing. The Black Dragon King's battle against immortal Emperor Ta Kong from back then destroyed the paths that connected the 9 worlds. Now the difficult Tao era has ended, and the heavens will be aggregating in this world once more. However, the paths between the 9 worlds still haven't recovered, so these walls are impregnable. I can take you to the sacred netherworld, but I cannot guarantee where you will land. The only thing I'm certain of will be that you will arrive somewhere in that world. This is not a problem, as long as you can send me to the sacred netherworld. Li Qie nodded his head and said, "Then all is fine. But first, I have to let you know something. I can take you to the sacred netherworld, but I cannot bring you back. In order to do so, my true body also needs to go to the sacred netherworld, but that means I would have to leave the ancestral vein and the academy. Even if I agreed to this, the academy would want you to change the conditions." The realm god elaborated. "You don't have to personally come, I can solve this issue myself." Li Qie smiled then shook his head to say, "These old men from the academy would naturally be unwilling. Leaving the ancestral vein is an extremely difficult matter, not to mention that those old men are treating you as their treasured baby." The realm god burst out in laughter and said, "Don't blame them, it is I who is unwilling to leave this place. They are my little children that I have watched grow up." At this point, it finished with a gentle sigh. Li Qie was silent. The longer the realm god lived, the heavier its burden would become. It once wanted to leave, but in the end, it couldn't let it all go. To the realm god, the academy was its home, and its disciples were his children. Some of them were even taught by it. Just like it said, many ancestors were watched over by it, so it couldn't bear to leave the academy. A long time ago, Li Qie once said that the realm god's success was due to the academy, but its undoing was also because of the academy. Ultimately, the academy was its burden. Otherwise, it would have become an immortal emperor a long time ago, something that would shoulder the heaven's will. "How is the Void Gate?" the realm god inquired. Rumor has it that the realm god and the Void Gate had a lot to do with each other. A high ancestor of the academy brought the mysterious realm god back from the timeless portal, so some believe that it came from the Void Gate. One day it will open again. Li Qie spoke with confidence. 9 grand heavenly treasures. Who on earth could actually control them? However, the gate shall open once more in this generation. Just wait and see. The realm god nodded and finally lamented. 9 grand heavenly treasures. Oh, how many people have yearned for them since the beginning of time, and how many immortal emperors dreamed for them to no avail. Maybe I will one day go and see it, for it shall be my final destination. Lichia was not surprised to hear these words. To the realm god, perhaps this was its best ending, returning to its roots. When do you want to go to the sacred netherworld? The realm god finally asked. Very soon. When I am prepared, I will let you know. Lichia answered. This trip to the sacred netherworld was not on a whim, since there were a few things he wanted to make clear. Well, when you are ready, let me know any time. The realm god was a straightforward being and instantly agreed. Lichia then left the realm god's dwelling. The moment old Taoist Pang saw him, he said, I will take you to the matriarch. His attitude indicated that he was afraid Lichia would change his mind. Lichia gently sighed and nodded his head. Certain things were just inevitable, so the two of them headed to the elegant peak. This peak was solitary amongst the vast territory of the academy. It was not the most grand or majestic mountain, but it was indeed beautiful, giving others the sensation that it was separated from the rest of the world. A waterfall descended from the sky as if it was a path to the 9 heavens. Above the peak and the waterfall, an ancient pavilion was floating without a care for the mundane world. Its doors were closed and sealed by the Grand Tao. No one would dare to approach the doors that were locked with such a grand seal. They could only watch from afar in fear that they would disturb the tranquility. Even the academy itself respected this tranquility. Within a radius of 100 miles around this peak, all was very quiet. All the ancestors from the academy cultivated far away from this place, since they didn't want to bother the slumbering matriarch. Other people definitely wouldn't even come close to this horizon. Standing below the elegant peak, Lichia told the old Taoist, I will go alone. There are some matters, some conversations that need to be resolved in private. The old Taoist was startled and his heart rate started to rise. He didn't know Lichia's true origin, but he hoped that it had nothing to do with grudges or resentment. The academy did not wish to become enemies with someone like Lichia. Don't worry, my ancestor is not antagonistic towards Magu. Lichia saw through this thought and smilingly shook his head. Please send the matriarch my best regards. Old Taoist Pang sighed in relief and said as he quietly left. Glancing at the peak with a heavy heart, Lichia began his ascent. After reaching the top and standing before the old pavilion, he became a bit overwhelmed with memories. Many years had passed, but this place still contained those memories. There was no physical lock on the door. It was, instead, sealed by the Grand Tao. Time, worldly affairs, and the heaven and earth were all sealed. All steps were paused. Only an eternity of persistence remained. Perhaps this Grand Tao seal locked Magu's Tao heart so that it would forever remain peaceful and firm. You saved the realm god. I have seen your methods. In the end, a voice came from inside the ancient pavilion. It was an extremely transcendent voice, like the tone of a fairy who had successfully ascended from the mortal world. This voice was capable of soothing the hearts of all listeners. It was merely luck. There are a plethora of techniques in this world, so one of them would surely be the right one. Lichia paused in silence for a bit before answering. The Kuan Pang around your body with its countless douge. It is very rare. The immortal voice emanated from the ancient pavilion again. Lichia was speechless, for he didn't know how to properly respond. After a long silence, he put on an unfearful expression and answered. I am a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and I cultivate the Kuan Pang's 6 variants with the blessing of my ancestor. The countless Tao surrounding my Kuan Pang is my ancestor's will. So that is the case. The ethereal voice spoke once more. But your mastery of the perimeter of the wise sages was quite amazing and worthy of admiration. The elders of the academy had never seen someone so adept. This made Lichia's heart jump. He could only sigh helplessly before finally answering. I have read about it once from the wise sage's records. I did a lot of research, thus I was proficient at it. The ancient pavilion became silent for a long time. Eventually, Lichia took a deep breath and said with a bow, If predecessor has no other questions, then this young one shall leave. With that, he turned away and began to depart. Teacher, however, before he could take 2 steps, a gentle voice called from inside. Lichia, who intended to leave, became frozen. This word teacher was too familiar. It caused him to think about the young girl of that year. Lichia took a deep breath before slowly turning around and saying, Maybe predecessor has the wrong person. Teacher, I know it is you. The ethereal voice appeared. I cultivate the eternal physique that was taught to me by Teacher. Teacher's immortal physique has reached minor completion. So the moment you stood here, I knew this immortal physique came from the physique scripture. You also once used a myriad of Tao to seal your memories in the deepest parts of your mind. When I followed you back then, I felt the power of this seal. I know that besides you, no one else in this world could use the Tao of immortal emperors to seal your sea of memories. Li Qie stayed silent. Although he could hide his identity from others, he couldn't hide it from this foolish Magu, someone who had always followed his teachings in an exemplary manner. That year when the Black Dragon King tore apart the heavens, I immediately knew something happened to Teacher. Unfortunately, my eternal physique cultivation was at a key moment, and I couldn't come into being from my hibernation to help the Black Dragon King sweep through all of Teacher's hindrances. A voice filled with emotions rang from inside. Meeting Teacher today shows me that the Black Dragon King was successful. The clear voice continued on. I am foolish and know that I cannot compare to the Black Dragon King, the other emperors, or many of your heavenly blessed students. I understand and do not blame you for not wanting to meet me. Emotions ran rampant in Li Qie's heart. After so many years, this little girl still remembered such matters. You are mistaken. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, I have always been proud of you from the depths of my heart. It is true that you are not comparable to that group like the Black Dragon King, who were capable of suppressing all eras, but you have an unrivaled Tao heart that is capable of enduring the endless passage of time. This is something that they could not hope to have. I should be thanking you. Li Qie softly sighed and said, I had trained many eternal physiques, but you are the only one who was successful. A grand completion eternal physique is even harder to train than an immortal emperor. Teacher, it really is you. The ethereal voice exclaimed with excitement and surprise. So you tricked me. Li Qie let out a wry smile and shook his head to say, So you were not certain. I believed that it was Teacher. The ethereal voice inside said with joy, But I didn't know whether you still had memories of me or not. I'm going to go on break for a week. Then I'll release this chapter when I'm back. Chapter 359. Immortal Su Chong overwhelmed with emotions. Li Qie had no choice but to admit. Time might be heartless, but there are things in some people that will never be forgotten. You were able to reach where you are today. To say the least, it is already very amazing. I am proud of you. I want to meet Teacher. Magu's ethereal voice came from the ancient pavilion and was full of desire. Li Qie remained silent since he felt that it was better to not meet. He couldn't help but force a smile as he spoke. Maybe my arrival to the academy was a mistake. This is becoming a detriment to you. No, it is a good thing for me. The ethereal voice excitedly said. At the very least, it will give me the desire to carry on. Teacher can shoulder eons, but after I had some success, you no longer came back to see me. However, I always knew that you were alive somewhere in the world. Then, the Black Dragon King suddenly seized the heavens will, so I was worried that you would not be able to come back. I do not blame you for not wanting to see me, but I must see you. No. Li Qie couldn't help but let out a long sigh and said, It would be better if you do not come into being. I will go meet you instead. You still have a long way to go before reaching the apex of the eternal physique. Your grand Tao has locked the world for a long time, so if you leave the seal now, it will require a lot of effort before you can lock it again. Don't leave this pavilion and the seal. The heaven and earth might be outside, but your Tao heart sealed the path. I will come to see you. I knew that Teacher would want to see me. Magu's happy and surprised voice rang out. It was then followed by a clanking noise as the grand Tao that locked the pavilion was unlocked. And so, the door quietly opened. Little girl. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. Everyone used to call you dumb, but I think that you are becoming more and more crafty. Li Qie stepped inside and the grand Tao sealed the door once more. Stepping inside resulted in a scene that drastically differed from the pavilion's external appearance. The indistinct immortal air was everywhere as the heaven and earth formed its own world in this place. Once one entered this domain, they would be immersed in this immortal energy that permeated their bodies, giving them a pleasant, floating sensation. At this moment, this immortal energy washed away all traces of the mortal world. In this immortal land, a jade bed was situated in the middle. It was supported by an endless amount of immortal energy, and was shrouded in innumerable auspicious lights. A girl in her 20s laid atop the jade bed with her eyes closed in tranquility. She was adorned with a white silk robe and had ordinary facial features. However, others could stare at her forever without being tired. This ordinary face was the most beautiful masterpiece of the creator. There were no discernible flaws no matter what angle they viewed her from, nor could one get enough from gazing at this impeccable face. It was the most ordinary type of beauty. It wasn't a beauty that would steal one's breath away, but the type that would garner even more love and adoration as time passed. The immortal air that surrounded this girl was completely transcendent and was without any blemishes. It appeared as if the immortal land was strengthening her, but it was the opposite since she was the sole reason for this immortal scenery to exist. Goddess Mei Suyao was also transcendent, but in the end, she lacked a certain something. Perhaps calmness. However, this girl that was laying in front of him was truly untouched by mundanity. Her Tao heart was as calm as this immortal scene, as serene as water at the bottom of a well, as if this would always remain unchanged. Li Qie gently sat by the bed and gazed at her ordinary yet beautiful features with a sigh. Regarding this matter, he was not comparable to Ma Gu, who didn't care about competing in this world. Her Tao heart was eternal. Li Qie quietly sat and watched over Ma Gu without speaking for a long time. Eventually, Ma Gu gently opened her eyes. It was just like the beginning of the heaven and earth and the formation of the immortal land. People once used this phrase to describe immortal emperors. When they open their eyes, a new world emerges. When they close their eyes, even eternity becomes extinguished. These words were not an exaggeration to describe Ma Gu at this time. Teacher, seeing Li Qie, Ma Gu still couldn't contain her emotions and said, "Teacher, I can finally see your original form." Having said that, she reached out as immortal energy surrounded her pure hand. She gently caressed Li Qie's face and whispered, "This is reality. It is not just a dream. Teacher, you really did escape from the immortal demon grotto." Unconsciously, tears began to drip from the corners of her eyes. These tears glistened like the nectar of immortals. "Silly girl, this is a happy occasion." Li Qie gently wiped away her tears and said, "You have sealed away worldly desires, so you shouldn't be joyous or sorrowful. Since teacher is still alive, it is all worth it." Ma Gu stopped crying and revealed the most beautiful and sincere smile in this world. "Don't be like this. You should return to tranquility. Having an eternal life is to let things take their own course of action. There is no need to be so emotional." "I will listen to you, teacher." Ma Gu slowly closed her eyes with her brows fluttering like the wings of an elf. She slowly calmed down. It seemed that, at this moment, she once again sealed the world and returned to an eternally unchanging state. However, her hands still tightly clutched Li Qie's hands with a sweet and peaceful smile on her face. "Teacher, I have many things that I want to tell you." Ma Gu slowly spoke as she went back to her sweet, dreamlike state. At this moment, her Tao became eternal and was full of life like shining sunlight. It was no longer desolate and instead became vibrant with fascinating and colorful tints. "Silly girl, I will reach the high heavens and become the eternal ruler in this generation, so we will have plenty of time later." Li Qie gently stroked her hair with a smile. "Teacher, are you about to leave?" The peaceful Ma Gu gripped Li Qie's hands tightly as if she was afraid that he would disappear if she were to let go. "Yes," Li Qie said softly. "I am going to the sacred netherworld soon. There are a few things that I need to deal with. But before that, I have some time to listen to you. I want teacher to teach me like before." Ma Gu revealed an ordinary yet sweet and beautiful smile that bloomed straight from the heart. "No." Li Qie shook his head and replied, "I really do not have anything else to teach you because you have traversed on this path much further than I. You have a better grasp on the eternal physique than me. You are the unparalleled master on this matter. You are my pride. Geniuses and heaven's proud children cannot reach the apex compared to you, for none of them were able to persevere for so long. But there are still many things I have yet to learn from teacher." Ma Gu held onto Li Qie's hand like a child with a joyous smile. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh before he finally spoke. "To me, what you have achieved is already enough. No one is more remarkable than you." Ma Gu happily smiled, and the immortal land suddenly became jubilant as if myriad words finally obtained serenity. An elated atmosphere pervaded the entire space. For the next while, Ma Gu spoke about many things with Li Qie. Immortal Su Chong was the most mysterious and powerful existence in the present world. She was one of the two ancestors upholding the Heavenly Tao Academy, but she was still the little girl of the past in front of Li Qie. The joyous atmosphere lingered for a long time inside the ancient pavilion as the earth became happy. A myriad of existences became rejuvenated. A long time later, Lichia knew that it was time to leave, so he gently kissed Magu's forehead and said, "You are only a little bit away from succeeding with your grand Tao to lock the world. Keep on persevering and I shall wait for the day you come into being. I am certain that you will be successful." Magu eventually entered her slumber once again with a sweet smile. At this time, the immortal energy soared with dazzling immortal brilliances that shone onto this land. In this moment, Magu was eternal. Deep down inside, Lichia was glad to see that Magu quickly entered the eternal physique state, and he slowly departed. After he left, the Grand Tao locked the pavilion again. Magu had now entered a deep slumber again. Perhaps the next time she woke up, her physique would reach grand completion, granting her eternal life. Lichia left the elegant peak and went back to the academy. Actually seeing Magu was a good resolution to one of his main concerns, so this trip to the Heavenly Tao Academy could be considered complete. He was always worried that meeting her would have an adverse effect on her, but he became relieved after seeing her state. She had reached a very far destination, and no one could compare to her even throughout the ages. As the load on his mind became relieved, Lichia intended to leave. He was not going back to the cleansing incense ancient sect, but to the sacred netherworld instead to deal with a few matters. As he was preparing for the trip, Qi Xiaodai suddenly rushed in one day while panicking. The moment she saw him, she quickly shouted, "Young noble, please save my grandfather and little brother." "What happened?" Lichia grimaced and said, "Xiaodao was captured and my grandfather is trapped right now. Only you can save them." "Don't worry. Just calmly tell me everything." Lichia consoled her. "As long as I am here, it is not a big deal even if the gods and devils arrive." The flustered Qi Xiaodai finally managed to calm down and said, "This is because of Princess Bao Yun. My brother went to propose, but he didn't expect to see the Tiger Howl school there." Chapter 360. Qi Xiaodao in trouble. So it was because Qi Xiaodao and Princess Bao Yun stuck together like glue. He intended to marry her. As his grandfather, the Lion's Roar Heavenly King naturally supported his grandson. Not to mention that Qi Xiaodao obtained a great creation in the timeless portal, so his future was quite bright. This gave him even more confidence in the success of this marriage proposal. Before this, there had been a great development. The Bao Yun clan was happy to form an alliance with the Tiger's Howl School since Hu Yu's future was quite bright due to being a contemporary genius. Unfortunately, Hu Yu picked the wrong opponent this time and died miserably in Lichia's hands, resulting in the failure of the marriage alliance. Also, the Bao Yun clan's attitude towards Qi Xiaodao became better as well. First, it was because the two young ones were each other's sunshine and they were completely unaffected by the clan's influence. Second, Qi Xiaodao's talents were not bad at all. He was not a heavenly genius like Hu Yu, but he still had a lot of potential. The third reason was due to the Lion's Roar Heavenly King coming out from his isolated cultivation. Rumor has it that his furious immortal tyrannical physique had reached minor completion, and some even believed that he found a complete physique law from his ancestor. He would become invincible the day he reached grand completion, so the Bao Yun clan thought more highly of the Lion's Roar Gate. This was why the clan agreed to Qi Xiaodao's proposal. Even the Lion's Roar Heavenly King personally came to propose for his grandson. However, the Tiger's Howl School also came to propose. Although Hu Yu was dead, they still had other promising disciples. No one knew whether this incident was a coincidence or a premeditated attack against the Lion's Roar Gate. They were both guests at the Bao Yun clan, but Qi Xiaodao and another outstanding disciple of the Tiger's Howl School got into a conflict. Qi Xiaodao killed that disciple out of anger, so the Tiger's Howl experts took him captive. The outraged Heavenly King killed his way into the Tiger's Howl School in order to save Qi Xiaodao, but unexpectedly, not only was he unable to save Qi Xiaodao, he was also trapped inside the school's secret ground. Once Qi Xiaodai got the news from the other disciples, she immediately ran to Lichia for help. Since even her grandfather was trapped, only Lichia would be able to save her grandfather and brother. "Young noble, please save grandfather and Qi Xiaodao." Qi Xiaodai was on the verge of crying. Their Lion's Roar Gate was completely powerless in these circumstances. Tiger's Howl School. Lichia rubbed his chin and said, "A bit interesting. If I am not mistaken, that place has a grand vein. Since they do not know life from death, I will have to make a trip. No, you cannot. At this time, Xikong Taotian, who previously disappeared, rushed out. He looked at Li Qie and shook his head. This is a trap. What trap? At this moment, Chen Baojiao, who was standing next to Li Qie, asked in surprise. Xikong Taotian immediately answered. The Lion's Roar Heavenly King is a powerful hero. Having said this, he gave a thumbs up to Qi Shaodai and continued on. Think about it, the enraged Heavenly King entered the school. He should be unstoppable with his immortal physique, so saving Qi Shaodai should have been easy. However, he was actually trapped there as well. This is clearly something they had planned from the start. A conspiracy aimed at young noble. Xikong Taotian conversed with Li Qie. The enemy is prepared to bait us into a trap. Young noble will have a hard time invading the Tiger's Howl School. This is true, but that only makes me want to go even more. Li Qie laughed without any fear. Xikong Taotian busily said in a serious tone. It is indeed true. Not only the Tiger's Howl School, but other sects in the Eastern 100 cities are involved as well. Since they are not happy about young nobles stealing emperor weapons from others, they might even summon an immortal emperor true treasure. Immortal emperor true treasure. Li Qie furrowed his brows and cheerfully said. They want to gift me an immortal emperor true treasure? When Li Qie squinted his eyes, it frightened Xikong Taotian considerably, but he still reminded Li Qie, young noble, don't go to the Tiger's Howl School. Maybe it is not strong enough in your eyes, but their ancestral ground is very formidable. It is a white tiger vein, extremely powerful. I have snuck into that place once. It is a ferocious vein. At this time, he continued on with a changed expression. But this is not the worst part about the school. I snuck there to the place where the tiger god started everything. There were 4 graves there, and the tiger god's grave was not one of them. They were extremely ancient and had fierce auras that pierced the sky. I believe that the school can borrow the invincible power of the 4 ominous graves. If these graves were to be opened, they could probably even kill a virtuous paragon. I think their intention is clear. They want to lead young noble to this place. Then what should we do? Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan were a bit alarmed. The Tiger's Howl School had the home ground advantage, so this was quite disadvantageous for them. Qi Shaodai was also worried. Is there nothing we can do? Should we ask for assistance from others? She was worried about her grandfather and brother, but she also cared for Li Qie. Little two is wrong about this. Li Qie smilingly said. I have been to the White Tiger Vein before, and I also saw the 4 ominous graves. There is nothing to worry about. If this is all the Tiger's Howl School has up their sleeves, then it is too disappointing. Li Qie then calmly said while stroking his chin. I wonder if it will come or not. These words frightened the group of Xikong Taotian. Qi Shaodai turned pale and uttered in astonishment. Is that true? What if the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector actually comes? I heard that it was comparable to the Divine Protector of the Heavenly Tao Academy. They are both invincible. If it actually comes, then this matter will escalate out of control. Xikong Taotian's scalp was tingling as if it was pricked by pins and needles. That old thing is definitely not an undying, nor is it a legendary master. In my opinion, it is absolutely an existence of the eternal level. Existences of this level are extremely powerful. If it does come, then this venture might be doomed from the start. Qi Shaodai was aghast. Although she wanted to save her family, she also didn't want Li Qie to fall into danger. Who says it is doomed? I more worry about. Li Qie nonchalantly smiled and said. Worry about what? Chen Baojiao interjected in a rush. I'm more worried that the Brilliance Divine Beast Protector does not come. It would be so boring if such an invincible existence does not come. Things would be much more exciting with its presence. Although that old man is called a divine beast, his bloodline really doesn't belong to real divine beasts. Nevertheless, there is still a little bit of divine beast blood in him. This substance is extremely nourishing. He is a little bit old, so his longevity blood might be lacking, but if he does come, I actually want to taste the blood of a divine beast. Li Qie licked his lips as he finished this sentence. Xikong Taotian felt a chill running through his spine. He was already frightened by the possible appearance of the divine beast protector, but Li Qie's gaze was even more terrifying. It was as if he was the hunter and the Tiger's Howl School was the prey. We'll pay them a visit, Li Qie said with a broad smile. It has been a while since I've seen a real grand event. I hope it is not like the sneak attack on the academy with only boring old undyings. Surely, some eternal existences buried underground might want to crawl out this time. Xikong Taotian took a deep breath and felt that not opposing Li Qie was the most sensible decision of his life. As for Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao, they were already used to this. Before leaving for the Tiger's Howl School, Li Qie called for Xueqi and said, "Let me borrow the Immortal's blood spear for a few days." Xueqi handed over the strongest weapon that symbolized the Heaven Protector City to Li Qie without any hesitation. "Do you need me to pave the way for you?" Xueqi asked. "No need." Li Qie gave off a sinister smile and said, "Without massacring a sect, a few people would think that I am made out of mud for them to mold however they wish. If someone wants to test my real capabilities, then I'll fulfill their desire." Xueqi couldn't help but give a smile with an irresistible charm. Many people in the Eastern Hundred Cities paid attention to this event where the Tiger's Howl School captured Qi Xiaodao and the Lion's Roar Heavenly King. It was as if the conflict between the two sects had begun once more. Great characters with deep insight knew that this was not just an incidental conflict, it was a premeditated plan. "A fierce storm is coming, right?" Immortal King couldn't help but murmur. "It seems like, this time, blood will fill the rivers. I'm afraid a sect will disappear after this storm." But as for which sect will fall, no one could say for certain. Chapter 361. Tiger's Howl School. Many people secretly talked about this conflict that was ignited by the imprisonment of Qi Xiaodao and the Heavenly King. The Tiger's Howl School is really courageous. Do they not know that the Lion's Roar Heavenly King has a really good relationship with many hall masters from the academy? An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur after hearing such news. Having heard that, another older cultivator shook his head in disagreement. "I'm afraid those ties will be useless. After the battle last year, many hallmasters are either wounded or crippled, and some even died. I'm afraid no one will come and save the Heavenly King." But the Heavenly King might not necessarily be trapped. I heard that his immortal physique had reached some level of success. Another skeptic spoke. In the Eastern Hundred Cities, the Heavenly King was considered a top-level character, especially during the difficult Dao era. He was one of the renowned experts from the previous generation. Even a dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own nest. The Heavenly King entering the Tiger's Howl School was not a wise move. A sacred lord explained. "The school has a grand vein with a powerful ancestral foundation. The Heavenly King rushing in was the same as walking into a trap. A murder must be paid with one's life." At this time, after capturing Qi Xiaodao and his grandfather, a representative from the Tiger's Howl School announced. A person from the school appeared. This was an old man that appeared to be around 70 years old. Although he looked to be nearing his end, his vitality still covered the sky. This was made especially apparent with the 49 divine rings circling his body. It was as if he was a venerable saint. His presence caused the 49 divine rings to shoulder the sky like a giant standing between the heaven and earth. His heavenly sovereign aura was as powerful as a tsunami, causing the surrounding earth to shake as countless named heroes shivered in fear. 49 divine rings, a jewel sovereign. A named hero felt the earth-rending pressure and murmured with dread in his heart. Seeing this old man, a royal lord recognized his identity and exclaimed in astonishment. "The Tiger's Howl School's prime imperial sire, he is still alive. Rumor has it that he had died during the difficult Dao era." Think about it for a second. This was brutal Li Qie who didn't even care for the ancient kingdoms, let alone a little Tiger's Howl School. This was definitely a guy who would start massacring anywhere. Who would be willing to become enemies with him? Although Li Qie's fierce fame is soaring at the moment, it is hard to tell who the winner would be right now. A truly powerful person with some information spoke. "The death of a few disciples is nothing. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom hasn't come out, and neither did the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Not even did the Furious Immortal Saint Country make a move. But the Tiger's Howl School is the one to start? This whole thing doesn't make any sense. This is clearly baiting the enemy into a trap. If Li Qie actually thinks that the Tiger's Howl School is so weak to the point of being easily bullied, then he will die a miserable death." Disputes and conflicts were common occurrences. In fact, the Lion's Roar School was much weaker than the Tiger's Howl School, so it was normal that it would be bullied by the school. However, once the Prime Imperial Sire called out Li Qie by name, Many experienced cultivators sensed an abnormal atmosphere within this great subtleness. In a short period of time, countless people looked towards the school and also at Li Qie. They all want to see what Li Qie would do to defuse this crisis. This is a trap. An intelligence master of a great sect deduced. Li Qie right now is like the sun at high noon. His great fame is comparable to that of goddess Mei Suyao's. He is basically without anyone to oppose him. The school's actions clearly reek of a planned trap for Li Qie. If he actually jumps in, then he would be a fish in a jar, but if he doesn't move against the provocation, then it would have an adverse effect on his prestige. Being afraid without battling, this would become a shadow in his heart, and it would be detrimental to his future road of cultivation. On the second day after the declaration made by the Prime Imperial Sire, Li Qie immediately appeared right outside the Tiger's Howl School. As one stared at it from afar, it seemed to be a giant tiger waiting to ferociously pounce at any time. The current school was a powerful sect and controlled an entire country in the eastern 100 cities. Legends state that its progenitor was a tiger god, a true god blessed by the high heavens. No one knew whether this was the truth or not. Regardless, anyone who stood outside the school would feel this powerful and fierce atmosphere as if a great tiger was swooping by, something capable of tearing apart any cultivator limb from limb. A person who had visited the school before said with emotion after feeling this atmosphere once more, "No wonder why Hu Yu was as fierce as a tiger. A vein like this would surely groom such a genius." Many great sects lusted after the school because of one very simple reason. There was a grand vein beneath the school's ground, a white tiger great vein, a vein of one of the 4 divine beasts. Another rumor one heard would say that the tiger god was born in this place. Eventually, he was bestowed the title of true god. Then he established the million-year-old school at this place. It continued on to mention that the tiger god was strengthened by this white tiger great vein to build his supreme true god body. This great vein also became a hard-to-shake foundation for the school. Also, many people could only come back empty-handed despite their desire for the white tiger great vein because of another reason. The 4 ominous graves. These 4 graves had always protected the school. They created a defensive line that was unbreachable for even a virtuous paragon. This mountain has such a fierce atmosphere. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but exclaim after gazing at it with Li Shuangyan. Li Qie glanced at the school and smiled. Of course it is fierce. This place used to have an ominous vein, so its propensity for violence is beyond your imagination. Many people secretly talked about this conflict that was ignited by the imprisonment of Qi Xiaodao and the Heavenly King. The Tiger's Howl School is really courageous. Do they not know that the Lion's Roar Heavenly King has a really good relationship with many hall masters from the academy? An older cultivator couldn't help but murmur after hearing such news. Having heard that, another older cultivator shook his head in disagreement. I'm afraid those ties will be useless. After the battle last year, many hall masters are either wounded or crippled, and some even died. I'm afraid no one will come and save the Heavenly King. Chapter 362. Charging into the Tiger's Howl School alone, do we just kill our way in like this? Qi Xiaodai couldn't refrain from being concerned and said, I heard that the 4 ominous graves of the school are amazing and could kill even virtuous paragons. No, we won't make our way in at this moment. Go inform them. Li Qie glanced at the school and smiled. Inform them? Hearing these words, the group of girls couldn't help but become surprised. They came in order to save Qi Xiaodao and his grandfather, so the best method was to attack before the enemy could prepare. Thus, Li Qie's order left them in disbelief. Li Qie said with a smile, I am a merciful man, someone who doesn't like to kill others, right? Since they are near their demise, I have to give the poor Tiger's Howl School a chance to let their young ones escape. After all, I can't just go in and madly massacre them all with an immortal emperor life treasure. Others would think that I'm a heartless butcher. Chen Baojiao couldn't help but roll her pretty eyes. Of course she didn't believe him. With regards to aggressiveness, who could compare to him? Crash! All of a sudden, with a loud bang, the Tiger's Howl School started to violently shake. With rumbling noises everywhere, the earth itself was being rent apart. What happened? Due to the sudden ruptures, many people became shocked. Especially those who were right outside and gazing at the school. They were completely aghast. Who is it? Many of the Tiger's Howl School disciples were terrified. When they calmed down, they found that the gate was completely demolished. No, it would be more accurate to say that someone smashed it apart. At this time, the entrance was completely destroyed, and the golden plaque with the 3 words Tiger's Howl School was under the feet of a young man. You ignorant fool! The Tiger's Howl disciples went mad. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of them rushed forward with all of their might. Bang, bang, bang. The ground shook as mountains were blown apart. This young man not only blew away the disciples that rushed at him, but he also broke through all obstacles in his way like a raging dragon. Kill! More Tiger's Howl disciples rushed forward with loud battle cries. They were without any fear of death. However, this youth was unstoppable and kept on rushing forward. No one could block his path. Both weapons and treasures were meaningless before him since they instantly shattered at the moment of collision. Rumble! With violent quakes due to the mountains collapsing, the young man crazily rushed forward and crashed into the peaks, causing dust to scatter everywhere. All of a sudden, blood painted the sky as miserable screams resounded throughout the atmosphere. Countless mangled bodies flew everywhere. It is Li Qia. Many cultivators right outside the school spoke in astonishment when they saw this young man raging like a wild dragon. Little animal, accept your death. At this time, a maddened roar arrived alongside the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster. The moment he saw Li Qia destroying everything in his unstoppable rampage, he cried out in rage and used a divine sword to create a 1,000-mile slash in order to kill Li Qia. With a loud bang, the sound of a sword breaking appeared as the schoolmaster spewed out blood non-stop. With a deafening crash, he was slammed into a mound with a hand gripping him by the neck. He was beaten by just one move. Being heavily wounded by the opponent and having his neck clasped without even being able to move, the schoolmaster was horrified to the point where his face was as pale as paper. This is too devilish. Seeing this scene, many spectators outside took a deep breath. In just a second, Li Qia killed his way in and annihilated everything in his path. Even though the current schoolmaster cannot compare to the Tiger King, he is still an amazing ancient saint. How could he be defeated in the blink of an eye? A person nervously exclaimed right outside of the school. Li Qia tightly gripped the schoolmaster's neck and nonchalantly smiled. Your Tiger's Howl School wants to challenge me on the day of the full moon. Fine, I will accept this invitation. However, I will remind you out of goodwill. Send the weak and the old to another location because, on the day of the full moon, there will be no more Tiger's Howl School within the eastern 100 cities, for this place shall cease to exist. You are spouting nonsense. The schoolmaster angrily shouted, but before he could finish, Li Qia threw him forward through many mountains, creating loud explosions. As the schoolmaster stood up from the ground that was now stained with his blood, not even a trace of Li Qia's shadow remained. Little animal, hand over your life. At this time, a scream came from the deepest place of the school. A person soared up high as divine rings rotated around his body. His torrential blood energy could cause even the earth to tremble. The Prime Imperial Sire came in just a flash and let out an enraged cry, but Li Qia had already left. The moment he saw the debris and remnants of the gate, he started to shiver from rage. Little animal, if I don't hack you into 1,000 pieces, I swear that I will no longer be human. In the end, the Prime Imperial Sire uttered a harsh oath that reverberated throughout the entire school. He is indeed a brute possessed by a mad dragon. He's capable of destroying the geography despite only being a royal noble. He can even kill ancient saints as if they are mere dogs. Many people were filled with dread after seeing this scene. An immortal physique is indeed amazing. Hell-suppressing godly physique. This is indeed a good technique, something that is capable of driving people crazy from jealousy. A person couldn't help but sigh in an envious lamentation. In many people's opinions, a royal noble fighting against an ancient saint was akin to courting death. But at this moment, an ancient saint could not block a single one of Li Qia's blows. And this was only a prelude. If being at minor completion was already this powerful, then wouldn't he be able to sweep through the world once he reached grand completion? After leaving the school, Li Qia ordered Xikong Taotian to keep a close eye on the Tiger's Howl School. Then, he brought the girls to a different location. Will anything happen to my grandfather and Xiaodao? Qi Xiaodai worriedly asked. Li Qia answered with a smile. Xiaodao is definitely going to be okay. Without Xiaodao, what will they use to lure me into the trap? As for your grandfather, I don't think there is anything to worry about either. He is being suppressed inside an ancient treasure, but it might turn out to be a good opportunity for him. It is possible that the ancient treasure that's trapping him is the evil devouring energy. If your grandfather could withstand this, then there will be a big chance for him to surpass his physique's minor tribulation. This is a test for him. If he cannot pass this test, then he would not be able to go any further in the future regarding his immortal physique. After hearing Li Qia's answer, Qi Shaodai sighed with relief and stopped worrying. Li Qia had his reasons for not saving the heavenly king. Although the king was the descendant of the lion monarch and had a natural saint physique with great talents, he didn't cultivate the immortal physique law at a young age. Despite him managing to find the immortal physique law of the lion monarch in the academy later on, it still was not enough to improve his grand completion furious saint physique. Even after his isolated cultivation session, he still couldn't break through his personal limit. However, this suppression from the Tiger's Howl School just might be able to stimulate his true potential. With just one glance from a distance, Li Qia immediately knew the Heavenly King's situation. If he could break through his own limit, then his immortal physique cultivation would be as smooth as a flowering river. And so, Li Qia purposefully left him suppressed in order to spur his untapped potential. Where are we going? Li Qia brought them around the Tiger's Howl School, so Chen Baojiao became quite curious. Li Qia answered with a wide smile. To a certain place. If the Tiger's Howl School wishes to die, then I shall lend them a hand. However, if they know when to give up, then I will leave them with a place to live instead of refining this entire region. At that time, there will be no Tiger's Howl School or White Tiger Grand Vein. Refine this entire region? Hearing these words, Li Shuangyan became quite astonished. Legends state that only virtuous paragons from kingdoms that could bestow divine titles were capable of such a feat. You will understand in due time. Li Qia revealed a mysterious grin. There will be no more Tiger's Howl School within the eastern 100 cities, for this place shall cease to exist? The fierce words that Li Qia left behind for the schoolmaster had spread to the outside, and it caused many people to glance at those next to them. Let him come. A gloomy voice came from the darkness of the Tiger's Howl School. It continued on, even if his divine arts are invincible, as long as he sets foot inside our domain, there will be no way out. At that point, the invincible immortal physique law and a heavens will secret law will belong to the Tiger's Howl School. I'm afraid the Heavenly Tao Academy will also involve itself. In the darkness, the Tiger's Howl Prime Imperial Sire spoke with deference. Humph. Even if the Academy comes, it will still be a path of no return. The voice in the dark coldly rang again. At that time, there will naturally be someone to deal with them. Good, at that time, that little demon Li will be a fish stuck in our jar. Even if he is a reincarnated virtuous paragon, only death awaits him. The Prime Imperial Sire excitedly declared. As long as we obtain these immortal laws, with our White Tiger Great Vein, we shall be prosperous in the future. This gloomy voice was so emotionless that it instilled chills in the listeners. After hearing these words, the Prime Imperial Sire couldn't help but become emotional. Despite many geniuses appearing in their school, they still couldn't compare to other immortal emperor lineages since they lacked merit laws of the emperor level. If they could capture Li Qia alive, his emperor laws would be within their grasps. The mere thought left them in ecstasy. Do we just kill our way in like this? Qi Shaodai couldn't refrain from being concerned and said, I heard that the 4 ominous graves of the school are amazing and could kill even virtuous paragons. No, we won't make our way in at this moment. Go inform them. Li Qia glanced at the school and smiled. Inform them? Hearing these words, the group of girls couldn't help but become surprised. They came in order to save Qi Shaodao and his grandfather, so the best method was to attack before the enemy could prepare. Thus, Li Qia's order left them in disbelief. Chapter 363. Underground Secret. The announcement of Li Qia rampaging throughout the Tiger's Howl School set off waves across the 100 eastern cities. He wants to destroy the Tiger's Howl School? Many people became dumbfounded after hearing such arrogance. One of them couldn't help but speak sincere words. The Tiger's Howl School is a first-rate sect with a powerful ancestral foundation. The lowest requirement for destroying this school has to be the appearance of a virtuous paragon, and this is under the condition that the ancestor of the school is not there. That's right. Although Li Qia is indeed fierce, saying that he will destroy the school is a bit too crazy. Many people continued to speculate that this matter was impossible, while others believed that Li Qia had reinforcements. In the eyes of many others, without reinforcements, Li Qia alone would not be able to destroy the school. This was not without reason. Since the school was able to stand strong for so long, they naturally had some heaven-defying means. Plus, rumors indicated that they had 4 ominous graves that were erected after the deaths of the 4 divine beasts. Legends state that the progenitor of the Tiger's Howl School used his divine blood to refine these 4 ominous graves, turning them into the school's foundation and firmly placing them under the school's control. Some old tales claim that these graves once annihilated a virtuous paragon, and even trapped an existence worthy of the investiture of a god. They're just big words from a calf that doesn't fear a tiger. After hearing such boisterous words, a person coldly sneered. He will surely die after entering the Tiger's Howl School with no way out. Just wait until the day of the full moon. Then, everything will become clear. There were also those who adopted a wait-and-see attitude. In fact, after Li Qi's departure, the school ordered a group to follow him, but they failed to catch up and returned empty-handed. However, unbeknownst to many, Li Qi did not go very far. He simply took a trip around the Tiger's Howl Earth Vein to another location. If the Great Vein of the Tiger's Howl School resembled a gigantic white tiger, then the school's gate was the tiger's mouth. The entire vein spanned from south to north, resulting in a scene where the south was the mouth and the north was the tail. Although the Great Vein was as fierce as a white tiger, the mouth was the key location of this ancestral ground where the worldly essence filled the earth, creating a treasure ground. This was why they used this place to build their Tao foundation along with the temples and halls. However, at its tail was a barren land that ran for 1,000 miles. This large area was empty without any vegetation or inhabitants. Not even birds chose to fly above this land of death. The worldly essence had dried out in this place without any signs of life. Even if this place was part of the Tiger's Howl Great Vein, no one lived here, so the school did not establish a branch at this place. Li Qie brought the girls to enter this empty and treeless landscape. What did we come here to do? After entering this barren land, even Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but ask. Right now, since they were facing a powerful enemy, they should be calculating and planning some strategies. But Li Qie decided to come to this place that even birds had abandoned. To find coffins. Li Qie cheerfully said. Since we want people to die, it won't do if we don't have any coffins. Needless to say, the girls did not believe his words. In fact, even Qi Xiaodai was skeptical. Nevertheless, they were curious, so they could only follow him despite his secrecy. Millions of miles along with the endless vicissitudes of life. There are some things that will not change. Stepping into this place, Li Qie emotionally said as he stood before a huge dry lake. Open. Once Li Qie circled around the dry lake, a divine light eventually surfaced in his sea of memories. A strand of universal light shot up and rushed into the ground in a split second. Rumble. At this moment, the earth roared as the dry lake split apart like the opening of a door. The group suddenly fell down, causing them to be startled. The moment they regained their wits, they found that the entrance on the lake had closed. At this point, they took a look around to examine the ground that they were standing on and found countless broken walls and temples. They now understood that they were standing within an underground city. This huge underground city was already destroyed. Most likely, it was ravaged by a terrible war. What is this place? Ruins were the only things within their horizons, so the group of Qi Xiaodai was quite astonished. Tiger Emperor Citadel. An ancient and once powerful existence. Li Qie took a quick glance around this place and answered. Tiger Emperor Citadel? Which lineage is this? Li Shuangyan and the others glanced at each other in confusion since they had never heard of this lineage before. In fact, it was not strange that they had not heard of this place because millions of years had passed and countless great powers had come and gone amidst the winding river of time. Li Qie brought them along through this ruined city and stopped at a broken ravine. Before them was a large lake. Even though it was smaller than the one at the surface, it was filled with rippling waves. The group was quite amazed as they stood before this huge river since the rippling waves were not the only thing present. Immortal energy was also drifting about. This was not a lake. It was a heavenly accumulation formed by the condensation of worldly energy. A heavenly accumulation the size of a river. How could others not be shocked by this? This was enough to fuel an entire great power to become an everlasting pillar for an unshakable dynasty. What is it? Seeing this huge heavenly lake, all were dumbfounded. If they could cultivate and absorb the worldly essence in this place for 1 year, then it would be equivalent to cultivating outside for 100 years. Thunk, thunk, thunk. However, Li Qie didn't answer them. A thick, iron chain appeared in his grasp out of nowhere. Li Qie then began to pull on it, emitting clanking sounds. This is the legendary Phoenix treasure iron. Li Shuangyan immediately recognized the origin of this iron chain along with its scintillating divine glow. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Using such a precious treasure iron to make chains, what kind of extravagant spending was this? While the rest of the group was still lost in a daze, Li Qie pulled a gigantic coffin out from the lake. This monstrous coffin was also made from Phoenix treasure iron, but the most terrifying thing was that there were many layers of seals above it. These seals were extremely powerful. They contained the suppression of true gods, and it made people's hair stand on end. What could be in this coffin that warranted so many layers of powerful seals? It was as if they wished to refine the thing inside. I command you to open. At this time, Li Qie's hands formed a seal as he chanted a mantra. A universal law with the appearance of a key rushed out from his sea of memories and into the coffin in just an instant. A clicking sound appeared as if a lock had just been opened. At this time, the seals that locked this coffin appeared to come to life as they started to move. One layer after another, everything slowly became unlocked. XSH, XSH, XSH. Amidst the sounds of the coffin opening, under the careful gaze of the girls, the coffin was finally opened, but the item inside left them in a stupor. Inside the coffin, one could only find a simple boulder. To be exact, it appeared to be a stone pillar, but it was completely flat. With runes coming together, it was as if the runes were trying to weave together to form words of the Grand Tao. The entire boulder appeared to be pristine and without any flaws. After millions of years of refinement, the evil finally disappeared, so it went back to its original form. Li Qie gently tapped on the boulder and said, "If it wasn't for the Tiger's Howl School's refusal to learn, I wouldn't have decided to break their roots today." "What is this?" the perplexed Qi Shaodai asked after seeing this boulder. Using a powerful seal that was comparable to the suppression of true gods to trap a simple boulder, no one would believe such a tale. "The Terra's root," Li Qie said with a smile. "The only reason why the school has this white tiger grand vein is due to this root." "The Terra's root?" Li Shuangyan and the others had a hard time believing it after seeing such a boulder. However, after a careful look, this boulder did give off an extraordinary feeling since it was naturally formed and was without even the slightest flaw. It was not a precious stone, but those with keen eyes knew that it was even better than one. This land had once taken part in creation. Li Qie movingly said, "During the ancient Ming era, this land gave birth to 5 existences. One of them became the master and the others became the 4 servants. Since they were created by the heavens, these 5 existences became invincible rulers and created the Tiger Emperor Citadel. This was a giant monster that had reigned over a period of time in the eastern 100 cities. Unfortunately, they did not cherish their futures and chose to embrace the evil path. They helped the tyrant and joined the ancient Ming. Chapter 364. Tiger Emperor Citadel. Just as Li Qie said, this place gave birth to 5 extremely powerful spirits, and the master among them was formed from this Terra's root. The other 4 spirits were formed from the rivers and mountains with the images of a true dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. Unfortunately, although the leading spirit could be described to be unparalleled, it failed to cherish its fortunate creation from the heavens and allied itself with the tyrannical ancient Ming. That era belonged to the ancient Ming, so after the Tiger Emperor Citadel joined the ancient Ming, they swept through the world and suppressed the human race under their new banner. At that time, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie became infuriated and led numerous sages and generals of the human race to sweep through the Tiger Emperor Citadel. This was a thrilling grand battle, and the killing shattered even the heaven and earth as blood flowed like rivers. In the end, they managed to destroy the citadel, and from then on, it sank into the ground where the world would no longer know of its existence. Li Qie slayed the leading spirit and destroyed its body to ultimately sever the Terra's root. Then, he ordered his sages and true gods to use a heaven-defying method to suppress this root underground in order to refine it for millions of years. Since the leading spirit was created from this land, Li Qie's goal when he sealed the Terra's root underground was to allow it to, once again, nurture this land so that a miracle would manifest again. As per Li Qie's expectations, this land finally had another creation. Following the refinement of the Terra's root, the endless worldly essence finally nurtured this entire place, allowing it to transform into a white tiger grand vein. Later on, the progenitor of the Tiger's Howl School obtained this creation. He started out as a regular white tiger that eventually cultivated into a tiger god and erected this timeless school. The mortal emperor world is the sanctuary of the human race, so how could anyone allow for an external race to disturb this peace? Li Qie calmly told the tale. The Tiger Emperor citadel joining the ancient Ming was akin to seeking their own death, so it was eventually destroyed by the human wise sages and sank into the earth. After many years, this place finally turned into a white tiger grand vein. The Tiger's Howl School came later. After hearing the tale, Qi Shaodai and the others couldn't help but become surprised. They didn't expect that the school was founded on top of another monstrous heritage. How did you know that the Tiger Emperor citadel was under this earth? Chen Baojiao just had to ask. This is why I told you to read more. Read more to know more. Li Qie smiled and gently knocked on Chen Baojiao's forehead. She then angrily glared at him in response. She knew that this would be his response, and she didn't trust it one bit. However, even though she knew that it was not going to work, she still wanted to hear a different answer. It is time for this earth to change owners. Li Qie smiled and then shook his head to say, establishing a timeless sect is not easy. In consideration of their ancestors being able to surpass all tribulations, I initially didn't want to take away their grand creation and the vein. Alas, it is quite a pity. Time after time, they are without eyes, thinking that the tiger could actually eat me. They're merely seeking their own death. Li Shuangyan's crowd remained silent. The school was now doomed to a tragedy that consisted of a severed grand vein. Even if it was lucky enough to survive, its future would certainly be on the decline. Eventually, Li Qie took out a piece of Dao bone. This was little Silly's Dao bone. Li Qie was quite unwilling, but he ultimately said, go. Whether or not you can obtain this place's new creation will be up to your own fate. I hope that in another 100,000 years, you will be able to rise again from this land. Having said that, he then threw the Dao bone into the depths of the Great Lake. Boom! With an explosion, the earth itself trembled as if a dragon had dove into a river. As a dragon roar resounded, the Dao bone disappeared into the river's depths. Li Qie gently sighed as he watched the Dao bone disappear into the river made out of worldly essence. This place was a supreme treasure earth. If it wasn't, then he wouldn't have ordered the wise sages and true gods to seal this place. However, whether little Silly could rise and defy the heavens would be up to its own fate. And even if it could, it might not possess its former memories. Despite that, this would still be a good thing for little Silly. At the very least, it was a rare opportunity since it would be reborn if it could seize the creation from this land. Li Qie calmed his thoughts and looked at the Terra's root within the coffin, then he told the girls, keep watch for me, I want to refine this place into a domain. After hearing his words, the girls felt a chill. Then, each of them very carefully, went to surround Li Qie in order to protect him. Li Qie took a deep breath and with a boom, his master palace appeared. In the blink of an eye, the other fate palaces also emerged in an orderly fashion. Li Qie channeled his Dao foundation as a primordial Kuan-Pang soared to the sky. Within the chaos, the 6 fate palaces arranged themselves in a mysterious order and instantly formed a world. With a loud bang, his 6 fate palaces appeared to be 6 pillars that shouldered this newly formed world. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 palaces to form a kingdom. At this time, with 6 fate palaces, Li Qie could refine this world to shape it into his very own absolute domain. As Li Qie's fate palaces were shouldering this vast domain, with a whistle, the Kuan-Pang flew into this area. As the primordial chaos ran rampant like a raging thunderstorm, it flapped its wings, wings that flooded this entire world. This chaotic energy descended as if it was nourishing this vast space, as if it wanted to give birth to countless existences in the future. Go! With a loud shout from Li Qie, the sealed Terra's root was sucked in by Li Qie's domain. Let me give you life! Li Qie screamed out. The master palace opened up as the 4 images inside the palace appeared. At this time, the endless green brilliance of the tree of life poured down. The water of life flowed endlessly, and the fire of life burned brightly, giving this land a new hope. The most powerful thing was the pillar of life. It had underwent a great change after absorbing the mysterious and ancient runes from the Void Gate. With strange hums, the pillar directly shot out orderly divine chains to form supreme universal laws on this earth. All existences and universal laws were derived from Li Qie's will. At this time, Li Qie's pillar of life was simply too powerful. It could directly create supreme orders. Li Qi's will was the ruler of all things. This was an incomparable dominance. With the assistance of the four images and the supreme refinement of the universal laws, the Terra's root was embedded into Li Qi's absolute domain. It furiously spewed out worldly essence to nourish this land as if it would start to erect kingdoms and capitals after new living beings were born. However, inside Li Qi's endless territory, even the Terra's root's powerful worldly essence was far from enough. At least, it was not enough for this short period of time. Go! Li Qie uttered a cry once more. His absolute domain appeared in front of the lake before him. With non-stop deafening booms, this domain began to swallow the worldly essence in the lake. In this short moment, it was as if the mountains and rivers were reversed as countless worldly essences were siphoned by Li Qie's absolute domain. In an instant, his domain was filled with dense and pervasive worldly essence. While the unstoppable devouring continued, his Kuan-Peng Dao foundation turned into strands of supreme universal laws that descended and coiled themselves around the Terra's root. These strands then engraved themselves into the root's body and started the refinement process. Baz! Li Qie's true fate came out of his master palace. Although the sound was very quiet, like a thin pair of wings flapping in the vast heaven and earth, the true fate appeared inside this absolute domain in just a flash. Poof, poof, poof. Refined flames spewed out everywhere. Li Qie's true fate carved his divine will onto this Terra's root and turned it into the root's new heart. This way, the root and Li Qie's fate palace would forever be connected. Now, Li Qie's will could control the root from this point on. Although the root was granted its own consciousness by Li Qie, it was in the form of Li Qie's will. At the same time, with the pillar of life continuously carving orderly laws onto the root along with the burning flame of life's refinement, the root became even more primordial as if it was returning to the true origin. All of its flaws were incinerated by the powerful flame of life into dissipating green smoke. The day of the full moon was 10 more days away, but it passed by in just an instant. In the last 10 days, a huge storm was set off in the eastern 100 cities, and many secret channels began to act. Each began their own preparations. Numerous powerful experts maintained a great distance from the school despite the school inviting all the sects in the region to come and watch the execution. The vast majority of the sects were not willing to become involved in these muddled waters, so even those who came to spectate did not become the school's guests, they merely stayed far away to watch. There were even those who came with hidden intentions. They concealed themselves in the dark to watch the development, hoping that they could take advantage of the situation. A little friend will make an appearance. Chapter 365. The start of the battle the day of the full moon arrived very quickly as countless experts gathered outside of the Tiger's Howl School. Some came from the great powers while others from the smaller ones, and don't forget about the vagabonds as well. At this time, the Tiger's Howl School's gate was wide open. The important defensive locations and grand formations were relaxed to give a hospitable appearance. Although there were sounds of explosions and moving treasures, the Lion's Roar Heavenly King still could not escape from the ancient treasure. Seeing this situation of carelessness, many people were startled and murmured to themselves, "The Tiger's Howl School is too confident. It looks like they are more afraid that Li Qie wouldn't come." The experts from all over the world held their breaths and gazed towards the school, eagerly awaiting for Li Qie's arrival. Meanwhile, the inside of the school was quiet. Although its disciples were still there, it was frighteningly calm as if respiration was the only sound to be heard. Time began to pass, but Li Qie still hadn't appeared. At this time, a spectator outside the school became impatient and grunted, "Why is Li Qie not here yet?" Compared to the spectators outside, the school was able to remain patient. They were not in a rush to start the execution. It was as if they would not start until Li Qie arrived. In fact, to the school, executing Qi Xiaodao was meaningless. Qi Xiaodao and the Heavenly King were just bait for Li Qie. If both of them died, what would they use to force Li Qie to take the bait? However, time continued to go on as the sun rose higher and higher. The observers outside of the school began an uproar. "It has been half a day. Don't tell me that Li Qie is too scared to come? That is impossible. A fierce brute like Li Qie wouldn't be afraid of anything." An expert who had watched the battle at the Heavenly Dao Academy shook his head and said, "The word fear is not part of this little demon's vocabulary. He even slew people from the ancient kingdoms, so how could just a little Tiger's Howl School frighten him?" Hey, this is not necessarily the case. Inside the academy, there were those from the academy protecting him. Naturally, he would be more courageous. Now this place is the home ground of the Tiger's Howl School, the fierce beast's lair. I'm afraid he doesn't have the courage to seek his death here. A disciple from an Eastern Hundred great power sneered. After the battle at the academy, Li Qie could be said to have offended a lot of great powers. So many of them considered him as an eyesore, a thorn in one's side. Heh, this Li guy is not coming. Another disciple from a great power said with an offensive attitude. Maybe this guy is hiding at some turtle's cave right now, not daring to come out. Maybe he is already pissing his pants and shivering in fear. A few powerful experts furrowed their brows to these offensive comments, especially those who were from the minor sects or walked on the vagrant way that supported Li Qie. Wow, you are so amazing. To be able to say these words. But where were you when Li Qie was massacring everything on the battlefield? Are you courageous enough to say these words in front of Li Qie? I'm afraid you would be the one pissing your pants while standing before him. Who the hell do you think you are? Li Qie killed Hu Yu, slew Ba Xia, and ended Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. All of these geniuses were decimated by him, and all of them were renowned throughout the Eastern Hundred cities. Which great character have you killed? A cultivator was annoyed with the comments from the great power's disciple, so they ironically replied. You! The great power's disciple glared with his eyes, but the cultivator who retorted sarcastically also had some background, so he glared back without showing any signs of weakness. Such minor conflicts could only be considered the interlude. The great characters who were actually waiting for this battle managed to stay patient. This is a death trap. A wise master carefully observed the school from afar and eventually said, regardless of whether Li Qie comes or not, he will not be able to change the outcome. If he comes, his death is all but certain. Same with the grandfather and grandson. If he doesn't, then those two will still die. After hearing these words, the Wisdom Masters Jr. couldn't help but say, but Li Qie is a powerful brute. He cultivates an immortal physique and possesses 2 immortal Emperor life treasures. The school does not have anything that can stop these weapons. Not even the Prime Imperial Sire is capable of doing so. I feel like Li Qie's chances of victory is a lot higher. The Wisdom Master shook his head and said, if it was only the Tiger's Howl School, then Li Qie indeed has the greater chance of victory. Even though the 4 ominous graves are extremely powerful, with 2 immortal Emperor life treasures, as long as he does not become enamored by the love of battle and strikes quickly before leaving, then he could still escape under the weapon's protection. But now, the situation has completely changed. Even if he has Emperor weapons along with powerful allies, it would still be going headfirst into a net if he enters. Without a doubt, this Wisdom Master knew information that others were not privy to, along with a few surprising secrets. The Tiger's Howl School has backup? After hearing the words of his senior, the junior became quite disturbed. In the end, Li Qie had many enemies in the Eastern Hundred cities. Many would find great joy in exterminating him. Not only backup. The Wisdom Master sighed and said, this is something that would slay God and devils if they stand in its way. This is a dead end. There is only death awaiting him. The group of juniors all became aghast. They quickly asked, what kind of character did the Tiger's Howl School invite? An extremely frightening existence. Extremely frightening. The Wisdom Master looked at the school and sighed softly. Now the sun finally reached the apex in the sky, and the Tiger's Howl Schoolmaster sneeringly said, humph, that little demon Li doesn't dare to come. Take them out and execute them. The younger one first, then the old. The crowd's furor resounded as the execution order was given out. Those who had a vendetta against Li Qie were delighted and one even laughed. Li Qie is really a turtle hiding in his shell. Yet, what is this about a fierce brute? In my eyes, he is only a weak, cowardly dog. He only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. At the critical moment when facing a powerful sect, what is he now doing beside hiding in fear? Another disciple from a great power became very elated. It was as if Li Qie not daring to show up was an extremely satisfying event in his mind. Pah! Chapter 366. Dual Dominating Beauties, Kill Them! The Tiger's Howl disciples roared and suddenly, a few thousand disciples rushed out with a surging murderous momentum like a grand army. The school being able to survive until this day was not without reason. Get back! At this time, the Tiger's Howl schoolmaster yelled out and recalled all the disciples who were ready to kill. He knew that ordinary disciples, no matter the number, were only mere fodder. Zhang. However, before the several thousand disciples could retreat, a sword soared through the 9 heavens and the saber swept through the 8 desolaces. The 6 Dao Yin-Yang sword formation flew out from Li Shuangyan's hand. This extremely monstrous sword formation created thousands of blades of wind that acted like a meat grinder. In just a split second, a rain of blood appeared inside the formation as scraps of flesh flew everywhere. The tyrannical immortal saber in the sky swept through all by cutting down mountains as if they were leaves. This invincible saber caused blood to spurt like a spring, creating flowers of blood. At this moment, Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao paved the path for Li Qie with their domineering might. This was a path to enter the ancestral ground of the Tiger's Howl School, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of carnage behind them. Such a murderous momentum caused countless spectators to become breathless. Even ancient saints would surely die if they tried to stop this unstoppable force. Too domineering. Seeing such a scene, no matter who they were, chills would spread throughout their shivering bodies. The Tiger's Howl schoolmaster's expression became extremely unsightly. He didn't even have time to respond, so he almost vomited blood from anger. These several thousand disciples, that were the pillar of the school, were massacred in just a blink. He wanted to invoke the grand formations due to wrath, but the deep voice of the Prime Imperial Sire appeared behind him. Let them enter. A moment later, no one dared to stop the group of 3 as they quickly entered the heartland of the school. When Li Qie stepped into the ambush range of the school, all of those who were inside took a sigh of relief. He had entered the trap and there was no chance for him to leave. At this point, numerous people right outside of the school were also eagerly watching the scene unfolding before them. You choose to not walk on the paved path towards heaven and instead barged into hell without an entrance. Little animal, today will be your demise. The Tiger's Howl schoolmaster clenched his teeth and declared with all of his hatred towards Li Qie. Li Qie looked at him and lazily waved his sleeve to say, Heaven and hell are of no difference to me. When I want to enter, I shall do so and none can stop me. Such audacity. A cold voice appeared, signaling the arrival of the Tiger's Howl Prime Imperial Sire. The 49 divine rings on his body slowly emerged like 49 grand Dao, suppressing this location and rendering others out of breath. With a chilling pair of eyes that were capable of piercing all things like lightning, he glared at Li Qie's group of 3 and emotionlessly uttered, Since you are here, don't even dream about leaving. You are mistaken. I haven't thought about escaping at all. Li Qie calmly smiled. I have to crush this place before leaving. Still blustering right before your doom. The Prime Imperial Sire's gaze became frightening as he chillingly declared, If you surrender now, I can grant you a painless death as long as you hand over your immortal Emperor life treasures and your immortal physique law. If not, then I will let all of you experience a fate worse than death. Li Qie leisurely gave him a look and shook his head. If you have any methods, then go ahead and use them. However, before I take action, I will give you a piece of merciful advice. Evacuate your young and old. Then, at least you will have some blooming seeds for the future. Otherwise, when this location collapses and they start to scream for help, the heaven and earth will not answer their prayers. Ha ha ha. The Prime Imperial Sire gave a crazed laughter. Many of the elders and protectors of the Tiger's Howl School also roared with laughter as if this was the funniest thing they had ever heard. The Prime Imperial Sire replied with a sneer. Foolish thing, I'll show you that fate today. Kill the Qi brat. Suddenly, the experts from the school immediately pushed Qi Xiaodao outside while the Prime Imperial Sire blocked Li Qie's path. The Prime Imperial Sire continued with a cold grin. Just like you said, your prayers today will be unanswered by both the heaven and earth. I will first execute the Qi brat, then I'll slowly kill those by your side. The cultivators who were watching in the distance became drawn in. Killing Qi Xiaodao before Li Qie's very eyes would be a psychological attack in order to undermine his morale. However, Li Qie was not flustered and replied with a calm smile instead. Go ahead, what are you waiting for? Li Qie's attitude of not caring if Qi Xiaodao was executed right before him surprised the big shots of the Tiger's Howl School, including the Prime Imperial Sire. Pluff! While the upper echelon of the school was still a bit taken aback, a light suddenly flashed as the heads of the experts that were marching Qi Xiaodao fell to the ground before they could even react, resulting in blood spraying everywhere. The killer was Qi Xiaodao's executioner. A swing of his blade meant beheading another victim. He rescued Qi Xiaodao with an astonishing speed. In a brief moment, this executioner brought Qi Xiaodao right to Li Qie's side. This sudden development happened too quickly, and no one could react. All of the school's upper echelon was in a stupor. The executioner was their own disciple, so why did he suddenly betray the school and save Qi Xiaodao at the very last minute? Even the spectators outside were stunned by this sudden change of events with the betrayal of the school's own disciple. Who are you? How dare you betray your own sect? The prime imperial sire was shaking with anger. Such a prime opportunity was ruined by a traitor. However, the executioner suddenly transformed into someone else in an instant and cheerfully laughed. Who said your father was a disciple from your school? Who else could this person be besides Xikong Taotian? He had already accepted Li Qie's order to infiltrate the school, and it was from his information that Li Qie was able to plan all of this. Boy, you owe me your life now, Xikong Taotian said with a grin towards Qi Xiaodao. Good, you guys can leave. After saving Qi Xiaodao, Li Qie told the group. You want to go? The prime imperial sire was furious. Such an eventful play was ruined, so he ruthlessly exclaimed, You have entered an inescapable net. You cannot fly even if you had wings, so just accept your death. Finished speaking. He stepped forward while sending out all of the oppressive might of his 49 rings. You alone wish to stop me? Li Qie laughed as he glanced at the prime imperial sire and leisurely continued. If this is all there is to your plan, then it is a pity. Taking care of a little demon like you is not a difficult matter. At this time, another dreadful voice appeared. Boom! An old man stepped out and quickly blocked the path of retreat of Li Qie's group. The earth itself shook upon his arrival. The old man did not have an imposing stature, but he still had an extremely overbearing presence as if his hidden power could erupt at any time. The ex-imperial advisor of the furious immortal saint country. After seeing this old man, a sect master from the previous generation, right outside of the Tiger's Howl School, emotionally uttered a cry. I thought he had already decided to live in seclusion? He is coming into being once more. The ex-imperial advisor of the saint country is rumored to be an incredible heavenly sovereign. He has a grand completion tyrannical saint physique. Many people had heard of this legendary character since he was still renowned during the difficult Tao era. He might have already entered the heavenly king realm at the start of his retirement. When his tyrannical saint physique was completed, the Lion's Roar heavenly king had only just started his rise to prominence. A person movingly stated. The ex-imperial advisor of the saint country was said to be unfathomable, and his grand completion physique was even more dreadful. It was one of the 18 saint physiques, and it contained an unrivaled power at grand completion. This was something capable of instilling fear in all existences. Li Qie glanced at the prime imperial sire, then the ex-imperial advisor of the saint country before he leisurely smiled. Only a minor character that's not worthy for me to take action. Such arrogant words made people glance at each other. This was at least a heavenly sovereign, and he also had a grand completion saint physique. However, after remembering how Li Qie had managed to kill everything in his path, they felt that he indeed had the capability to boast like this. Take care of the prime imperial sire first. Li Qie withdrew his gaze and commanded Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao. Li Shuangyan and Chen Baojiao stepped forward without saying anything. One with the 6 Dao sword and the other with the tyrannical immortal saber. With these invincible weapons in their hands, both of their auras surged. Ignorant fools, mere mayflies wanting to shake the great tree. The prime imperial sire angrily rebuked for being looked down upon by Li Qie. With a dark expression, the 49 divine rings opened completely as a heavenly sovereign's power quickly came crashing down towards Chen Baojiao and Li Shuangyan. In this instant, Li Shuangyan seemed to turn into a blooming sacred lotus. With immortal light everywhere, she quickly passed through the suppressing rings of the prime imperial sire. With the sacred light protecting her, Li Shuangyan remained untouched by myriad laws and the heavenly Tao. This was her void imperfection physique. Shout out to Inerka for the updated link. That you're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.